Chapter 1. A Spark in Berlin. Berlin in the spring of 1983. The city was like a sliced nerve, bare and sore, permeated by the tensions of two worlds that distrusted and hated each other. Every stone of the wall, every border post, every neon light in the deck strip was a symbol of the Cold War, which had long since ceased to be a silent competition but a permanent threat. Berliners lived in the shadow of this conflict, so accustomed to it that it had almost become part of their everyday lives. But on a March morning of this year, a morning that began inconspicuously like so many others, a small spark ignited a fire that was to set the world on fire. It started at Checkpoint Charlie, where the tanks of the Allies and the Soviets had already stood eye to eye in the 60s. An incident occurred that would later appear in all history books. Two American officers accompanied a diplomatic convoy from east to west. It was routine, nothing out of the ordinary. But on this day, the East German border guards were more nervous than usual. Perhaps they had received an order from East Berlin, perhaps a warning from Moscow. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding, born of tiredness and tension. The jeep with the Americans stopped at the barrier. Normally, a quick look at the papers, a curt nod, and the vehicles were allowed to pass. But this time, the officer of the GDR border troops insisted on a complete control. The Americans refused. Words became louder, hands wandered to weapons. Civilian observers on the sidelines sensed that the situation was tipping. Then a shot was fired. Nobody knew later who had shot first. Whether a nervous finger twitched on the trigger, whether a spark in the barrel decided the fate of the world. It didn't matter. The bang echoed between the concrete walls, like a thunderclap that carried far more than just a projectile through the air. A GDR border guard fell to the ground, hit in the shoulder. Chaos broke out. American soldiers threw themselves behind barricades. Eastern soldiers pulled up their Kalashnikovs. People screamed, ran apart. Even before the first clouds of smoke cleared, the incident had long since reached the world's radio networks. In the U.S. Command Center in West Berlin, the phones rang. Exchange of fire at Checkpoint Charlie, the officers reported, unclear whether dead or injured. In East Berlin, the Stasi reported that American troops had tried to break through the border. Moscow received a dispatch that spoke of an armed attack by imperialism. Washington, on the other hand, heard that Soviet units had attacked a U.S. convoy. This is how the misunderstanding began, which led to the greatest crisis of humanity. The reactions followed immediately. American tanks rolled towards the border area. M1 Abrams, freshly stationed, shook the ground. Soviet troops in Brandenburg went on alert. The wailing of sirens in the barracks woke up entire garrisons. On both sides of the wall, people were preparing as if war had already broken out. For the people of Berlin, it was a nightmare in slow motion. Radios reported explosions at the border of American fighter bombers that were supposedly already taking off. Nobody knew what was true. People stormed the supermarkets, tore tin cans, bread, and water bottles from the shelves. In the basements, families began to clean old air raid shelters, set up candles, dig out old gas and respiratory masks. It was as if the memory of the last war, of the firestorms of 1945, had suddenly come back to life. But this time, it was worse. Because this time it was clear to everyone, if this conflict escalated, no stone would be left unturned. In the Kremlin, the Politburo met for a special meeting. Andropov, ill but iron, listened to the reports. For him, the incident in Berlin was no coincidence. He saw this as a deliberate provocation by the West, which had already crossed a red line with the stationing of the Pershing II missiles in West Germany. In his speech, he spoke of imperialistic aggressions that must not go unanswered. The generals nodded, some with conviction, some with heavy hearts. At the same time, panic reigned in Washington. Reagan, a president who wanted to show strength, received conflicting reports. Some advisors advised restraint. No one wanted to start World War III because of a shot in Berlin. Others, hawks, called for an immediate military presence. "If we back down now," said one of them, "then Moscow will believe it can challenge us anywhere." The hours after the shot were a dance on a knife's edge. Diplomats tried to de-escalate through secret channels, while at the same time, generals studied operational plans. NATO commanders unfolded maps of Central Europe and marked possible breakthrough points of the Warsaw Pact. Soviet marching orders were prepared. And above it all lay Berlin, a city that suddenly felt like the center of the world. Protesters gathered in the streets of West Berlin, shouting peace, while at the same time, U.S. soldiers stood on street corners with live ammunition. In the east, units of the NVA marched up, ready to follow orders from Moscow. Families at the wall cried because they knew that they might never have contact again. Night fell, and cones of spotlights hung over the city like cold eyes. Helicopters rattled in the sky. Underground, in the bunkers of the commandos, men stared at flashing screens, listened to radio messages, tried to put the chaos in order. But there was no longer any order. There was only the certainty that the next step would decide everything. A spark would have been enough. Berlin was not yet burning, but the world was already in flames.
Chapter 2. NATO Headquarters on Alert. On that March morning in 1983, NATO headquarters in Brussels was no longer a place of sober routine, but a vibrating nerve center that echoed the pulse of impending war in every wall. Usually, mountains of files, endless meetings, and the constant search for consensus determined the everyday life of the generals, diplomats, and bureaucrats who worked in the long corridors of the building. But since the news from Berlin had reached the operating room, everything had changed. Sirens sounded, red telephones rang, and small lights were lit on the large maps of Central Europe, indicating troop movements and alert levels. General Bernard W. Rogers, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in Europe, was one of the first to rush into the operations room. His face, otherwise marked by the poker eye of a man who knew politics and war in equal measure, looked pale. He had heard the radio traffic from Berlin, the reports of gunfire, the allegedly seriously injured GDR border guard, the American tanks that had started moving. For him, there was no doubt. This was not just any incident, but a situation that could upset the fragile balance between East and West. Satellite images ran in on the large screen in the hall. Transports of Soviet troops near Dresden, an unusually large number of radio messages from Polish garrisons, movements of the Soviet 8th Guards Army. At the same time, NATO bases in West Germany reported that American and British units were on heightened readiness. What had so far been only a political tug-of-war threatened to lead to an open exchange of blows. The atmosphere in the room was electric. Diplomats called for immediate de-escalation, but the military spoke of necessary deterrence. One wrong word, one step too hesitant, and the opponent could interpret it as weakness. Rogers knew that Moscow was watching every NATO move closely. Retreating now could encourage the Warsaw Pact to move forward, but if you reacted too aggressively, it could mean the end. NATO Secretary General Joseph Luntz appeared in the room a little later to survey the situation. The Dutchman, whose otherwise calm manner had given many a feeling of stability, seemed tense. "Gentlemen," he said in a heavy voice, "we are standing on an abyss. Every step we take must be well considered." But while he was speaking, another telegram rushed in the background. Soviet tanks had been moved west in Brandenburg. Entire divisions were on their way to the border with the GDR Federal Republic. The cards on the tables turned into a scenario of horror. Arrows, which were normally only intended for simulation games, now marked real front lines. Names such as Fulda, Kassel, Hanover, or Nuremberg appeared. Cities that had been key points in NATO's strategic plans for a possible Soviet attack for decades. Everyone in the room knew that there, in the so-called Fulda Gap, the first major clash could occur if the war broke out. Meanwhile, the communication channels were running hot in the background. Washington continuously demanded reports. London and Paris sent their own assessments. The Federal Republic of Germany urgently asked to do everything possible to prevent an escalation, and at the same time, it put its armies on the highest alert level. Chancellor Helmut Kohl was already in close contact with the U.S. government, but he also knew that if NATO were to act in disagreement, the Federal Republic would be crushed in the center of the coming storm. Rogers briefly left the room to talk to the chiefs of staff. He was aware that his decisions could determine the life and death of millions. Should air surveillance over Berlin be strengthened now? Should reinforcements from the U.S. be called in before it was clear whether Moscow would actually strike? Each of these questions was a step on a path of no return. In the corridors of the headquarters, there was a confusion that had not been seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Secretaries ran with papers, translators were on the phone non-stop. Analysts placed stacks of new satellite images on the tables. From the basement rose the hum of the calculating machines that calculated scenarios. The more information came in, the more confusing the situation became. Particularly disturbing was a report from Norway. Their radar installations had reported unusual Soviet fleet movements in the Barents Sea. At the same time, movements were also recorded in Turkey on the border with Bulgaria. Was it all part of a large-scale offensive, or was it just a game of intimidation as had been seen many times before? No one could say. The discussion in the operating room became increasingly heated. A British general called for the so-called reinforcement of forces plans to be initiated immediately. That is, the rapid deployment of additional U.S. troops across the Atlantic. A French representative contradicted that France would not run headlessly into an escalation. The Italians warned against opening the southern flank. The Germans urged prudence because they would be the first victims. And while the Allies were arguing, the clock was ticking. In a small room next to the operating room sat a team of intelligence analysts. They evaluated intercepted Soviet radio messages that pointed to mobilization. But was it a defensive measure or preparation for the attack? A wiretapped report said that the Western powers had provoked and that they were prepared to secure the border. But another document suggested that the Soviets were planning massive troop movements over the next 48 hours. Meanwhile, the rep telephone was ready in Washington. It had not yet been used, but the connection to Moscow had been established in case direct communication was necessary. Reagan had retreated to the bunker under the White House, together with his advisors. He called on NATO to make clear proposals for action. But clarity was a foreign word in those hours. The longer the situation lasted, the greater the fear grew that it would no longer be diplomacy, but misunderstandings and technical errors that would determine the course of history. What if a NATO pilot flew too close to the GDR border during an exercise? What if a Soviet radar officer interpreted a wrong move as an attack? In a world in which both sides had tens of thousands of tanks, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and a nuclear arsenal ready, every little thing could mean the end. As night fell, the faces of the men and women at NATO headquarters were marked by exhaustion. Coffee and cigarette smoke hung in the air. The neon lights burned brightly. The cards on the tables were overflowing with red and blue markings. General Rogers stood at the window of his office and looked out into the darkness of Brussels. He thought of his homeland, of his family, of the responsibility heavier than any burden he had ever carried. That night he knew. The future of the world hung by a thread, and he was one of those who had to prevent it from tearing. And yet, deep down, he feared that the thread had already begun to break.
Chapter 3. The Kremlin decides on an emergency. In the long corridors of the Kremlin, in those March days in 1983, footsteps echoed that sounded heavier than usual. The palace, a symbol of Russian power and centuries of rule, had become the nerve center of a world that was pushed to the brink of annihilation. Behind the high walls sat men whose faces were marked by decades of mistrust, illness, and paranoia. The Soviet Union was an empire that had to show strength externally, while internally it suffered from economic weakness and political rigidity. But now, after the shooting in Berlin and the alarming reports from Brussels, a decision was faced that was to determine the course of history. Yuri Andropov, General Secretary of the Communist Party, sat that evening in a darkened hall, his forehead shadowed, his hands pressed convulsively on the table. He was marked by illness. His kidneys were failing, his body was weak, but his mind was clearer than ever before. Next to him sat the most powerful men in the Soviet Union: Defense Minister Dmitry Ustinov, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, Chief of the General Staff Nikolai Ogarkov, and a handful of other Politburo members. All were old, many were sick, but everyone knew that the burden of decision rested on their shoulders. The reports that were put on the table were contradictory and yet frightening. Satellite images showed NATO tanks lined up in West Germany. Radio messages indicated an increased operational readiness of American bombers. The Stasi reported that hectic consultations were taking place in Bonn, that even trains with material were rolling westwards. For the Soviet leadership, the picture was clear. The West was preparing for an attack. Andropov cleared his throat. His voice sounded brittle, but the room fell silent immediately. "Comrades," he began, "we are at a crossroads. The imperialists have shed blood in Berlin. They test our resolve. If we seem weak, they will continue. If we react harshly, we may still be able to stop them." Ustinov struck the table with his fist. "We must not hesitate any longer. Our troops are ready. The 8th Guards Army is on the border. The Air Force is on standby. Retreating would be a betrayal of our people." But Gromyko, the gray fox of Soviet diplomacy, raised his hand in warning. An attack means war with NATO, and war with NATO may mean the end of the world. We have to check whether this incident cannot be de-escalated. Voices rose, arguments clashed as night fell over Moscow. Some called for a limited counterstrike, an advance in West Berlin to demonstrate strength. Others demanded that the entire Soviet military machine be set in motion immediately before NATO could strike the first blow. In the minds of many was the memory of Hitler's invasion of 1941, of the catastrophe that had arisen at that time because people had reacted too late. This trauma still determined the thinking of the Soviet generals. Ogarkov laid cards on the table. He showed the gaps in NATO defense. He spoke of the Fulda Gap, of the possibility of reaching the Rhine in just a few days if one proceeded decisively now. "Comrades," he said in a cutting voice, "if we act now, Central Europe is ours. If we wait, we belong to the Americans." The discussion lasted hours. Outside, in frosty Moscow, the city was silent, as if it sensed that its fate was being decided in these rooms. Soldiers patrolled the streets, citizens hurried home with their heads bowed. Radios played patriotic songs. No one knew what was going on inside the Kremlin. At last, Andropov rose. His steps were uncertain, but his gaze was steady. "Comrades," he said, "we have no choice. The West fired the first shot. They want to test us. We will show them that we are not weak. I order mobilization. All Western military districts are on alert level 1. The 8th Guards Army marches to the border. The Air Force secures the airspace. And we are sending a message to Washington. Any further attack will be met with all severity." Silence filled the room as the words faded away. Some nodded, others hesitated, but no one openly objected. The Politburo had spoken, and so the decision had been made. That same night, courier vehicles raced through Moscow. Orders were transmitted to garrisons. Red lights flashed in command bunkers. Soldiers were awakened. Tank drivers started their engines. Railway trains loaded themselves with tanks, rocket launchers, and supplies. Entire divisions began to move west. In the villages of Belarus and Ukraine, people heard the rattling of tracked vehicles, saw columns of trucks passing by their houses. Children pressed their faces against the window panes, while their parents only shook their heads silently. Everyone knew what that meant.
The war that had always been feared to come was now a reality. In the Kremlin, however, there was no euphoria. The men who had given the order knew that they had taken a path from which there was no turning back. Andropov sat in his study, staring at a glass of tea that had long since grown cold. He thought of the millions of people who would die in the coming firestorm, of the cities that would fall into rubble. But he also saw no alternative. In its worldview, the West was determined to destroy the Soviet Union, and whoever hesitated first was lost. When the sun rose over Moscow, thousands of Soviet tanks were already rolling westwards. In Poland and the GDR, the commandos began to gather their units. Airfields in Ukraine filled with jets ready for takeoff. Missile positions were activated. The emergency, which had been played out for decades in simulation games, had become reality. And while the world still hoped that diplomacy could extinguish the fire, the Kremlin had long since decided to light the fire.
Chapter 4: Spies and Fake News. War had not yet been officially declared, but it had long since been unleashed in the shadows. While tanks rolled on the streets and generals drew plans in command rooms, the invisible men and women of the secret services fought a battle that was no less decisive. Because in those days when East and West were suspicious of each other, information was the deadliest weapon. And disinformation was its twin, even more dangerous because it could not only deceive the enemy, but also poison its own ranks. Moscow had decided on an emergency. NATO was under high tension. But no one knew exactly what intentions the opponent was actually pursuing. What were mere threatening gestures? What were real preparations for an attack? Spies, agent networks, doppelgangers, and radio messages were now to decide on this question. In West Berlin, the city full of secrets that already seemed like a giant chessboard of the secret services, the wires were running hot. CIA agents frequented smoky pubs with GDR dissidents. The Stasi had bugged entire blocks of houses in which Americans and British were spied on. Couriers exchanged inconspicuous envelopes on dark street corners, the contents of which were to reach the highest command centers in the next few hours. Everyone knew that a false report, a deliberately spread lie, could set entire armies in motion. That morning, a message reached Washington that was of immense importance. A double agent in Warsaw had reported that the Soviets were planning a surprise strike on West Germany within 72 hours. He spoke of prepared attack corridors, of marching orders that were supposedly already in the drawers. The CIA immediately forwarded this report, but Langley and the Pentagon racked their brains. Was the source trustworthy, or were they deliberately fed a false report to drive NATO to hasty actions? In the Kremlin, on the other hand, completely different rumors were circulating. The KGB residency in Bonn reported that American generals had long since given the order for the first strike. It was said that Pershing II missiles would be ready for use in a few days to take out the Soviet command centers in a decapitation strike. In the corridors of the KGB, there was talk of Operation Ryan, the major project that for years had been aimed at gathering evidence of an imminent nuclear attack by the West. Every clue, no matter how small, was now interpreted as evidence. A nighttime light in a U.S. embassy, an additional train on a West German railway line, an inexplicable stop of a NATO plane. All of these became puzzle pieces of a conspiracy that may not even exist. But in those days, the line between truth and deception became blurred. And that is exactly what made the situation so deadly. One example took place in Hamburg. There, a Soviet agent, disguised as a dock worker, had access to a NATO supply depot. He reported hectic activity, freighters allegedly loaded with ammunition, new troops arriving in port. What he didn't know was that some of these observations were the result of deliberate deception. NATO had begun to use dummies, oversized containers with nothing but scrap metal inside, which looked like arms deliveries. It was hoped that in this way the enemy would be misled, that his attention would be directed to false targets. But NATO was not the only one to play this game. The KGB also deliberately spread false reports. Through seemingly harmless channels, it was leaked that Soviet troops had massive problems with supplies. Tanks were without fuel. Entire divisions were not operational. Western analysts began to hope that the opponent was weaker than expected. In reality, the columns were already on alert and were just waiting for the order to advance. In the offices of the secret services, the lights burned day and night. Men in gray suits and tired faces stared at telegrams, wiretapping protocols, encrypted messages. Everyone tried to see patterns, everyone searched for the truth, but in the end, only a mosaic of half-truths remained. A British analyst in Cheltenham wrote in his notebook in those days, "We no longer know what is real. Any clue could be deception. We could stumble into war without any of us really understanding why." These words did not become known until decades later, but they reflected the feeling of an entire generation of intelligence officers. At the same time, another drama was playing out on the streets. In West Germany, rumors spread rapidly. A single radio message that landed in the wrong ears could cause panic. So it happened that a radio presenter in Frankfurt falsely reported that Soviet troops had crossed the border. Within a few hours, thousands of people fled westward. Highways were clogged, gas stations were emptied. Only later did it turn out that it had only been a misinterpretation, but the damage was done. The politicians knew that they were dependent on information that they could no longer fully verify themselves. In Washington, the CIA and the Pentagon got into a dispute over whether the reports from Warsaw were credible. In Moscow, it was hardly different. The KGB conjured up threats that were perhaps only based on imagination, but the generals took them at face value. And while diplomats were still talking on the phone, while analysts were still arguing, while spies were exchanging messages in the shadows, tanks continued to march west in the east. Every false report, every exaggerated interpretation, every deliberately spread doubt accelerated the pace of escalation. So it happened that the war did not begin with a clear order, not with a deliberately planned attack, but with a tangle of misunderstandings, deceptions, and lies. The spies had done their job, too well perhaps, because now everyone believed that the enemy wanted to strike, and so they prepared themselves for the strike. In retrospect, it seemed as if the truth had disappeared in those days. Only fear remained. And it was she who acted like poison in the command rooms, poisoning the decisions, tightening the orders. The shadow war of the spies had long since become the engine of open war. As night fell over Europe, the roar of airplanes, the rattle of tracked vehicles, the clash of weapons could be heard in the cities. But louder than all that was the whisper of rumors that swept through the world like a storm, and no one could stop them.
Chapter 5. Mobilization in the East. The Kremlin's decision to initiate an emergency spread like a shock through the entire Warsaw Pact. From the Carpathians to the Baltic Sea, from the vast plains of Poland to the dense forests of the GDR, the call for mobilization echoed. Trains whistled at night, tanks rattled over cobblestones. Soldiers were torn from their dormitories to be transferred to the front within a few hours. The Eastern Bloc countries had been playing out scenarios for this moment for decades, but now it was reality. In the GDR, nervousness was greatest. No other country was so directly between the fronts. While orders were given in Moscow and divisions were set in motion in Poland, the leadership in East Berlin knew that their country would become a battlefield. Erich Honecker, who otherwise seemed stiff and controlled, was erratic these days. The Stasi reported an increasing number of escape attempts. People pushed towards the insurmountable border, as if they sensed that they would soon be left with nothing but smoke and rubble. But there was no turning back for the NVA.
Their soldiers, young, dutiful, many still almost children, were sent in columns to the west to strengthen the front shoulder to shoulder with Soviet units. In Poland, the trains ran non-stop. The First Polish Army, long a pride of the People's Republic, received the order to secure the Oder area and to be ready as reinforcements. Many Polish soldiers had little sympathy for Moscow in their hearts, but in these hours obedience was mandatory. Anyone who hesitated risked death by court-martial. So they marched, sang songs that sounded hollow, and saw in the eyes of the peasants who watched them by the wayside the fear of what was to come. There was also feverish activity in Czechoslovakia. Armored divisions rolled through Prague, over bridges that had already experienced the invasion of 1968. Now it was no longer uprisings against Soviet power that were to be crushed, but a world war that was being prepared. The Czech officers knew they had little choice, but they did their duty, while families in the villages hoarded food and priests silently prayed for peace in dark churches. The epicenter of the mobilization, however, lay in the Soviet Union itself. In Belarus, in Ukraine, and the Baltic states, entire garrisons were set in motion. Trains full of T-72 tanks thundered west, accompanied by endless columns of trucks, ammunition depots, medical units, and field kitchens. Old women stood by the roadsides and wept as they watched the young men pass by, many of them for the last time. Because even if no one said it out loud, in their hearts everyone knew that a war against NATO was a war from which hardly anyone would return. The generals of the Warsaw Pact saw this mobilization as the key to victory. Speed was everything. If you were faster than NATO, if you pushed through the gaps in West Germany with massive force before reinforcements arrived from overseas, you might be able to decide the war on the continent. The Rhine was the great goal, a line that, if crossed, would force the West to think about negotiations. But the way there led through cities and villages, over millions of people who would be crushed in the grinding mill of the front. In the barracks, the mood was ambivalent. Many soldiers were young and inexperienced, some still peasant boys who had never been outside their homeland before. They had heard the slogans of fraternal peoples and anti-fascist protective wall, but they hardly believed in them. For them, the war was not an ideological struggle, but a sudden reality that devoured their lives. Some hastily wrote letters home that might never arrive. Others stared silently into the gray morning sky as they climbed onto their shells. The population in the Eastern Bloc countries felt the mobilization like an earthquake. In Poland, food disappeared from the shops. In Prague, there were hours-long queues in front of pharmacies. In Leipzig, rumors were heard that entire residential districts were to be evacuated. The radios played patriotic music, proclaimed slogans of perseverance, and announced exercises, but everyone knew that these were no longer exercises. The situation in East Berlin was particularly dramatic. There was a climate of fear there. The wall was suddenly no longer just a border, it was a front line. People heard the roar of Soviet engines in the distance, saw planes circling in the sky. The Stasi was omnipresent, tracking down rumors, arresting suspects who spoke of war. But the silence didn't help. The city vibrated with fear. Some began to equip their basements, others desperately tried to activate contacts with the West in order to perhaps escape after all. And while all this was happening, the eyes of the world were looking to Moscow. NATO knew that mobilization was beginning, but it did not know when the first strike would fall. Was this just a bluff, a demonstration of strength to intimidate the West? Or was the Warsaw Pact really preparing for the biggest attack since World War II? Every message, every photo, every intercepted conversation was analyzed in Washington and Brussels. But the more information was collected, the clearer it became, the more real it became, and it was enormous. The East was rearming as it had not done since 1945. Entire swaths of land were transformed into marching paths. Roads were closed to civilian traffic, bridges were reinforced, and railway lines were reserved exclusively for military transport. Supplies were hoarded in huge depots: fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and field kitchens. Old women stood by the roadsides and wept as they watched the young men pass by, many of them for the last time. Because even if no one said it out loud, in their hearts everyone knew that a war against NATO was a war from which hardly anyone would return.
Chapter 6. The West Reciprocates. The news of the mobilization in the East hit the Western capitals like a thunderclap. In Bonn, Brussels, Washington, London, and Paris, those responsible immediately understood that the time of diplomatic leeway was coming to an end. The images of Soviet tank columns rolling across the streets of Poland and the GDR were unmistakable. No one could speak of maneuvers anymore, no one of pure threatening gestures. The Warsaw Pact had started moving, and it was clear that the West had to respond, or resign itself to its fate. In the Federal Republic of Germany, the country that was at the center of the coming storm, there was feverish activity. Chancellor Helmut Kohl, agitated but determined, called his cabinet together. Ministers, who usually weighed their words in long debates, talked at the same time. Some demanded that a state of emergency be declared immediately. Others wanted to push for negotiations one last time. But while they were talking, new reports reached the Chancellery. In East Germany, divisions were taxiing westwards. The Soviet fleet was ready in the ports of the Baltic Sea. Jets were constantly circling over the GDR. Kohl knew that there was no turning back. In his address to the nation, he spoke of the darkest hours since 1945 and swore the German citizens to cohesion. In the barracks of the Bundeswehr, there was no longer any hesitation. Soldiers were ordered to take up their positions on the inner German border. Tank brigades left their depots and marched towards Fulda, towards the Luneburg Heath, towards Bavaria. Low-loaders transported missile positions. Anti-aircraft guns were brought into position. They knew they were outnumbered by their opponents, but the Bundeswehr was well-trained, motivated, and determined to buy time. Time that NATO needed to bring reinforcements across the Atlantic. Alarm bells were also ringing in the United States. President Reagan convened his Security Council and declared the highest level of readiness. Aircraft carrier groups in the Atlantic and Mediterranean were ordered to advance towards Europe. In the bases on the U.S. East Coast, a logistical operation of gigantic proportions began. Troops were loaded, tank brigades were put on ships, entire airborne divisions were put on standby. Washington did not want to take any risks. Europe could not fall into the hands of Moscow. In Britain, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher stood in the House of Commons and spoke with a harshness that impressed even her political opponents. She declared that the Soviet Union had challenged the free world and that Britain would stand firmly by the side of the US and NATO. RAF bases in England were placed on high alert overnight. Fighter bombers stood on the runways with sharp weapons, ready to take off within minutes. France, which had long shown itself to be independent, has moved closer to the alliance these days. President François Mitterrand had recognized that the defense of Europe was only possible together. French armored divisions moved toward the Rhine, and the Force de Frappe, France's own nuclear deterrent, was put on alert. It was a clear signal. If Moscow went too far, Paris would not hesitate to use its nuclear weapons. NATO was planning feverishly in these hours. In Brussels, scenarios were discussed on how to delay the advance of the Warsaw Pact. It was known that the front in Germany was the key. If the Soviet armies were to reach the Rhine, the war would hardly be politically winnable. So the generals did everything they could to strengthen defense lines, secure bottlenecks, protect Air Force bases. But the Western response was not only militarily, but also socially noticeable. A wave of panic broke out in the cities of West Germany. Radios reported troop movements. Television stations showed pictures of tanks rolling eastwards. People stormed the train stations, tried to flee to the south or to France.
Highways were clogged while military vehicles tried to make their way east. Schools were closed, hospitals prepared for mass wounded, churches filled with people praying as if it were their last day. At the same time, NATO used all available intelligence resources. Satellites flew over the GDR. Listening stations in West Germany and Norway recorded hectic radio messages. But the more information they received, the clearer it became. The East was serious. In the first 48 hours of mobilization alone, more than 1 million Warsaw Pact soldiers had set in motion. The Western response became a demonstration of power. Endless formations of transport planes took off over the Atlantic these days. C-5 Galaxy and C-141 Starlifters filled the sky, loaded with tanks, helicopters, soldiers. In West Germany, planes landed every minute, while ground staff feverishly unloaded the freight. For many civilians standing at the edge of the runways, it was a ghostly spectacle. The sky full of planes, the ground full of war equipment. But the political unity of the West was not without cracks. In Italy, in Spain, and also in the Netherlands, there were mass demonstrations against the escalation. People took to the streets demanding disarmament, peace, negotiations. But their voices were drowned in the thunder of the tanks. Politicians who were still hesitant were overwhelmed by the events. Meanwhile, NATO began to subtly activate its nuclear deterrent. Missile sites in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands have been brought to alert level. American submarines with Polaris missiles took their positions. The message was clear. If Moscow tried to advance too far, the West would dare to launch a nuclear strike if necessary. In those days, Europe seemed to be a huge chessboard on which both sides brought their pieces into position. The East had pushed its pawns, knights, and rooks forward, but the West responded by moving its queen and bishop. Everyone knew that soon the first pieces would be swept off the board, and that it would not stop at the pieces, but would affect millions of people. The West's response was thus more than just a military response. It was a political commitment. The free world showed that it was not prepared to give up the continent without a fight. But the same question lay on the faces of the generals, politicians, and citizens. Would this answer be enough to deter the East? Or was it just the prelude to a storm that would spare no one? As the sun rose over Europe, NATO tanks stood on the inner German border. Planes circled over West Germany. Ships left American ports to cross the ocean. The West had responded. War had not yet been declared, but it had long been underway.
Chapter 7. The German Front Line. Germany had become the heart of the confrontation, the battlefield on which the fate of the continent was to be decided. The inner German border, for decades a symbol of division and ideological hatred, was transformed into a blazing front line these days. It was no longer just a wall, a fence, a minefield between two systems. It was the interface where the armor chains of the superpowers would interlock. And everyone knew that if the front line broke once, the war would be unleashed in a storm that could no longer be stopped. In the north, the line ran through the plains of Schleswig-Holstein, further south through the forests of Lower Saxony and Hesse, until it finally reached the mountains of Bavaria in the south. Everywhere, troops, NATO, and the Warsaw Pact stood opposite each other like two colossi waiting for the signal to attack. It was a line of steel, firepower, and fear, lined with bunkers, minefields, and anti-tank barriers. On the eastern side, Soviet divisions marched close together. In Mecklenburg, units of the 2nd Guards Tank Army were ready to advance via Lübeck and Hamburg. In Saxony, units of the 1st Guards Tank Army, supported by NVA divisions, pushed towards Fulda Gap. On the maps of the Soviet generals, this aisle had been the key to the Western advance for decades. Anyone who was able to break through here had a clear path to the Rhine. The soldiers waited in bunkers, columns of tanks stood camouflaged in forests, rocket launch pads were set up between farms and fields. On the western side, the Bundeswehr had unleashed all its strength along the border. The 1st Armored Division was stationed in Lower Saxony, supported by British and Belgian units.
The American 3rd Panzer Division and the 11th Panzer Grenadier Division of the Bundeswehr were stationed in the Hessian area. Bavaria was secured by mountain troops and U.S. troops. Between all these forces there were fortified lines, trenches, positions for anti-tank missiles. The soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, knowing that in an emergency they could only gain time until reinforcements arrived from overseas. The mood on the front line was one of tension. Soldiers wrote their last letters home, smoked nervously in the cold nights, listened to the hum of Soviet engines on the other side. Some tried to maintain everyday life. Football was played, there were conversations about home and family, but everyone knew that this routine was only an attempt to cover up fear, because the border had become a powder keg and any incident could trigger the explosion. The civilian population in the border regions lived in a state between panic and resignation. Villages in Hesse, Bavaria, and Lower Saxony were evacuated. Families hastily packed their belongings and fled to the west, as far away as possible from the threatening front. Many had memories of 1945, of the burning cities, of the advance of foreign armies. Now they saw their children stumble into the same nightmare. Farmers left their fields behind, schools were closed, churches served as collection points for refugees. NATO tried to delay the emergency as long as possible, but militarily it had to hold the border like a bulwark. Radar systems at the front registered every movement. Interceptors stood on the runways with their engines running. The radio messages exceeded the urgency levels every hour. Each side waited for the first shot, for the signal that would unleash hell. In the Fulda Gap, the valley in Hesse where the Soviet divisions and the American tank brigades faced each other directly, the tension was greatest. It was at this point that the generals knew that the war would be decided. American soldiers looked with night vision goggles at Soviet positions only a few kilometers away. They saw the shadows of tanks, sometimes even heard the distant laughter of Russian soldiers. It was a ghostly peace, like breathing in before a storm. The propaganda on both sides increased the tension. In the East, newspapers reported on imperialist provocations. In the West, there was talk of the Red Peril. Soldiers listened to radio broadcasts reminding them of their duty, of the fatherland, of freedom or socialism. But in the eyes of many, the ideology was secondary. It was a matter of bare survival. The front line was not only a place of military confrontation, but also a place where humanity was put to the test. There were encounters between soldiers who happened to talk to each other through loudspeakers, small gestures across the border, a song that was played, a light signal, a short wave. But these moments were rare and always overshadowed by the certainty that they would soon have to kill themselves. The longer the troops faced each other, the more the danger grew that a misunderstanding would unleash the war. A radio message that was misinterpreted, a patrol vehicle that crossed the border too far, a shell that was accidentally fired in the wrong direction, all this could be enough. NATO commanders therefore gave strict orders to avoid any provocation, but they knew that the control was fragile. Meanwhile, the generals on both sides pressed for clarity. The Soviets wanted the order to attack before NATO could fully deploy its reinforcements. NATO wanted more time to strengthen the lines of defense. It was a race, and the front-line Germany was the chessboard on which this race was fought. The soldiers who stood there didn't know what strategies were decided in Moscow or Washington. All they knew was that their fingers were on the trigger, that their tanks were idling, that the minefields in front of them were armed. They saw the enemy at eye level and waited for someone, somewhere far away, to give the signal to set the machines of death in motion. In those days, Germany was no longer a country, but a battlefield that was not yet burning, but was already under fire. The front line was stretched like a wire, and everyone knew, if it breaks, the explosion will tear the whole continent apart.
Chapter 8. Civilians Between Hope and Fear. The front line had been drawn. The tanks were rolling, the generals were gathering around their maps, but for the millions of civilians in Europe, the situation was different. They were not pawns on the operational plans, but people of flesh and blood, caught between hope and fear. They tried to maintain their everyday lives while the continent was on the brink of the abyss. Some clung to the routine, as if filled coffee cups and morning bus rides could avert the impending catastrophe. Others gave in to panic, bought supplies, fled, or sought refuge in cellars that still date back to the Second World War. In West Germany, the fear became particularly palpable. Cities such as Kassel, Fulda, and Hanover were only a few kilometers away from the planned advance routes of the Soviets. People knew that their homeland could be turned into a battlefield within hours. Newspapers carried headlines in oversized letters: "East mobilizes, West responds." The television news showed endless columns of military vehicles rolling through the streets and soldiers taking up positions. For many families, this was the moment when reality became unstoppable. The sirens, which were intended for exercises, suddenly shrilled again, and no one could say whether they were just testing this time or already sounding the alarm. In Frankfurt and Hamburg, in Cologne and Munich, the supermarket shelves only filled up, only to be swept empty within a few hours. Flour, sugar, canned meat, water, batteries, candles, everything that could be useful in an emergency disappeared. Pharmacists reported that sedatives and painkillers were the best-selling products. People stood in queues for hours, and it was not uncommon for these scenes to end in arguments, sometimes even in physical brawls. Because everyone knew it could be a matter of survival. The churches experienced an unexpected rush. Old women who had not been to Mass for decades knelt in the pews again. Children were hastily baptized. Priests heard confessions that often consisted only of tears and sobs. Bells rang longer than usual, as if they wanted to drown out the fear with their sound. On the street, too, one encountered gestures that would have been unthinkable in quieter times. Strangers hugged each other, distributed supplies, whispered courage. The situation was different in the East, where the civilian population was kept in a mixture of a sense of duty and dull fear by propaganda. In East Berlin, loudspeakers proclaimed slogans of perseverance. The Soviet Union protects peace, NATO is the aggressor. But behind closed doors, people spoke a different language. Many remembered the bombing nights of 1945, the evacuations, the firestorms. Now they believed that this hell would return. Families tried to hoard food, but the shelves in the shops had been scarce for years anyway. In many a cellar, old preserving jars and sacks of potatoes were piled up, paltry supplies compared to what was to come. The situation was particularly bad in the border villages of the GDR. There, you could hear every movement of the Soviet tanks, feel the shaking of the ground as columns passed by. Children cried in fear at night while their parents told them fairy tales that could hardly calm them down. Some tried to flee, but the border fortifications were insurmountable. Anyone who was caught risked their lives. During these days, the Stasi arrested dozens of people who wanted to cross the wall in panic. In Poland, which was already under martial law, desperation was particularly great. The population had been suffering from economic hardship for years, and now there was also the fear of a war that would once again turn the country into a field of rubble. Farmers watched in silence as tanks rolled across their fields, knowing that their crops were lost. Women stood on street corners and waved at their husbands, who were dressed in uniforms and were driven away in trucks. No one said they wouldn't return, but everyone knew. In the West, many began to make plans for a possible escape. Some families packed suitcases with the most important papers, jewelry, a few items of clothing, so that they could leave in an emergency. Others left their homes and moved to relatives further south or west, hoping to be safer there. But the borders were narrow, the roads were congested, trains overcrowded. In the stations, scenes played out like in the last days of the Second World War. Children who were lost, old people who collapsed from exhaustion, families who got lost in the crowd. And yet, even in the midst of this panic, there were moments of defiance and hope. Young people continued to meet in bars and clubs as if they wanted to get intoxicated with life one last time. Musicians played concerts that turned into improvised peace demonstrations. People held up signs, "Never again war."
knowing that they could do little with it, but convinced that silence would be even worse. Governments on both sides tried to reassure the civilian population, but their words sounded hollow. In Bonn, Chancellor Kohl spoke of tests that the country will pass. In East Berlin, Honecker swore that the socialist brother states would win. But in the living rooms, in front of the flickering televisions, or in the dark kitchens where candlelight was the only light, hardly anyone believed in these promises. People instinctively felt that it was no longer about victory or defeat, but about their bare survival. Schools sent children home, universities were closed. Hospitals discharged patients who were not life-threateningly ill to make room for the wounded who would soon arrive. Doctors prepared for mass casualties, nurses packed emergency bags. Civil defense organizations dug up old plans, bunker lists were published, gas masks and first aid kits suddenly became the most important possessions again. The cities changed their face. Parking garages became emergency shelters, gymnasiums became assembly points, subway stations became temporary shelters. Siren exercises, which had been almost forgotten in recent years, now sounded daily. Children screamed when the howling sound sounded. Adults threw themselves into the cellars in a hurry. In all this desperation, a strange form of community grew. Neighbors who had hardly greeted each other for years now exchanged supplies, offered places to sleep, took care of the elderly. Small communities formed everywhere, trying to find a foothold in the midst of fear. It was as if the people had felt that they could only get through the coming storms together. But as strong as hope and cohesion might be, fear prevailed. Every day brought new rumors, new news, new fear. The radios reported on Soviet troop movements, the newspapers wrote about NATO planes that were ready for takeoff. No one knew when the first shot would be fired, but everyone was convinced that it had to be fired. And so millions of civilians lived between hope and fear. They hoped that perhaps diplomats would still manage to prevent the war, and they feared that their homes, their families, their lives would be wiped out in a single firestorm. Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, France, all over the continent, people held their breath. The war had not yet begun, but it had already arrived in their hearts.
Chapter 9. The First Shots. The days of tension had felt like an endless spiral of fear, threats, and mobilizations, but at some point it became clear to everyone that this state of affairs could not last forever. Every hour that tanks were on both sides of the border, every radio message, every maneuver increased the likelihood that an incident would finally ignite the war. And so it came, as it had to come. The first shots were fired, and with them the last illusion that this conflict could still be contained was shattered. It was a cold morning in April 1983 when the inevitable happened in the Fulda Gap. Fog hung over the fields, farms stood still as if people had held their breath. American reconnaissance troops moved cautiously through the hilly terrain, their night vision goggles fixing shadows on the horizon. On the other side, just a few kilometers away, Soviet armored divisions stood in dense formation, waiting for the signal to attack. The air vibrated with tension, as if it could be cut with a knife. A U.S. reconnaissance vehicle, a small jeep, accidentally went too far east. It was not an attack, not a calculated step, just a wrong turn on a confusing country road. But in the bunkers of the Soviet outposts, the movement was interpreted as a provocation. An officer, young and under pressure, gave the order to fire. Seconds later, a shot broke the silence. An anti-tank missile hit the jeep. The vehicle went up in flames. The explosion echoed through the valley. The American units reacted immediately. Radios screamed, orders were issued, artillery moved into position. Within minutes, U.S. troops returned fire with shells that struck across the line and hit Soviet positions. A single shot had turned into a firefight, and this fire spread at lightning speed. Soviet tanks drove their guns out of cover, responded to the artillery fire with a force that made the ground shake. The fog tore under the thunder of the guns. The air was filled with smoke, screams, and the metallic screech of machine gun volleys.
Within half an hour, the Fulda Gap was no longer a place of tense calm, but the epicenter of an open war. The news spread like wildfire. In Brussels, Washington, and Moscow, reports were received within a few minutes. Firefights at the border, unclear whether limited incident or start of the offensive. But the reality at the front left no doubt. Entire battalions were set in motion, tank tracks ate into the ground, missiles hissed into the sky. The war had begun. All hell broke loose in the surrounding villages. People ran out of their homes, trying to grab the essentials while the first shells hit. Roofs flew into the air, barns burned, animals ran across the streets in panic. Children screamed, mothers pulled them desperately to them, while fathers realized with blank stares that their homeland had become a battlefield within minutes. NATO commanders quickly realized that this was no longer just a skirmish. Within a few hours, orders were issued to put all lines of defense on high alert. Sirens wailed throughout West Germany. Soldiers took up positions. The Luftwaffe launched planes that were already waiting on the runways with ammunition. The West responded, and the front turned into a sea of flames. For the Soviet generals, the firefight was the signal they had been secretly waiting for. In the Kremlin, they interpreted the incident as evidence of NATO's aggression. The order to attack was no longer delayed. Entire armies set themselves in motion, accompanied by tanks, infantry, and artillery. What began as a shot from a single bunker turned into the largest military offensive since 1945 within hours. The first shots had not only unleashed a battle, but an avalanche that could no longer be stopped. Fighting broke out all along the German border. In Lower Saxony, British tanks fired on Soviet advances. In Bavaria, mountain troops got into heavy fighting with Czechoslovakian units. Air defense systems sent tracer projectiles into the sky, while over both sides the first planes were shot down and fell to the ground burning. For the soldiers at the front, it was the moment they had feared for weeks. Young men who had hoped days ago that the war would turn away now found themselves in firefights in which seconds made the difference between life and death. Blood soaked the fields, smoke settled over the forests, roads turned into rubble. The fear gave way to a cruel reality. They had to fight or die. The civilian population experienced the war in its most naked form. Sirens screamed incessantly as people fled into basements and subway shafts. Radios reported incessantly unconfirmed battles, but everyone knew that it was more than that. Entire cities were evacuated, hospitals overcrowded, train stations stormed by desperate masses. Nobody knew where to flee to because the war was spreading everywhere. In the capitals of the world, the reaction was breathless. Washington spoke of unprovoked attacks by the Warsaw Pact, while Moscow accused NATO of firing the first shot. Diplomats feverishly tried to make contact, but the channels were overflowing with orders, emergency calls, calls for help. No one could stop the events. The first shots had been fired, and they had opened the gates to hell.
Chapter 10. NATO tanks roll east. The first shots had opened the floodgates, and the front line in Germany had gone up in flames. But NATO did not want to rely solely on defense. In the command rooms of Brussels and Bonn, the conviction had grown that the advance of the Warsaw Pact could not be stopped by passive waiting alone. You had to show strength, take the initiative, and surprise the opponent with a counterattack. So the order was given to set tank brigades in motion, not only to secure lines, but also to actively advance eastwards. In the early morning hours of the second day of the war, entire divisions of the Bundeswehr and the U.S. Army rose from their positions. M1 Abrams and Leopard 2 tanks, gleaming at dawn, rolled over paved roads and dirt roads with a thunderous roar. Their chains left deep traces in the soggy soils, while the columns moved for kilometers through the landscapes of northern and central Hesse. Soldiers sat tensely in the towers, rifles at the ready, while radios continuously passed on orders and messages. For the population, who saw these steel waves pass by, it was a picture of comfort and horror in equal measure. Some waved to the soldiers, threw bread and water to them as if to encourage them. Others stared blankly, knowing that these tanks might be the last hope, but also that they would carry the war even deeper into their country. Children covered their ears when the engines roared, while old people were reminded of the columns of 1945. The NATO offensive was risky. Strategically, it was not intended as a large-scale attack, but as an advance to force Soviet troops to slow down their own offensive. The staff spoke of limited operations, but at the front it meant that young men rolled east in their tanks, not knowing if they would ever return. The first focus was in the area north of Fulda, where American armored divisions hit Soviet vanguards with full force. The roar of the engines, the screeching of the chains, and the crash of the guns merged into an inferno. Tank duels raged in fields that had been tilled by farmers the day before. Abrams against T-72, Leopard against T-64. It was a fight that had been calculated for decades in the general simulation games, but now brutal reality. NATO used its technological superiority. Western tanks had more modern aiming systems, stronger armor, more precise guns. But the Soviets had the masses. For every destroyed T-72, a new one seemed to appear, accompanied by infantry jumping out of armored personnel carriers and dispersing into the woods and villages. Entire villages were transformed into fortresses from which machine gun fire crackled. Houses collapsed, barns burned, fields were furrowed by shell fire. The Bundeswehr fought side by side with the Americans. In Lower Saxony, Leopard tanks advanced, supported by British Challenger tanks coming from the direction of Hanover. Together, they clashed with Soviet units that were trying to advance towards Hamburg. The fighting was fierce. Roads changed control several times a day. Sometimes NATO troops won a village, only to have to evacuate it a few hours later. As the tanks rolled east, all hell broke loose in the sky. NATO Air Force and U.S. Air Force attacked Soviet columns, pounced on bridges, supply lines, and supply depots with low-flying attacks. But the Soviets also struck back. MiG and Sukhoi jets took off. Missile defense systems fired tracers into the sky, and burning planes crashed to the ground again and again, while parachutes drew like white spots in the smoke. For the soldiers on the ground, the advance was a dance between hope and fear of death. In their radios, they heard the orders, but also the cries for help from comrades who were under fire. Some tanks burned with their crews in seconds. Others managed to knock out several Soviet vehicles before they were hit themselves. The ground shook incessantly, as if the gods themselves had decided to shatter the continent. But the NATO tanks continued to roll. In the first few days, they succeeded in stopping the Soviet advances in some sectors, even pushing them back. Especially in the Kassel area, Soviet units were surprised and suffered heavy losses. Western media reported with restrained euphoria of initial successes, but the generals knew that these victories had been bought at a high price and only meant a postponement. The population along the front paid the highest price. Villages became fields of rubble, cities became combat zones. People fled wherever they could, while their homes disappeared in the flames of the fighting. Hospitals were overcrowded. Improvised hospitals were set up in schools and churches. Women desperately searched for their children. Men dug with their bare hands for buried victims. In Washington and Brussels, the NATO offensive was followed with tense attention. Success could boost morale and force the opponent to delay his offensive. But failure would have disastrous consequences, not only militarily, but also politically. President Reagan spoke of heroes defending the freedom of Europe, while Chancellor Kohl praised the bravery of the Bundeswehr in a televised address. But behind the scenes, both feared that the number of victims would soon become unbearable. Moscow reacted harshly. The Soviet leadership was not impressed by the NATO advances. New divisions were transferred to the west. Reserves from Poland and Ukraine were deployed. The Kremlin made it clear that the advance would not be stopped, no matter how many tanks burned on the Soviet side. Andropov declared that the aggression of the West must finally be broken. So the tanks rolled on, to the east, to the west, wedged into each other in a battle that could hardly be surpassed in brutality. No one knew how long it would last. No one knew where it would end. For the soldiers at the front, there was only the present. The rattle of machine guns, the thunder of guns, the smell of smoke, oil, and burnt flesh. NATO had responded, not only defensively, but with the power of its tanks pushing east. But whether this initiative would defuse the war or just add more fuel to the fire was a question that no one could answer these days.
Chapter 11. Breakthrough at Fulda. The Fulda Gap has been the key term in the operational plans of both blocs for decades. A narrow corridor in Hesse, framed by wooded hills, crisscrossed by roads and valleys, which offered direct access to the heart of West Germany. Those who controlled this corridor could advance to Frankfurt, Mainz, and finally to the Rhine. NATO strategists had devised countless scenarios to withstand this, but the Soviet generals knew that this was the point at which they could blow up Western defenses. The Battle of Fulda thus became the first major battle of the Third World War. The Soviet offensive began at dawn. Fog lay over the fields as the first salvos of heavy artillery shook NATO positions. Minefields were blown up by rocket launchers, trenches buried under barrage. Within minutes, the valley turned into an inferno of smoke and fire. NATO soldiers ducked into their bunkers while the ground shook under the impacts. Shortly afterwards, the tanks started moving. Endless columns of T-72s and T-64s rolled out of the woods, accompanied by infantry fighting vehicles that brought infantry directly into battle. They did not come in small groups, but in waves, one after the other. To the defenders, it seemed as if a flood of steel was rushing over them. The first tanks shot while driving, projectiles hissed through the fog, detonated in NATO positions, tore vehicles and people to pieces. The Americans and Germans responded immediately. Leopard 2 and M1 Abrams targeted the attackers. Their cannons opened fire, more precise and powerful than the Soviet models. Dozens of T-72s went up in flames. Their turrets were thrown away by explosions. Burning wreckage blocked roads. But the Soviet onslaught did not stop. For every destroyed tank, 2 more followed. The battle raged all day. NATO AH-64 Apache helicopters attacked the Soviet columns with anti-tank missiles, rose at low altitude, fired and disappeared back into the valleys. They destroyed entire units, but the Soviet air defense reacted mercilessly. Missiles tore the helicopters out of the sky. Their wrecks crashed burning into the forests. The soldiers on the ground fought with a determination that was beyond their strength. American infantrymen held village after village, while German armored infantrymen threw their infantry fighting vehicles into the lines. Streets were transformed into trenches, farms into fortresses. The losses were enormous, but the order was clear: hold off the enemy as long as possible, whatever the cost. The civilian population in the Fulda area experienced the battle like an apocalyptic storm. Sirens had ordered the evacuation, but many families could not escape. They sat in cellars while houses were torn to shreds above them. Children pressed against their mothers, dogs howled, the light flickered as the impacts approached. Some fled too late, running in panic on streets already dominated by tanks. Many were shot between the fronts, others disappeared in the flames that engulfed entire streets. In the evening, it seemed as if NATO could stand firm. They had repelled Soviet attacks several times and destroyed entire battalions. But the Soviet strategy did not rely on individual breakthroughs, but on the long term. New waves rolled in, new associations attacked. While NATO soldiers were exhausted and decimated, Soviet reserves seemed endless. The decisive blow came in the night. While NATO troops were regrouping, Soviet multiple rocket launchers opened massive fire. Entire fields turned into fiery hells. The night lit up like a thunderstorm of steel. Under this protection, Soviet tanks moved in mass. A gap in the center of the NATO line was discovered, exploited, and widened. Within hours, the front broke. NATO desperately tried to close the breach. Reserves were brought in, planes took off despite dangerous night operations, but it was too late. Soviet divisions streamed through the corridor, tanks thundered westwards on highways, infantry occupied villages that could hardly resist. Fulda had fallen. The news spread like a shock through NATO. There was hectic activity in Brussels, and the phones were ringing in Bonn and Washington. It was known that the breakthrough at Fulda was not a local setback, but a strategic catastrophe. The way to Frankfurt was open, the Rhine only a matter of days. For the soldiers who had to retreat, it was a bitter defeat. Many had fought to exhaustion, seen comrades die, lost entire units. Now they retreated in chaotic columns, pursued by Soviet tanks under constant artillery fire. Roads were clogged with military vehicles, civilians, and burning wreckage. The wounded screamed for help. Paramedics worked until they fainted. But the Soviets also paid a high price. Their losses in tanks and people were enormous. The Fulda Gap was not an easy victory, but a battlefield that devoured thousands. But they had achieved their goal. The West had been breached. The offensive is in full swing. The people in West Germany experienced this news like a nightmare. Radios reported enemy forces on the advance. Newspapers printed maps with arrows pointing inexorably towards the Rhine. Streams of refugees began to move, roads became clogged, trains were overcrowded. Cities such as Frankfurt, Gießen, and Wiesbaden prepared for the front contact. NATO had warned that the Fulda Gap was the key. Now the gate was open, and the storm from the east rushed through.
Chapter 12. Air Battles over Central Europe. In those days, the skies over Central Europe became the second battlefield, just as decisive as the tank duels in the valleys and cities. What was decided on the ground by steel and blood found its merciless counterpart in the air. NATO had hoped to be able to play out its technological superiority in the skies, while the Warsaw Pact relied on the sheer mass of its machines. The result was a firestorm over Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, a sky marked day and night by contrails, tracer ammunition, and burning wreckage. In the early hours after the Soviet breakthrough at Fulda, NATO launched a massive air offensive. Squadrons of F-15s, F-16s, Tornadoes, and Phantom jets took off from bases in Rhineland-Palatinate, Bavaria, and Great Britain. Their goal was to disrupt Soviet supply lines, destroy bridges over the Elbe and Saale, and halt the advance of the tanks. With thunderous afterburner thrust, the planes rose into the gray sky, loaded with precision bombs and missiles, their pilots determined to stop the advance at all costs. But the Soviets were prepared. From Polish and East German bases, MiG-23s, MiG-25s, and the dreaded Su-27s took to the skies. Dense formations crisscrossed the air, protected by a net of anti-aircraft missiles that stretched over East Germany like an invisible cage. As soon as they flew over the border, the first NATO units got into deadly fire zones. SAM missiles shot into the sky like deadly spears, exploded between the jets, tore apart entire machines. The dogfights developed into a chaotic ballet of speed and death. Over Kassel, a squadron of F-16s was ambushed by Soviet MiG-29s, which came down from the cloud roof. Missiles searched for their targets, machines dodged with breakneck maneuvers, but not all of them could escape. Clouds of smoke drew the sky. Parachutes drifted into the wind like lost sails, while pilots sank helplessly towards the earth, knowing that they might already fall into enemy hands on the ground. In the days that followed, a permanent air battle raged, blurring the boundaries between heaven and hell. British tornadoes chased Soviet columns over Hanover, dropping precisely guided bombs on bridges and trains.
But on their return flight, they were intercepted by MiGs and half a dozen aircraft were lost. American F-15 air patrols flew over Frankfurt to protect the city from Soviet bombers. They shot down dozens of opponents, but again and again, individual Soviet planes broke through the defenses, dropping bombs on train stations, refineries, and power plants. The civilian population experienced the sky as a constant threat. Sirens screamed as soon as planes were nearby. People ran into basements and subway shafts while a firework of death raged above their heads. Windows burst from the shock waves, roofs collapsed, entire streets lay in ruins after attacks. In Cologne and Düsseldorf, there were devastating bombings by Soviet long-range bombers which were intended to destroy industrial plants. Thousands of people died while the cities were in flames. For the pilots, every mission was a dance on the brink of death. They lived in a rhythm of start, fight, return, if they were lucky. In the bases, planes were hastily refueled, ammunition reloaded, while the pilots hardly found time to drink a sip of water before they had to go back to the sky. Many never saw comrades return. Lockers in the barracks were sealed with photos, letters, and personal memories, silent memorials to men who had been burned in the air. Technologically, NATO tried to play to its advantages. AWACS aircraft circled over Western Europe, coordinated the missions, issued warnings when Soviet units took off. These flying radar stations were the eyes and ears of the alliance, and therefore preferred targets. Soviet fighter pilots tried to hunt them down several times, but NATO fighter planes formed protective rings around them, and the battles for them became the fiercest in the sky. The Soviets also relied on strategic bombing. Two 22M bombers took off from bases deep in the USSR and attacked West German cities with cruise missiles. Sometimes these projectiles hit industrial plants. Sometimes they missed their targets and turned residential areas into burning fields of rubble. Each impact meant new streams of refugees, new panic, new screams from basements suffocating in the fire. The fighting in the air was so intense that some regions of Central Europe were no longer illuminated by the sun for days, but only by smoke and flames. The nights glowed with tracer projectiles and burning wrecks that fell from the sky like meteorites. Farmers seeking shelter in the fields found the remains of pilots, burnt helmets, torn uniforms in the morning. Children collected airplane parts like ghostly souvenirs, while their parents cleared away debris. The losses on both sides were gigantic. Hundreds of aircraft were lost in the first few weeks. Thousands of pilots died. But despite these sacrifices, neither side sat out. The sky remained the battlefield on which it was decided whether the ground troops received supplies or got stuck in the fire. For NATO, it was a matter of time. It had to slow down the advance until the reinforcements from the USA arrived in full force. For the Soviets, it was the chance to quickly secure their dominance before the West could unleash its full force. These contrasts left no room for restraint. Every mission was flown to the limit. Every decision meant life and death for thousands on the ground. So the skies over Central Europe became a mirror of war, brutal, relentless, without mercy. Cities suffered, soldiers died, heaven and earth burned. And while the generals shifted their cards, the pilots wrote a chapter with smoke and blood that surpassed in intensity anything that had happened since 1945.
Chapter 13. The NVA Marches. While Soviet tanks had already penetrated deep into West Germany and the air battles over Central Europe were raging in full force, the National People's Army of the GDR was now also being marched. For the generals in Moscow, the NVA was a valuable ally, well-organized, disciplined, with detailed knowledge of the West German landscape and infrastructure. For the people of East Germany, on the other hand, it was final proof that their homeland had become a deployment zone and that the war would no longer stop at the border. In the barracks, there had been a high level of alert for days. Young men, many of whom had just been drafted, stood in line while officers shouted orders and loaded them into tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and trucks. Machine guns were handed out, ammunition distributed, helmets and gas masks checked. What had been rehearsed countless times as an exercise in the years before now turned into reality. "Ready to march" was the cry in hundreds of barracks, and the columns set off. The streets of the GDR were full of military. Endless columns of T-55 and T-72 tanks rolled along the country roads, accompanied by trucks transporting supplies and soldiers. Trains with military equipment crisscrossed the country. Bridges groaned under the weight of the columns. For the civilian population, it was a ghostly sight. Children stood on the side of the road, waving timidly while their parents watched in silence, some full of pride, others full of fear, because they knew that these young men might never return. The order was clear. The NVA was to support the Soviet troops on the flanks and put pressure on NATO, especially in the north. The generals in the Warsaw Pact wanted to keep the enemy busy on a broad front, to fragment his forces and thus make him incapable of stopping the Soviet main thrust. The NVA was therefore given the task of advancing via Lower Saxony, tying up British and Dutch units there and keeping the way clear for Soviet divisions towards the Rhine. In the ranks of the soldiers, there was a mixture of obedience and inner resistance. Many of them had been brought up under socialism, had learned in schools and barracks that NATO was the enemy. But at the same time, she had a lot in common with the people on the other side of the border. Family stories, dialects, personal memories made the front line more permeable than the propaganda claimed. Some silently wondered if they would have to shoot at people who could have been their brothers. But questions were dangerous. The political officers were vigilant. They made speeches about duty, about the anti-fascist mission, about the historical responsibility to defend socialism. Doubt was seen as betrayal, and betrayal could be fatal. When the first NVA units crossed the border, it was as if a spell had been broken. For decades, the GDR had defended the border by all means, but now its soldiers were crossing it in the opposite direction. Tanks rolled over minefields that had previously prevented their own people from fleeing. Roads that once led only to the west now became corridors of invasion. The first battles were not long in coming. In Lower Saxony, NVA units encountered British tank units that had been stationed there for years. Challenger tanks fought fierce duels with T-55s and T-72s, while infantrymen took up positions in villages. Entire streets were turned into ruins when rockets and grenades hit. It was the first major test for the NVA soldiers, and it showed both their discipline and their vulnerability. They fought determinedly, but the Western tanks were technically superior, their precision deadly. Nevertheless, the GDR troops managed to tie down British units for several days. It was a grueling trench warfare in which every village, every hill, every bridge was fiercely contested. The NVA was always closely tied to Soviet commandos. It never fought alone, but as part of the great river that Moscow directed. This involvement gave her clout, but also made her dependent. In the GDR itself, the population watched the advance of its army with ambivalent feelings. Officially, there was enthusiasm. Newspapers printed headlines about our brave soldiers. Television showed pictures of tanks proudly rolling over bridges. But behind the facade, fear grew. Mothers wept for their sons. Wives waited in vain for news. Entire cities lived in paralyzing worry. The Stasi made sure that doubts and criticism were not voiced, but everyone spoke in whispers that the war was a mistake. For NATO, the appearance of the NVA was an additional burden. Large Soviet units had been expected, but the fact that German soldiers from the East were now also fighting German soldiers in the West gave the war a special bitterness. Bundeswehr soldiers at the front often didn't know whether they were dealing with Russians or GDR troops, but it made little difference. The fire was the same, the death as well. The battlefields on which NVA units fought were marked by a harrowing symbolism. In some cases, men who had grown up on different sides of the wall, spoke the same language, perhaps even had distant relatives, faced each other. But that didn't count in the trenches. There was only friend or foe, survival or death. Over time, the NVA proved its efficiency. She held lines that broke others. She carried out advances that bought Soviet generals valuable time. But the price was high. Entire regiments were smashed. Tank companies lost most of their vehicles within hours, and young soldiers died by the hundreds. In the hospitals, the wounded lay in endless rows, while doctors desperately tried to save lives without enough material, without sufficient medicine. The march of the NVA was thus not a triumphal procession, but a bitter proof of how much the GDR was also dragged into the maelstrom of war. Their soldiers fought bravely, but they were pawns in a game that was not determined by them. And as they advanced westward, as they devastated cities and reduced villages to rubble, they felt that they themselves were only tools of a strategy greater than their own lives. The war had set the NVA in motion, and with it an entire people that was now staring into the abyss.
Chapter 14. The Bundeswehr in Defensive Combat. The Bundeswehr was the backbone of West German defense in those days, and yet it was under unbearable pressure from the beginning. While American, British, and French units gradually took up position, it was the German soldiers who fought on the front line, taking the first blows and throwing themselves into the onslaught with a mixture of duty and desperation. It was not just a military task, it was a struggle for the survival of their country, their cities, their families. The mobilization had thrown the Bundeswehr to the border at top speed. Reservists were drafted, barracks emptied, tank units set in motion. Leopard 1 and Leopard 2 tanks rattled through the streets, while Marder infantry fighting vehicles brought infantrymen into the defensive lines. Entire swaths of land were transformed into fortified zones. Bridges were equipped with explosive devices, roads blocked with anti-tank barriers, forests were crossed with positions. But in the end, there were only small hurdles against the force of the Soviet onslaught. When the first Soviet tank divisions broke through near Fulda, the Bundeswehr was hit hard. Soldiers who had been prepared for this moment for years in exercises suddenly found themselves in the middle of a storm of fire that was no longer a simulation. Artillery struck their positions, bunkers shook, radio messages were drowned out in a chaos of orders, cries for help, and screams. Entire companies were wiped out before they even had a chance to see the enemy. But the Bundeswehr held out as best it could. In Hesse, Panzergrenadiers fought for every village, turned schools and town halls into command posts, laid ambushes in narrow streets. Leopard tanks fired from hidden positions, fired, retreated, and reappeared elsewhere. The soldiers knew that they were outnumbered, but they relied on mobility, on tactics, on the precision of their weapons. The battle raged particularly fiercely in the Gießen area, where Soviet tanks encountered a German brigade that was desperately trying to stop the advance. Streets turned into lines of fire, while infantrymen shot from cellars and windows with rocket-propelled grenades. It was a fight man against man, tank against tank, house against house. Many of the young soldiers had never fired a real shot before. Now they had to decide in a split second whether they would kill or die. In the north, in Lower Saxony, the Bundeswehr, together with British units, opposed the NVA. Here, the struggle was of particular bitterness. Germans against Germans, the same language, similar faces, and yet enemies. Soldiers later reported how they heard voices in battle that sounded familiar to them, orders in a tone reminiscent of their own childhood. But there was no time for doubt. The front made no distinction between East and West, only between life and death. The morale of the Bundeswehr was put to the test.
Many soldiers had hoped that this emergency would never happen, that deterrence would be sufficient. Now they were in the middle of a battle that threatened to destroy their homeland. Letters to families were hastily written on pieces of paper, hoping that they would somehow get through. Some spoke of fear, others of pride, but almost all of them of the fact that they would hold out. The Bundeswehr used every means at its disposal. Artillery batteries fired non-stop, mortars covered entire valleys, anti-tank missiles of the Milan and Tau types turned Soviet streets into tank graveyards. But the enemy seemed inexhaustible. As soon as one column was stopped, the next one rolled in. Soviet generals relied on mass, and this mass pushed the Bundeswehr back step by step. The civilian population experienced the Bundeswehr as both protection and a constant reminder of the threat. In many villages, German soldiers were the last to stay when people fled. They helped with evacuations, organized convoys, protected streams of refugees as best they could. But they were often forced to leave behind what they could not protect. For many soldiers, this was the hardest part. Seeing the tears of women and children who knew their homes would soon be on fire. The defensive struggle was characterized by rearguard battles. The Bundeswehr knew that it could not stop the advance permanently, so it fought for time. They retreated from line to line, blew bridges behind them, destroyed roads, laid traps. Every kilometer was sold dearly. Every day they won gave NATO more opportunity to bring reinforcements from overseas. But the price was high. Wounded were piled up in the field hospitals. Doctors worked non-stop, often without sufficient material, without blood reserves, without morphine. Paramedics reported how they pulled comrades out of destroyed tanks under fire while rockets exploded above them. For many, it was a struggle without hope, but they continued to fight because giving up was not an option. In the eyes of the generals, the Bundeswehr was at that time what the Wehrmacht had been in 1944-45, an army in defensive combat trying to slow down the enemy while he charged with overwhelming force. But unlike then, they were not fighting for a criminal regime, but for the freedom of their country. This thought gave strength to many soldiers, even if the situation seemed hopeless. As the days of defensive struggle progressed, the front moved inexorably westward. Cities such as Kassel, Fulda, and Göttingen lay in ruins, while Frankfurt prepared for the siege. The Bundeswehr was exhausted, decimated, but still in the field. Their soldiers were tired, many traumatized, but they held the line as best they could. The world was looking at her. Western media reported on the bravery of German soldiers who defend the heart of Europe. In Washington and London, their commitment was praised. In Paris, they spoke of the heroes of the defensive struggle. But behind the hymns of praise was the bitter truth. The Bundeswehr was not fighting for victory, but for time. And while the war became more brutal day by day, while tank roads were lined with flames and the sky was darkened by smoke, it was clear that this defensive struggle would not last forever. The Soviets pushed on, the front shifted, and the Rhine came closer. But the Bundeswehr had proven that it would not simply give way. She had fought, with courage, with blood, with all the desperation of a people who knew they were on the verge of extinction.
Chapter 15. Refugee Flows Towards the West. With the breakthrough of the Soviet tank units at Fulda and the withdrawal of the Bundeswehr, a movement began that changed the face of Germany forever. Entire cities were depopulated, villages were abandoned, highways turned into streams of people. The war, which until now had seemed like a distant rumble of thunder, was now just around the corner, and millions were looking for only one thing, the way west, to where they saw hope for safety. It began with individual families leaving their homes when the first shells landed in the distance. They packed the essentials into suitcases, stuffed clothes, food, and photos into bags, took children by the hand, and ran towards the main streets. Soon they were followed by neighbors, friends, entire streets. The sounds of artillery and tank tracks were like a permanent clock that told them that every moment counted. Soon the country roads and highways were congested. Endless columns of people moved westward, on foot, on bicycles, in old cars, in tractors and horse-drawn carts. Some pushed prams in front of them, in which not only children but also belongings were lying. Others pulled old handcarts that groaned under the weight of pots, blankets, and tin cans. Many had nothing but the clothes they wore because they had to leave everything behind. The Bundeswehr tried to direct the flow of refugees, but it was impossible to bring order to this chaos. Civilians pushed through military positions, blocked roads that were actually intended for supplies or retreats. Soldiers stood helplessly by, some helping to lift old people onto trucks, others waving families through checkpoints without checking their papers. The war had abolished all the rules. All that remained was the urge to survive. The scenes on the streets were reminiscent of the images from the last days of the Second World War, but this time it all took place in the heart of a modern, highly developed country. Supermarkets were looted, gas stations empty, train stations overcrowded. Trains that were still running were occupied to the roof by people, while others tried to hold on to open freight cars. Again and again, panic arose when a rumor made the rounds that Soviet troops were nearby or NATO jets were bombing a bridge. People ran in all directions, children were lost, old people collapsed. The situation in Hesse was particularly dramatic. Frankfurt, Kassel, and Gießen were directly in the shadow of the advancing front, and hundreds of thousands tried to leave the cities before they were swallowed up by war. The highways to the west were hopelessly congested. Cars were bumper to bumper, engines were running hot, some cars were simply left behind when they ran out of gasoline. People marched for miles on foot, dragging themselves with exhausted faces through the rain that turned the streets into slippery rivers. Among them were countless children. They carried cuddly toys in their arms, held their parents' hands, asked with wide eyes when they would finally arrive. But no one could tell them where arriving even meant. For many, the goal was simple: as far away as possible from the tanks, the explosions, the death. The Soviet troops took no prisoners among the refugees, but they were also not considerate. Again and again, columns came under artillery fire because they moved near military roads. Planes that were supposed to chase tanks missed their targets, and bombs hit crowds. Entire bridges full of refugees were destroyed when Soviet pilots mistook them for supply routes. Screams echoed across the rivers as hundreds fell into the depths and drowned in the water. Aid organizations desperately tried to alleviate the disaster. The Red Cross set up tent camps west of the Rhine. Churches opened their doors. Schools became emergency shelters. But it was not enough. Every day, hundreds of thousands of new people flocked westward, and it soon became clear that capacities were completely overloaded. Refugees slept in fields, in parks, in the ruins of destroyed houses. Diseases spread. Doctors worked to exhaustion, while medicines became scarce. The political leadership in the West reacted with alarm. Chancellor Kohl spoke of the greatest humanitarian catastrophe since 1945. In France and the Netherlands, crisis meetings were held on how to deal with the millions of people who would soon reach their borders. Trains full of refugees rolled to Belgium, Luxembourg, and France while the borders were still officially closed. But who would want to turn away families fleeing from tanks? For NATO, the flow of refugees was also a strategic problem. The crowded streets hindered troop movements, supplies arrived late, tanks were stuck between columns. Soldiers sometimes had to lay down weapons to hold children in their arms or load the injured onto trucks. The war mixed with the catastrophe until the two flowed inseparably into each other. Many refugees tried to take memorabilia with them: photos, jewelry, letters, small things that reminded her of their old life. In the overcrowded camps, they showed these objects to each other, as if to prove that they were more than a faceless mass. Old men told stories of the villages they had left. Women held small children to them as if they could protect them from the world with their bodies. But not all of them made it to the West. Many were left behind. trapped between the fronts, lost in the rubble. Some chose to stay in their homes, even when tanks rolled through the streets. They told themselves that they did not want to spend their lives fleeing, that they would rather die in their own house than somewhere else. Others were picked up by Soviet troops and put into improvised camps without knowing whether they would ever be released. The images of the streams of refugees went around the world. Television crews filmed endless columns pushing over bridges, crying children, mothers with blank stares, burning cities in the background. In the USA, these images triggered horror. In Europe, fear. Newspapers spoke of the migration of the 20th century. But while the world watched, the people in Germany had to keep running, keep hoping, continue to survive. The war had uprooted millions, and the West became the refuge of a nation on the run. The Rhine, long a border, now became a symbol of hope. Those who managed to cross it felt safe for a moment, but no one knew how long this safety would last. Because the front was inexorably approaching, and with it the destruction, which no flow of refugees could stop.
Chapter 16. Rhine in Sight. For centuries, the Rhine has not only been a river, but a symbol. For the Germans, it was home and border. For the French, a line of history. For NATO, a last natural barrier against the onslaught from the east. As the Soviet units advanced deeper and deeper to the west after weeks of uninterrupted fighting, all eyes were on this waterline. Would NATO succeed in holding it, or would the river, so often seen as protection, be just one episode in the attackers' triumphal march this time? The Soviet tank columns continued to roll, unstoppable, despite heavy losses. After Fulda, Kassel, and Gießen, they had reached Frankfurt and partly bypassed it. Streets that had once been trade routes turned into corridors of smoke and flames. Entire cities were in ruins, but the offensive did not stop. The generals in Moscow urged the Rhine had to be reached as quickly as possible before NATO could deploy reinforcements from overseas in sufficient numbers. For the soldiers on the ground, it was an advance into an apocalyptic landscape. Abandoned villages lay like ghost towns. Fields were littered with bomb craters. Forests burned for days. Again and again, the tanks encountered barricades, blown-up bridges, minefields. But Soviet superiority made the difference. Engineer units erected makeshift bridges, mine-clearing vehicles worked their way through the obstacles, while artillery reduced any resistance to rubble. NATO knew that the Rhine was its last chance. British, French, and American units had already dug in west of the river. Entire divisions had been hastily moved into defensive positions. Sappers reinforced bridges, prepared blasts, dug trenches and bunkers. Everyone knew that if the Rhine fell, Western Europe would be open. Paris, Brussels, even the North Sea coast would be at risk. For the civilian population, the Rhine was a magnet. Hundreds of thousands of refugees moved in chaotic streams towards its banks, hoping to find safety west of the river. The bridges were overcrowded. People crowded shoulder to shoulder, while behind them the front line was getting closer and closer. Sirens wailed when Soviet planes appeared in the distance. Panic broke out when bombs hit nearby. Many crossed the river in boats or even swimming, even in the icy water, risking their lives because the bank behind them was already in flames. The cities on the Rhine were transformed into fortresses. Mainz, Koblenz, Cologne, and Dusseldorf were preparing for a fight that seemed inevitable. Windows were barricaded with sandbags, roads were blocked with anti-tank barriers, bridges were equipped with explosive charges. But despite all the preparations, the fear was palpable. Everyone felt that the war, in all its brutality, had now reached the heart of West Germany. The Soviet generals did everything they could to reach the Rhine. Day and night their units marched, despite exhaustion, despite high losses. The pressure was relentless. With every kilometer they covered, the Kremlin grew hopeful that the West would collapse. In Moscow, there was already talk of a historic victory, of a new order in Europe. But on the ground, it was a fight for every meter.
and the soldiers knew that this river would not be taken lightly. The first Soviet vanguards reached the shore near Wiesbaden. It was a gloomy morning when tank tracks roared through the last forests, and the view fell on the wide, gray water. The ride lay before them like a final test, wide, sluggish, and yet full of symbolic power. Across the river, they saw the NATO positions, concrete bunkers, tanks under cover, missile positions pointed at them. There was silence for a moment as both sides held their breath. Then, NATO batteries opened fire. The first Soviet units took cover, but the order was clear. The Rhine had to be crossed. Artillery was brought into position. Rocket launchers sent their salvos across the river, while bombers tried to destroy the bridges. Entire districts and mines in Koblenz went up in flames when explosions caused houses to collapse. The population ran through the streets in panic, seeking shelter in basements, while above their heads the sky was filled with planes and missiles. NATO responded with all its might. American and French jets took off, attacked Soviet columns, bombed bridge pioneers who were trying to build crossings. The skies over the Rhine became the scene of chaotic air battles, with jets colliding like birds of prey, while tank shells lit up the sky on the ground. For the soldiers on the river, it was hell. Soviet engineers tried to build pontoon bridges, but they were repeatedly put under fire and their work was destroyed in seconds. Boats carrying soldiers were riddled with NATO machine guns. Men plunged into the water, fighting for their lives before being swept away by the current. The water of the Rhine was filled with wrecks and corpses, a gruesome testimony to the fierce struggle. And yet, the Soviets did not give up. More and more waves were sent to the river. New attempts were made to build bridges. Every hour cost hundreds of lives, but the pressure remained. For NATO, it was a desperate defensive struggle. For the Soviets, a fight that was to make history. Meanwhile, millions of people in the West were in fear. France mobilized more divisions. Belgium and the Netherlands prepared evacuations. In the USA, the news was followed with horror. Images of burning cities, overcrowded bridges, dead citizens on the Rhine went around the world. President Reagan spoke of a battle for the soul of Europe, while in the Kremlin, Andropov declared that victory was only a matter of time. But there was no big words for the soldiers on the shores, only bare survival. The Rhine, this ancient river, had become a front line, a grave for thousands, a symbol of the desperate attempt to stem the tide of war. The question was no longer whether the Soviets would reach the Rhine. They were already there. The question was whether NATO was strong enough to hold it, or whether Europe would finally be pushed into the abyss in the coming days.
Chapter 17. Frankfurt is burning. Frankfurt am Main had long been the heart of the West German economy, a city of banks, trade, and international exchange. Skyscrapers shaped a skyline. The stock exchange and airport connected Germany with the world. But as the Soviet tanks rolled west and the front line drew ever closer, this metropolis turned into a battlefield. What was once a symbol of prosperity and openness has now become an inferno of flames and destruction. The first attacks began with artillery. Days before the tanks reached the city area, missiles and grenades hit the east. Industrial plants were hit, train stations destroyed, residential districts reduced to rubble. People ran through the streets, seeking shelter in subway shafts, while roofs collapsed above them and entire streets went up in smoke. The sirens wailed non-stop, but soon no one was safe, no matter where they were hiding. NATO had declared Frankfurt a fortress. American and German units dug in. Tanks were stationed at bridgeheads. Barricades were erected. Soldiers took up positions in office buildings and banks, from whose windows they had a view of the main streets. The airport, one of the largest in Europe, was converted into a base of operations. Jets took off from the still intact runways, while civilians sought refuge in the terminals. When the Soviet tanks finally appeared in the eastern suburbs, a battle broke out that shocked even experienced soldiers in its ferocity. Streets became front lines, blocks of houses became bunkers.
Leopard 2 tanks of the Bundeswehr fought alongside American Abrams against endless waves of Soviet T-72s. Explosions shook the city, shards of glass flew through the air like bullets, and every street was a deadly corridor. The civilian population was trapped in this inferno. Many had tried to flee, but the roads to the west were overcrowded, bridges destroyed, trains overloaded. Tens of thousands were left behind, in basements, in emergency shelters, in the desperate hope that the city would be held. Families crowded into dark rooms, heard the roar of the tanks above them, felt the earth shake when bombs fell. Children screamed in fear. Old people died in stuffy cellars without anyone being able to help them. The fighting quickly reached the center. The high-rise buildings of the banking district became targets. Rockets struck the facades, fire spread floor by floor until entire towers rose into the sky like torches. The heart of Europe's financial center was in flames. Images of it went around the world. The burning twin towers of Deutsche Bank, smoke over the stock exchange, destroyed streets around the main station. The Main, which flowed through the city, itself became the front. Bridges were blown up to stop the advance of Soviet tanks. But this also meant that refugees no longer had the opportunity to get to the other shore. People tried to cross in boats, some swam in panic, many drowned in the cold water while bullets whistled above them. For the soldiers, house-to-house fighting was a nightmare. Every floor, every apartment could become a trap. Soviet infantrymen fought their way through ruins, threw hand grenades into basements, while NATO soldiers desperately tried to hold lines. The screams of the wounded echoed through destroyed stairwells, while smoke and dust obscured the view. Blood stuck to the walls, bodies lay in the streets that no one could recover. Despite all efforts, NATO units came under increasing pressure. The Soviets used massive artillery, destroyed entire neighborhoods to wear down the defenders. Helicopters circled over the streets, firing missiles into tank positions, while bombers reduced the suburbs to rubble. The defenders fought bravely, but the mass of the attack was overwhelming. The situation became particularly dramatic when the airport was targeted. He was at the heart of NATO's operations in the region, and the Soviets knew that his loss would be a decisive blow. In a series of attacks, they destroyed runways, hangars, and control towers. Planes that were about to land were shot down, while fuel depots exploded on the ground. The sky above the airport turned into a wall of fire, and thousands of civilians who had sought shelter there died in the flames. Frankfurt burned, and with it the hope that NATO could stop the offensive in central Germany. But despite the devastating losses, the defenders refused to give up. Orders were passed on in improvised command posts. Soldiers continued to fight, even if they only had a magazine left. Priests comforted the dying in basements. Doctors operated by candlelight while bombs fell above them. The world looked stunned at the pictures. CNN, BBC, and ARD broadcast non-stop footage of the burning city. Politicians in Paris, London, and Washington spoke of a symbol of destruction, some even of a second Stalingrad. But for the people of Frankfurt, it was not symbolism, but reality. Houses in which they had lived had disappeared, friends and families were dead or missing, their city was one big cemetery. In the end, after days of uninterrupted fighting, Frankfurt could no longer be held. The Soviet tanks rolled through the ruins, burnt flags hung from balconies, the Main was full of rubble and corpses. But the victory of the attackers was also bought dearly. Entire divisions had suffered losses that could hardly be replaced. The price for this breakthrough was immeasurable, but the Kremlin saw it as a triumph. Frankfurt, the proud metropolis on the Main, was nothing more than a smoking ruin. The sky was black with fire, the ground red with blood, and the people who survived looked with blank eyes at a city that no longer existed.
Chapter 18. Paris Calls to Washington. When the news of Frankfurt's fall reached Paris, a heavy shadow lay over the French capital. The city on the Seine had always played a special role during the Cold War.
On the one hand, part of NATO. On the other hand, traditionally anxious to maintain a certain independence. But now that the Soviet tanks were advancing inexorably on the Rhine, Paris sensed that France itself could be targeted. What happened in Germany was no longer a distant echo, but an immediate threat. In the Elysee Palace, the nights turned into days. President François Mitterrand convened emergency meetings in which generals, ministers, and advisors feverishly discussed the next steps. Maps were spread out on tables, arrows and symbols drew the front movements that were moving closer and closer to the French border. The generals warned that a breakthrough across the Rhine would open the way to Strasbourg, Metz, and finally Paris within days. The French army mobilized, but everyone knew that it alone would not be able to stop the onslaught. France did have nuclear weapons, the force de frappe, but their use was a decision that no one wanted to take lightly. The conventional forces were not enough to stop the Soviet flow, and so there was only one option: to ask Washington for help. Mitterrand addressed President Reagan directly. Conversations were held over secure lines that were characterized by urgency. France is on the brink, Mitterrand said. Europe is on the brink. If the United States does not act now, Western Europe will fall. Reagan listened attentively, but there was also a sense of crisis in Washington. The U.S. had already sent troops and sent planes across the Atlantic, but the Soviet advance was faster, more brutal, and more successful than had been expected in the boldest scenarios. In Paris, fear grew not only of military defeat, but also of internal disintegration. Millions of refugees from Germany had already reached France. Cities and villages were overcrowded, train stations chaotic, food scarce. The first demonstrations took place in the streets of Paris. People demanded security, demanded protection, demanded clarity on whether their capital would also be in flames. The police increased their presence, but the unrest grew. The generals urged the president to make a decision. Some spoke openly of a preemptive nuclear strike, at least against military targets east of the Rhine. But Mitterrand hesitated. Such a step could make the escalation unstoppable, could plunge the world into a global nuclear war. Instead, he relied on the Americans. He called on Reagan to send massive reinforcements, send aircraft carriers to the Mediterranean, expand bombing raids on Soviet supply lines. Washington was now facing a crucial test. Reagan knew that strengthening NATO in Europe would pose an enormous risk, but he could not abandon France. A debate raged in Congress. Some MEPs called for the focus to be placed on the defense of their own country. Others saw Europe as the front on which it would be decided whether the free world could survive. In the end, the conviction prevailed that a victory of the Soviets in Europe would have unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, the situation in France continued to deteriorate. Strasbourg was preparing for a siege, Metz was evacuated, and even in Paris, authorities began to activate bunkers for the government. The population suspected that the city, which had been spared in the Second World War, could this time get caught up in the maelstrom of the war. Churches were full of people praying, cafes full of discussions, asking the question, would NATO stand up, or would Paris become the next Frankfurt? Mitterrand finally appeared before the nation. In a televised address, he spoke in a serious voice. France is in one of its darkest hours. But we are not alone. We are fighting alongside our allies. I asked the United States for further support, and they promised us that. We will not capitulate. France will defend itself, by all means. The words were intended to give courage, but they also made it clear how close the catastrophe was. Reagan's answer came a few hours later. In a speech to the American nation, he declared that the United States would assume its responsibility. More divisions would be sent to Europe. Air operations would be massively expanded. Supplies across the Atlantic would be accelerated. Aircraft carrier groups would be deployed in the North Sea and the Mediterranean to contain Soviet movements.
Reagan listened attentively. Paris, Brussels, Bonn, they are all part of the free world, and the free world will exist. For the people of Paris, these were words of hope, but the reality remained bleak. Every night, sirens blared when Soviet bomber formations approached. Sometimes they flew by, sometimes bombs hit the surrounding area, but the fear remained. Families slept in basements. Children asked their parents if the war would soon be over. No one had an answer. Soldiers patrolled the streets while tanks were moved to defensive positions. Bridges over the Seine were prepared to be blown up in case of emergency. The city, which had always seen itself as the heart of Europe, was now a besieged fortress, waiting for what was to come. Paris had called on Washington, and Washington had responded. But the crucial question remained: would the reinforcements arrive in time to slow down the Soviet storm? Or would France's history once again be marked by the violence of foreign armies? The answer lay not in the speeches of politicians, but in the battlefields that were getting closer by the day. And while the flames of Frankfurt were still shining in the sky, Paris knew that their hour would soon strike.
Chapter 19. Great Britain Under Pressure. While the front line in Germany was spilling over to the west and France was feverishly calling for American help, Britain was facing its most difficult decision since the days of World War II. London was not directly threatened by tanks, but the country felt the war in a way that shook it to its foundations. Overcrowded ports, chaotic evacuations, bombings of military bases, and the constant danger of Soviet missiles made the population live in fear. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher stepped before the House of Commons with an iron face when the news of the fall of Frankfurt and the Soviet advance on the Rhine became known. Her voice was firm, but everyone who saw her knew that the pressure was enormous. "This is not just a war on the continent," she said. "It is a war for the survival of the free world, and Britain will stand firm." But while the words were meant to express strength, the nation was torn. The Royal Navy became the lifeline of Europe. In the ports of Portsmouth and Liverpool, workers loaded supplies, tanks, ammunition, and fuel day and night, which were to be transported across the Atlantic to Belgium and France. But these convoys were a preferred target for Soviet submarines, which glided like shadows through the North Atlantic. Again and again, reports reached the British press that entire ships were sunk, thousands of tons of equipment were lost, and sailors died in the icy water. Fear grew among the population. Sirens sounded regularly when Soviet bombers appeared over the North Sea. Some penetrated deep into British airspace, dropped bombs on military installations, or tried to hit port facilities with cruise missiles. Coventry, Newcastle, and Hull experienced nighttime attacks in which factories went up in flames. Civilians fled to bomb shelters that had not been used for decades, reminiscing about the nights of lightning during World War II. But this time the threat was greater. At that time it was known that the enemy was on the other side of the Channel, that the Royal Air Force was defending the skies. Now, however, an opponent was threatening who could use not only conventional bombs, but also missiles with nuclear warheads. The fear of a nuclear strike hung like an invisible fog over the streets of London. The government had brochures distributed explaining how to seal cellars and stockpile. But secretly, everyone knew. If a rocket hit, no basement would offer protection. Bitter debates broke out in the House of Commons. Some MPs called for British troops to be withdrawn and the island turned into a fortress instead of burning it on the continent. Others urged to give maximum support to the Americans and French to keep the war east of the Rhine. Thatcher herself was unwavering in her adherence to NATO's strategy, but she felt that her popular support was crumbling. Demonstrations in London, Manchester, and Glasgow called for peace, for negotiations, for an end to the war before Britain itself became a target. At the same time, pressure from Washington increased. Reagan called on Britain to send more ground troops to France to stabilize defense lines. The British Army already had divisions on the continent, but each reinforcement meant that the island itself became more vulnerable.
Chiefs of staff warned that the homeland defense would hardly be equipped if more units were shipped. But the pressure from the Allies was great, and Thatcher knew that hesitation would weaken NATO's confidence. The British population felt the harshness of the war not only in the news, but also in everyday life. Food became scarce, gasoline rationed, factories switched to arms production. Workers worked in shifts around the clock. Women volunteered in munitions factories while men were sent to the front. Cities darkened their streets at night for fear of Soviet air raids. The war that raged on the continent had long since reached Great Britain, even if no tanks were yet rolling over the island. The situation became particularly dramatic when Soviet missile attacks hit British air bases. In a single night, several bases were destroyed in East Anglia, including runways for tornado jets. Dozens of aircraft were lost, hundreds of soldiers died. The sky over the island lit up with flames as firefighters desperately tried to extinguish the fires. The population woke up that night with the feeling that the war had finally arrived on their doorstep. The press reacted with headlines that divided the country. Britain Next headlined the Daily Mirror, while the Times spoke of resistance to the end. In the pubs, people discussed heatedly whether it was wiser to seek peace or to continue fighting. Families separated over this issue, friendships broke up. The war divided not only nations, but also societies at home. Thatcher remained steadfast. In a televised address watched by millions of Britons, she declared, "We have survived the lightning, we have survived the darkest days of history, and we will survive this storm. Britain will never capitulate." Her words were deliberately reminiscent of Winston Churchill, but while some felt encouraged by them, others only felt how thin the line on which the nation was balancing had become. Militarily, Britain was preparing for the worst. The Royal Navy was ordered to aggressively hunt down Soviet submarines, even if this risked escalation. The Air Force flew patrols over the North Sea, and additional radar stations were activated in Scotland to detect missile attacks earlier. At the same time, secret preparations were made to evacuate members of the government to underground bunkers outside London in the event of an emergency. The population sensed that a decisive moment was imminent. Every day brought new reports of front shifts, of cities falling, of millions of refugees streaming westward. Many Britons asked themselves whether they too would soon have to leave their homes. Ferries across the English Channel were stormed by refugees fleeing France, while the Royal Navy desperately tried to restore order. Britain was under pressure, from without, from within, from history itself. It was no longer a question of whether the island would be drawn into the vortex, but only when and how severely. Thatcher knew that the coming days would be decisive. If the Rhine were to hold, Europe might still be saved. If it were to fall, war would inevitably spill over the English Channel. And while the lights in the streets of London went out at night and only the wailing of sirens broke through the darkness, every Briton knew the island was no longer safe.
Chapter 20. The Soviets reached the Rhine. The Rhine, the lifeline of Central Europe for centuries, had become a last bastion in 1983. For NATO, it was more than a river. It was the line behind which Western Europe was to be protected, the last barrier before Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. For the Soviets, it was the symbol of their triumph, the goal that the political and military leadership in Moscow had fixed since the beginning of the campaign. And now, after weeks of unstoppable fighting, the red tide rolled onto its banks. The rapprochement did not happen quietly. Days earlier, NATO soldiers had heard the thunder of Soviet artillery, the roar of tank engines, the howling of jets darkening the sky. Cities such as Wiesbaden, Koblenz, and Mainz were turned into limbo, bombed, torn to shreds, trampled underfoot. Civilians ran west in chaotic streams. Bridges were overcrowded, while soldiers tried to bring order to a chaos that had long since exceeded all human control. The first Soviet vanguards reached the river near Mainz. From the heights, the tank crews looked out over the broad, sluggish water that glistened in the dim winter light. On the other side were the NATO positions,
Concrete bunkers, tanks in defensive positions, mobile rocket launchers that dug like teeth into the shore. Between the two sides lay the water, deep, cold, a last hope for the defenders, a last obstacle for the attackers. The Soviets opened fire. Artillery salvos tore breaches in the defenses. Missiles hit cities whose inhabitants had long been in basements or had fled. NATO responded with equal severity. American and French jets took off, attacked Soviet bridgeheads, bombed engineer troops who were desperately trying to build pontoon bridges. The sky over the Rhine became a chaotic web of smoke, fire, and constant explosions. For the civilian population, it was an unparalleled catastrophe. Bridges over which columns of refugees had moved just a few days ago turned into death traps. Bombs tore holes in the masses. People plunged into the depths, boats capsized as panicked hundreds tried to get to the other side. Screams echoed across the water, mingling with the thunder of the guns and the roar of the engines. The Rhine, otherwise a symbol of trade and peace, became a mass grave. But the Soviets did not give up. More and more waves were sent to the river. Engineers threw pontoons into the water. Tanks pushed themselves over swaying crossings while NATO artillery tried to tear them to pieces. Entire units died on the floating bridges, sank in the ice-cold water, but the next unit lined up immediately, driven by orders that allowed no contradiction. The price was immeasurable, but the logic of war knew no mercy. There was desperation at NATO headquarters. Generals reported that the lines on the Rhine were in danger of collapsing under the pressure. Reinforcements from the U.S. were on their way, but they would take days to arrive in sufficient numbers. The question was whether the Rhine could be held for so long. For many soldiers on the shore, it was no longer a matter of weighing up, but only the naked struggle for survival. Street fighting raged in mines when Soviet troops tried to establish bridgeheads in the city area. Houses burned, people ran through the streets while tank shells hit facades. The old town, a treasure of centuries-old culture, was reduced to rubble in hours. NATO soldiers fought in the ruins, meter by meter, but the pressure was crushing. When a Soviet tank brigade finally reached the western bank over a makeshift pontoon bridge, the spell was broken. The news spread like wildfire. The Soviets had reached and crossed the Rhine. Alarm bells rang in Paris. Panic reigned in Brussels. London saw the images of burning bridges and Soviet flags waving on the western shore and knew that the island was no longer protected by the continent. Washington spoke of a dangerous turning point. But while politicians found words, men, women, and children continued to die on the river. The fighting spread. Near Koblenz, Soviet units tried to secure the mouth of the Moselle, while NATO troops desperately blew up bridges to gain time. Near Cologne, millions were panicked as the front drew ever closer. The cathedral towered like a silent admonisher over a city that knew it would soon be drawn into the maelstrom. For the Soviets, the success on the Rhine was a triumph, but also a bloodbath. Entire divisions had suffered losses that could hardly be replaced. But in the Kremlin, propaganda prevailed. Pictures of tanks on the Western Bank were shown in Moscow. Newspapers spoke of a victory of the workers and peasants, of the final defeat of imperialist NATO. The reality was that the victory had been achieved on piles of corpses. On the Rhine itself, the situation remained confusing. Bridgeheads changed hands several times a day. Units that had secured a crossing in the morning were pushed back in the afternoon, only to be sent across the water again in the evening. The river became the pulsating line of war, a wound that could not be closed. For the soldiers who fought, time and space blurred. Days merged, sleep a luxury, food a rarity. Men fought on empty stomachs, in torn uniforms, with dirt-encrusted faces. Everyone knew that the Rhine was not just a line on the map, but the symbol of victory or defeat. And while the river continued to burn, while people drowned, while tanks sank, and planes fell from the sky in flames, it became clear.
Europe had reached its decisive hour. The Rhine, the river of poets and thinkers that had connected and separated peoples for centuries, was now the line on which it would be decided whether the West would stand or fall. The Soviets had reached it, but the price paid by both sides suggested that this was not the end, but only the beginning of an even greater catastrophe.
Chapter 21. Overseas Reinforcements. When the Soviet tanks crossed the Rhine and the NATO positions on the western bank began to falter, all hopes were pinned on the Atlantic. There, between the endless waves and the dark depths, an armada moved the likes of which had not been seen since the Second World War. The United States had given the order. Europe had to be held, whatever the cost. And so the most powerful military machine in the world set in motion. There was feverish activity in the ports on the American East Coast. Troops were embarked in New York, Norfolk, Charleston, and Boston. Trucks rolled non-stop to the quays, loaded with tanks, missiles, ammunition, and medical supplies. Soldiers in field-gray uniforms marched aboard huge transport ships that sailed under the Star-Spangled Banner. Many of them were barely older than 20, their faces serious, their eyes full of uncertainty. They knew that they were not going on an exercise, but in a war that had already devoured millions. The sea transports were covered by aircraft carrier groups. Huge ships with jets ready to take off patrolled the Atlantic, escorted by cruisers and destroyers, while submarines lurked in the depths, ready to intercept Soviet attackers. The North Atlantic had become the most dangerous theater of war. Soviet submarines chased the convoys, firing torpedoes at freighters, while NATO ships fought back. Again and again there were nightly battles, in which explosions lit up the ocean, while men plunged into the ice-cold water and ships burst into flames. The losses were high, but the electricity from overseas did not stop. Every day new ships reached the ports of Brest, Le Havre, and Rotterdam. From there, trains and trucks with American troops and material rolled towards the front. France's streets were clogged with endless columns, while civilians stood on the side of the road and cheered the soldiers. For many, it was like a repetition of the liberation of 1944. American divisions came back to Europe to save it from a foreign dictatorship. Transport planes landed continuously at the airfields in Europe. C-5 Galaxy and C-141 Starlifter brought paratroopers, supplies, and armored vehicles. Sometimes they had to land on emergency runways because large airports were under fire. The arrival of the U.S. soldiers was deliberately staged by NATO propaganda. Cameras filmed young men laughing and jumping out of planes, waving flags and raising their hands in greeting. But behind the images was a reality full of fatigue and fear. The first units to reach the front were immediately thrown into the battles on the Rhine. Where German, French, and British defenders stood on the verge of exhaustion, fresh American divisions appeared, their tanks shiny, their ammunition plentiful. Cheers erupted in the trenches as the first Abrams tanks drove up next to burned-out Leopard 2s. For a moment, it seemed as if the front could actually be stabilized. But the reinforcement was not only militarily, but also psychologically decisive. The message was clear. The U.S. would not abandon Europe. In the cities of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, people breathed a sigh of relief when the news of the arrival of the Americans made the rounds. People waved flags, women handed flowers to soldiers, children asked for autographs. It was a glimmer of hope in a time when all seemed lost. In Washington itself, however, there was no euphoria, but tense seriousness. President Reagan knew that the deployment in Europe carried enormous risks. Every transport, every plane could become the target of Soviet attacks. The danger of a direct escalation to nuclear war was omnipresent. But the decision had been made. Europe had to be held, not only out of moral duty, but also out of geopolitical calculation. A Soviet-dominated Europe would have irrevocably shifted the balance of power in the world.
While the first battles with American participation raged on the Rhine, other divisions prepared for deployment. Troops were mobilized on the U.S. West Coast to be shipped across the Pacific to Europe. Canada provided additional units, and even Australia and New Zealand offered symbolic support. It was a global tour de force, a mobilization that the world had not seen since 1945. But the Soviets watched everything with eagle eyes. Moscow was aware that time was working against them. The more reinforcements arrived from overseas, the more difficult it would be to maintain the offensives. Therefore, the Kremlin ordered to increase the pressure. Missile attacks on ports such as Rotterdam and Le Havre were intended to disrupt supply lines. Airstrikes on railway lines were intended to hinder transport. Entire cities were shelled just to disrupt the supply of the front. The Americans reacted harshly. Bomber fleets took off from England and attacked Soviet supply centers deep in eastern Germany, while NATO submarines sank Soviet transport ships in the Baltic Sea, while special forces operated behind the lines. The war became more global, more comprehensive, more brutal. For the soldiers who came from overseas, the war was a shock. Many had only known the Cold War from newspapers and films. Now they found themselves in a Europe that lay in ruins. They marched through cities full of ruins, met refugees with blank stares, fought in streets where children's dolls lay in the rubble. The reality was far removed from the speeches in Washington. But despite all the horrors, the reinforcements worked. On the Rhine, it was possible to contain some Soviet bridgeheads. American tanks pushed back attackers, airborne divisions secured strategic points, supplies flowed more orderly again. The front had not yet been won, but it was no longer completely lost. Europe breathed a sigh of relief. But no one could forget. This was only the beginning. The Battle of the Rhine was far from over, and the Soviets had shown that they were willing to make infinite sacrifices. The reinforcements from overseas gave hope, but also the promise that the war had now finally reached a global dimension.
Chapter 22. Airborne Operations Behind the Lines. The front on the Rhine had turned into a burning wound on which NATO and the Warsaw Pact crushed each other day after day. Despite the reinforcements from overseas, the Soviet masses seemed to be pushing on, and it was obvious that simply holding the lines would not be enough. To slow down the advance, NATO had to regain the initiative. It was General Bernard Rogers, Commander-in-Chief of NATO forces in Europe, who proposed the plan. Airborne operations deep in the rear of the Soviet units were to disrupt supply routes, disrupt communications, and stall the offensive. It was risky, perhaps even desperate, but it was the only chance. Preparations began in a hurry. American and British paratrooper divisions were pulled together, including the legendary 82nd U.S. Airborne Division and parts of the British Paris. In hastily established bases in northern France and Belgium, they were equipped, briefed, and prepared for their deployment. Many of the young soldiers hardly knew what to expect. They were told to blow up bridges, destroy railway lines, and raid Soviet depots. But everyone suspected that it would be more. An ascension commando in the midst of an overpowering army. The night the operation began was black and filled with thunder. Hundreds of transport planes rose from improvised runways. C-130 Hercules and C-141 Starlifter carried thousands of paratroopers across enemy lines. Escorted by fighter jets, they flew low to avoid the Soviet radars. There was an eerie silence in the bellies of the machines. Men sat strapped in, rifles in arms, eyes fixed on the ground. Some prayed, others chewed on chewing gum, others simply stared into nothingness. Everyone knew that the next few hours were a matter of life and death. Shortly after midnight, the first units jumped off. Hundreds of parachutes opened over central Germany, shimmering like white dots in the night sky. The wind carried them over fields, forests, and small villages. Some landed with pinpoint accuracy, others miles away from the destination.
Already during the jump, there were losses. Planes were hit by Soviet anti-aircraft guns, some crashed to the ground in flames, paratroopers burned before they even reached the ground. Those who landed safely found themselves in a hostile world. Entire villages lay in darkness. The rumble of the guns could be heard from the front. Using night vision goggles, the soldiers oriented themselves, gathered in small groups, and made their way to their targets. Bridges over rivers were to be blown up, train stations paralyzed, supply depots set on fire. Near Kassel, an American unit achieved a spectacular success. They came across a huge Soviet ammunition train that was being unloaded. They attacked with rocket-propelled grenades and explosives. A fireball lit up the night as tons of ammunition exploded. Entire streets were reduced to rubble. Soviet soldiers ran in panic in all directions. The blow hit Soviet logistics hard because supplies for the front were already overstretched. But the operation was not successful everywhere. Many paratroopers landed directly in enemy-controlled territory. Soviet units hunted them mercilessly. Helicopters combed forests with searchlights while soldiers searched with dogs. Entire groups were captured or slaughtered before they could complete their mission. In some cases, fighting ended in small villages, where NATO soldiers defended house by house until they were wiped out by superior numbers. For the Soviet commanders, the nightly attack was a shock. Suddenly, lines of communication collapsed, bridges blew up, supply columns were ambushed. Radios transmitted desperate calls for reinforcements while chains of command broke down. Tanks that were supposed to roll to the front were standing on blocked roads because a bridge was missing. Entire regiments had to be diverted to hunt down the partisans in the rear. In the villages of East Germany where the paratroopers landed, the civilians experienced an interplay of hope and terror. Some greeted the NATO soldiers, offered water, bread, and hiding places. Others feared the retaliation of the Soviets and stayed away. In some cases, villagers betrayed the strangers out of fear or conviction, and Soviet troops made short work of it. It was a war without mercy, and anyone who took the wrong step risked their lives. The toughest battles took place in the forests of Thuringia. There, a British unit tried to blow up an important railway line. They fought their way through snow and rain, planted explosive charges on the rails, but before they could detonate, Soviet paratroopers encountered them. A fierce firefight ensued, which lasted for hours. In the end, most of the British were dead or trapped, but the few survivors managed to detonate the charges. Train traffic came to a standstill for days. The operation had its effect. Within 48 hours, Soviet supplies broke into chaos. Armored divisions were without fuel, artillery without ammunition, infantry without supplies. The offensive on the Rhine slowed down noticeably. NATO commanders took the opportunity to prepare counterattacks. For the first time since the beginning of the war, it looked as if the advance of the Warsaw Pact could falter. But the price was appalling. Of the tens of thousands of paratroopers who had taken off during the night, only a fraction returned to their own lines. Entire brigades disappeared without a trace, wiped out in the enemy rear. Some soldiers hid in forests for weeks, supported by civilians. Others later joined partisan movements. Many, however, ended up in nameless graves, buried on roadsides or in the ruins of villages. Nevertheless, the NATO leadership celebrated the operation as a success. It had bought time, postponed the initiative, shook Soviet superiority. For the soldiers at the front, the knowledge that comrades were fighting deep behind enemy lines was a moral boost. It showed that you could not only defend but also attack. It was a bitter awakening for the Soviets. They had reached the Rhine, even crossed it, but suddenly their flanks were uncertain, their supply routes threatened. The war, which they wanted to win in a rapid march, threatened to turn into a grueling war of attrition. And for the men who jumped out of the planes that night, all that remained was the memory of the storm of darkness, fire, and death. Many had known that they would not return, but they had jumped anyway, for their comrades, for their homeland, for the hope that Europe still had a chance. Chapter 23. Partisans in East Germany. Since the construction of the wall, East Germany had been a landscape of silence, a country in which mistrust was omnipresent and the state tried to nip any stirring of resistance in the bud. For decades, the Stasi had stretched a network of spies and informants that made any open opposition impossible. But when the fronts of the World War furrowed Europe, something changed in people's minds. The Soviet army, which had rolled westwards in the first weeks of the war as a seemingly unstoppable storm, left behind not only scorched earth, but also a rage directed against its own rule. In the villages, cities, and forests of East Germany, people who had been silent yesterday began to become partisans. It started with small gestures. Farmers who gave bread and milk to NATO paratroopers. Railroad workers who manipulated signals so that trains with ammunition would go nowhere or derail. Young people who lured Soviet patrols into ambushes by spreading false information. What initially seemed like isolated acts of resistance grew within a few weeks into a movement that severely disrupted Soviet supplies. The forests of Thuringia and the Ore Mountains became retreats for these new partisans. Men and women, many without military training, came together armed with hunting rifles, captured Kalashnikovs, or explosives left behind by NATO soldiers from airdrops. Some groups were in direct contact with Western intelligence services. Others acted independently, driven by hatred of the Soviet occupation. They often just called themselves the people from the forest. Their actions quickly became more spectacular. A partisan squad blew up a railway bridge near Leipzig, causing a Soviet supply train to fall into the river. Hundreds of tons of ammunition were lost, and the rail connection was blocked for days. In Dresden, a group attacked a Soviet fuel depot, which exploded in a fireball and set half the city ablaze. Leaflets circulated all over the country, secretly printed, calling for resistance. The Soviet soldiers soon knew that every forest, every abandoned barn, and every dark valley could be a trap. The reaction was not long in coming. The Soviet army struck back with relentless severity. Villages where partisans were suspected were razed to the ground. Men were shot in public. Women and children were deported. From then on, entire regions lived in a state of constant fear. But instead of stifling the movement, the brutality drove even more people into the arms of the partisans. Every death, every burning barn, every arbitrary arrest became a new spark of resistance. It was particularly dangerous for the Soviets that former members of the NVA joined the partisans. Many of them had left their units after the first chaotic battles and knew weapons, tactics, and terrain. They became leaders of small cells, organized ambushes, taught civilians how to use explosives and machine guns. In some regions, it was entire companies of former NVA soldiers who suddenly disappeared into the forest and struck out of invisibility. The partisan movement was not a unified army, but a mosaic of small groups that communicated loosely with each other. Some fought with clear political goals, a free Germany, independent of East and West. Others only wanted revenge for personal losses, for killed family members, for burned farms. But no matter what they did, together they made life hell for the Soviets. The Soviet General Staff soon realized that the resistance was not just a sideshow, but a serious threat. Armored divisions, which were actually intended for the front on the Rhine, had to be withdrawn in order to secure the supply routes in East Germany. Entire brigades combed through forests, chased small groups of partisans who disappeared like shadows and struck again elsewhere. This gave the war a new dimension. It was not only fought at the front, but in every village, on every country road, in every tunnel. For the civilian population, it was a life between hope and fear. Many helped the partisans, but everyone knew that help could mean their own death. Sometimes families had to watch their sons being shot because empty tin cans of Western origin had been found on them. At the same time, the support of the people was essential for the survival of the fighters. Without food, without hiding places, without eyes watching the enemy, the partisans would have had no chance. Western propaganda eagerly took up the topic. In radio broadcasts that were illegally broadcast to East Germany, the German freedom fighters were celebrated. There was talk of a new uprising against oppression compared to the resistance fighters of the Second World War. These words reached many ears and gave people courage, but they also led to even harsher repression by the Soviets. A particularly symbolic moment occurred in Berlin. In the ruins of Germany's divided heart, a small group of partisans managed to blow up a Soviet command post. The explosion tore a gap in the occupiers' confidence that the capital was under control. For days, the streets were full of patrols, but those responsible escaped into the city's underworld, into old bunkers where they hid. Partisan warfare also had a moral dimension. Many fighters asked themselves whether they were really fighting for freedom or just bringing further suffering to their neighbors. Some groups split because some wanted to attack uncompromisingly, while others were more considerate of the population. But in the chaos of war, such considerations often blurred into blood and smoke. NATO recognized the potential of the movement and began to provide systematic support. Weapons, radios, and medical supplies reached the fighters via Sweden, West Berlin, and secret drop sites. Western officers tried to establish loose coordination, but the independence of the partisans could never be completely tamed. Nevertheless, the effect on the course of the war was immense. While the Soviet tanks were fighting on the Rhine, their generals had to constantly receive reports of destroyed trains, blown up bridges, and raided depots. Supplies faltered, and any shortage of ammunition, fuel, or spare parts had a direct impact on the front. It was an invisible war, but it gnawed at the substance of the Soviet offense. And for the partisans themselves, it was a struggle for bare survival. Many groups were wiped out in bloody battles, but new ones kept rising. Farmers became fighters, students became leaders, children became scouts. East Germany was no longer just an occupied territory. It was a battlefield slipping away from the Soviets. At the end of this chapter of history, there was not a clear victory, but a grueling stalemate. The partisans could not drive the Soviet army away, but they prevented it from marching on unhindered. They were a thorn in the giant's flesh, small but painful enough to slow him down. And as the fighting continued in the forests, everyone involved knew that this was where the seeds were being planted for the next phase of the war, a war that was decided not only on the front lines, but in the hearts and hands of those who fought in the shadows.
Chapter 24. The Collapse of Soviet Logistics. The massive offensive that had carried the Warsaw Pact to the Rhine for weeks was a masterpiece of speed and mass, but it was also a monster that devoured itself. Even in the early days of the advance, it had become clear that supply lines were stretched to their very limits. The victory that the generals in Moscow had in mind was based on the assumption that NATO would collapse more quickly, that bridges and roads would not be defended so doggedly, that partisans would not appear to the same extent. But the reality was different. Every kilometer that the tanks rolled to the west was another rope wrapped around the neck of Soviet logistics. The front was now well over 800 kilometers away from the heartland. Fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and food had to be brought in by endless roads, railways, and air transport. In the beginning, it worked as long as the Soviet superiority swept away all defenses. But after NATO's airborne operations and the increasing resistance of the partisans in East Germany, the fragile system began to crumble. Trains were blown up, bridges destroyed, entire fuel convoys went up in flames when they were caught by NATO fighter jets or small sabotage squads. The soldiers at the front felt it first. Tank divisions hoping for a breakthrough in France suddenly came to a standstill because the diesel ran out. Ammunition for artillery pieces was rationed. Infantrymen were ordered to fire only in an emergency. Commanders desperately reported to the rear that their units would be unable to fight if no supply columns came through. But the columns themselves were torn apart in fireballs by NATO jets on their march to targets. Again and again on country roads in Hesse, Thuringia, or Lower Saxony. The Soviet generals tried to counteract.
Mobile pipelines were built to pump fuel more quickly to the west. Entire regiments were withdrawn to secure supply routes. But it was a fight against windmills. Every kilometer of road that was secured meant that a tank was missing at the front. And all the while, NATO targeted Soviet vulnerability. Satellite images, radio reconnaissance, and information from the resistance made it possible to hit supply centers precisely. An attack near Magdeburg was particularly devastating. There, the Soviets had set up a gigantic supply depot that held hundreds of tons of ammunition and fuel. In a single night, NATO bombers attacked, guided by partisans who set markers with radios. The depot went up in flames in a series of explosions that could be seen for days. Entire divisions that depended on these supplies were suddenly left without supplies. The railway lines, which had long formed the backbone of supply, also became a nightmare. Acts of sabotage repeatedly tore gaps in the networks. Tracks were blown up, switches were manipulated, bridges over the Elbe were destroyed. Trains jammed in long chains back to Poland, while the frontline soldiers desperately waited for ammunition. Railroad workers loyal to the system worked day and night, but they couldn't compensate for the flood of absences. For the ordinary soldiers, the collapse of logistics meant a life at the limit. They marched for hours because their vehicles ran out of fuel. They dug for potatoes in abandoned fields because the food rations failed to materialize. The wounded died because there was a lack of medical supplies or hospitals no longer received care. The war, which had begun as a triumphal procession, became a struggle for survival, cold, and hopelessness for the men at the front. In Moscow, the mood was tense. Reports of stagnating fronts and stationary tanks reached the Kremlin, but the political leadership could hardly accept reality. Propaganda continued to speak of unstoppable victories, while generals spoke of a disaster behind closed doors. Some called for the use of nuclear weapons to force the West, but others warned that this would bring total annihilation. NATO, on the other hand, felt the change. For the first time since the start of the offensive, there was a chance not only to survive, but to fight back. Attacks on supply routes were intensified. Special forces behind the lines carried out acts of sabotage, and Western tank divisions were ordered to launch local counterattacks. It was not a complete breakthrough, but it was the feeling that Soviet superiority was finally vulnerable. Chaos broke out in many cities in East Germany, where Soviet troops were stationed. Soldiers plundered to provide for themselves. Black markets arose in which diesel and food were traded. The discipline of which the Red Army had been proud of disintegrated in some units. There were reports of desertions, of soldiers throwing away their weapons and disappearing into the woods, of officers being lynched by their own men for sending them into senseless battles. For the civilian population, it was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, they suffered from the fighting and retaliatory actions of the Soviets. And on the other hand, the weakening supply meant that the occupation was less omnipresent. Partisan movements received more support. People dared to put up open resistance. The rigid front between oppressors and oppressed began to crumble. But the more the logistics fell apart, the more dangerous the situation became. The Soviet leadership was faced with a dilemma. Either it withdrew to stabilize its supply lines, or it risked complete collapse. A retreat, however, would have meant losing the nimbus of invincibility. Stalinist shadows hung over the generals' heads. Those who showed weakness risked not only the war, but also their own lives. So the fighting continued, even when the machines stood still and the men starved. The frontline soldiers knew they were being sacrificed to maintain an illusion of strength. In the trenches, there were whispers that the war could no longer be won. Some wondered whether NATO had long been stronger than propaganda claimed. The Rhine, which had become the line of war, remained the focal point. But now you could see how Soviet units were exhausted, emaciated, and poorly supplied, fighting against a NATO that was strengthened by fresh American troops. The red tide, which seemed unstoppable, began to stagnate, falter, even to retreat. The collapse of Soviet logistics was not a single event, but a process. It began with small acts of sabotage, was accelerated by courageous airborne operations, and sealed by the tireless work of the partisans. In the end, there was a picture that no one in Moscow had wanted to see. Masses of tanks stuck in the mud, soldiers begging through villages, commanders desperately waiting for supplies that never came. It was the end of the Soviet offensive and the beginning of NATO's major counteroffensive.
Chapter 25. NATO Offensive near Kassel. Winter had a firm grip on Germany when NATO decided to launch its first major counterattack. For weeks, they had concentrated on retreating, holding lines, blowing up bridges, and holding back the red tide as best they could. But now that Soviet logistics had collapsed and their tanks were suffering from fuel shortages, a rare opportunity presented itself. Kassel, a city in the heart of Germany, had become the linchpin of the front. Whoever controlled Kassel controlled the road connections to the north and south, the railway lines towards the Ruhr area, and the last intact bridges over the Fulda. A victory here could turn the whole course of the war. The planning took place at NATO headquarters in Belgium under the strictest secrecy. American, British, and West German generals discussed for nights. The aim was to encircle and destroy the Soviet bridgehead near Kassel. The aim was not only to push back the enemy, but to send a signal. NATO could do more than defend itself. The attack was to begin with massive air support, followed by armored divisions that pinched the enemy. The troops that gathered for the offensive were a melting pot of the Western Alliance. American Abrams tanks stood side by side with British Challengers and German Leopard 2s. Infantry from France, Belgium, and the Netherlands prepared for the assault. For weeks, they had become accustomed to the image of defeats, retreats, burning cities. Now there was another spirit in the air, a mixture of fear and hope. The soldiers knew that this attack would be decisive for Europe, for their homeland, for the survival of the West. The morning of the attack began with a thunderclap. Even before sunrise, hundreds of NATO aircraft took to the skies. Fighter bombers thundered low over the front lines, bombing Soviet artillery positions, fuel depots, and tank accumulations. The sky over Kassel was an inferno of smoke and fire. The earth shook under the impacts. Within a few hours, entire Red Army regiments were in ruins, while the defenders desperately tried to repel the onslaught. Then the tanks rolled. A wave of steel, accompanied by the roar of the engines, started moving. American divisions attacked from the west, while German and British units bypassed the south. The aim was to enclose the enemy in the city. Already in the first hours of the attack, Soviet lines were breached. Tank duels raged in fields and forests. Grenades tore the earth. Smoke rose in black columns. The fighting in Kassel itself was even more merciless. Streets that had once been full of life became battlefields. Houses served as fortresses, each cellar as a bunker. NATO soldiers fought their way forward house by house, while Soviet defenders fought back with machine guns and anti-tank missiles. Civilians who were still in the city crouched in cellars or fled through landscapes of rubble, often caught between the fronts. Screams echoed through the streets, while grenades brought down entire streets. The fighting in Kassel itself was even more merciless. Streets that had once been full of life became battlefields. Houses served as fortresses, each cellar as a bunker. NATO soldiers fought their way forward house by house, while Soviet defenders fought back with machine guns and anti-tank missiles. Civilians who were still in the city crouched in cellars or fled through landscapes of rubble, often caught between the fronts. Screams echoed through the streets, while grenades brought down entire streets. The Soviet commanders had no choice. Without supplies, without orderly supplies, they could not hold the city for long. But they knew that Kassel was strategically decisive, so they threw everything they had left into battle. Entire divisions fought to the point of self-surrender. Tank crews sacrificed themselves in firefights to gain time. The losses were enormous, but they delayed NATO's advance. For the soldiers at the front, it was a fight that went beyond imagination. Nights full of firefights, days without sleep, endless marching movements through snow and mud. Many no longer had a clear idea of where the front lined. A street could be in NATO hands in the morning and occupied again by Soviets in the evening. Blood clung to the ruins, and the screams of the wounded echoed between the walls. Despite all the harshness, a picture soon emerged. NATO gained the upper hand. Air superiority made the difference. Every Soviet column that moved was detected by reconnaissance aircraft and attacked by fighter bombers within minutes. Supplies could hardly get through, while the Western troops were abundantly supplied by reinforcements from overseas. The initiative had finally been postponed. A decisive moment came when NATO troops completely surrounded a Soviet tank brigade south of the city. More than 2,000 men were taken prisoner, a shock to Soviet morale. For the first time since the beginning of the war, pictures were seen of captured Soviet soldiers marching in long columns to the prisoner of war camps. In the Western media, these scenes were celebrated as proof that the giant was vulnerable. But the price was high. Kassel was burning. The old town, centuries-old churches, museums, and residential areas lay in ruins. Thousands of civilians were dead or missing, many buried under the rubble. Soldiers who won the victory looked into faces full of despair and sadness. The question of whether it had been worth it was unspoken in the eyes of many. For the NATO leadership, however, the victory was priceless. Kassel was the first major counterattack that had pushed back the enemy and not just stopped it. From now on, one could hope that the advance to the west was finally over. The Soviet generals were forced to rearrange their lines, and the initiative had slipped out of their hands. Panic reigned in Moscow. The momentum of victory that had carried the propaganda for weeks was gone. Instead, generals reported catastrophic losses and crumbling morale. The dream of a quick victory had been shattered, and in its place came the bitter realization that we were now in the midst of a long, grueling war. At the front, the victory at Kassel meant more than just a tactical result for the soldiers. It gave hope. Men who had only experienced retreats for weeks saw that the enemy was bleeding, that he could be defeated. It was a spark that ignited morale, a moment that showed that perhaps Europe was not lost after all. But no one had any illusions. Kassel was only a battle, and the war was far from decided. But in the midst of the ruins, between smoke and rubble, lay a new certainty. NATO had taken the first step towards counterattacking, and the path no longer led west, but east.
Chapter 26: Retreat in Chaos. The Battle of Kassel had changed the balance of power. For the first time since the beginning of the offensive, the Red Army was no longer advancing, but retreating. But this retreat did not happen in an orderly manner, but in a cacophony of desperation, panic, and violence. Entire regiments, which only a few weeks earlier had rolled westwards with waving flags, now stumbled back to the east, hounded by NATO airstrikes, partisans, and the bitter reality of a front that could no longer be held. The streets of central and eastern Germany were transformed into endless columns of vehicles, tanks, wounded, and civilians. Convoys of T-72 tanks, trucks full of ammunition, and overcrowded ambulances crowded the country roads. In between, soldiers were running, exhausted, hungry, some barefoot in the snow. Many were barely able to fight, dragging along like shadows of an army that had lost its pride. Again and again, the columns were hit by NATO fighter jets. With sirens wailing, they rushed out of the sky, threw bombs, and fired rockets that turned entire sections of the columns into fireballs. What remained were mutilated vehicles, burned bodies, and an ever-increasing desperation. The retreat was not only a military but also a logistical nightmare. Radio communications broke down, orders did not reach their addresses or came too late. Some divisions did not know where to retreat and marched blindly into NATO positions. Others panicked and retreated too early, tearing gaps in the lines, which NATO immediately used to advance. There was hardly a united front left. Rather, it was a patchwork of scattered units that desperately tried not to lose touch. The situation was particularly dramatic for the wounded. Field hospitals were hastily evacuated, operations were aborted, patients were thrown into trucks and left on roads when vehicles were no longer available. Doctors and paramedics fought desperately to save at least some lives, but the flood of wounded was crushing. Many died on the side of the road, alone, in the cold, left behind by comrades who could not stop. The civilian population was also dragged into the maelstrom of retreat. Thousands fled the fighting, seeking shelter from the bombings, from the looting soldiers who lost all discipline in the chaos. Farms were emptied, villages burned down if it was suspected that partisans were finding shelter there. Entire families wandered between the columns, begging to be taken on trucks, but were often turned away. The retreat was not an orderly retreat of an army. It was a plunge into anarchy. The Soviet officers desperately tried to restore order. Some ordered summary executions of soldiers who wanted to desert. Others had entire units gathered at roadblocks in order to regroup them. But the fear ran deeper than any order. Everyone knew that NATO now had the upper hand, and many soldiers no longer saw the point in sacrificing their lives for a lost cause. NATO mercilessly exploited the withdrawal. American and British tanks cornered the enemy. German infantry advanced through forests and villages. French air units attacked road crossings and made any movement of the Soviets a risk. It was no longer a heroic battle, but a systematic smashing of an army on the run. In the forests, the pressure from the partisans intensified. They attacked columns in the dark, blew up bridges behind the retreating Soviets, stole weapons and equipment that were left behind. For many Red Army soldiers, the retreat was not only an escape from NATO, but also a struggle for survival against invisible opponents who struck out of the dark. Kassel had long since fallen, but the fighting continued to the east. Cities such as Göttingen, Eisenach, and Erfurt were drawn into the retreat battles. House fronts became barricades, churches became field hospitals, market squares became mass graves. Every place through which the Soviets passed became a symbol of desperation. The mood among the soldiers was one of panic. Rumors spread faster than orders. Some said that NATO was already in Leipzig, others that nuclear weapons were being used. Each setback fueled the fear that this was the end. Soldiers who had felt liberated only weeks earlier now saw themselves as hunted. In Moscow, the pressure on the military leadership grew. The retreat could no longer be denied, the losses could no longer be glossed over. Propaganda could no longer obscure reality. It was clear that the war was at a turning point. But the political leaders refused to speak of defeat. Instead, they demanded heroic sacrifices and determination to the last man. The reality at the front was different. Officers begged for reinforcements, which did not come. Tanks without fuel were blown up so that they did not fall into NATO hands. Entire regiments disappeared without a trace, dissolved in fire or chaos. And yet there were still Soviet units that fought with iron discipline. Some brigades held bridges and roads so that others could escape. They sacrificed themselves in ambushes, delaying the NATO advance by hours or days. In these moments, the old pride of the Red Army flashed up, but it was quickly extinguished again under the force of the superior force. The retreat was no longer a tactical maneuver. It was a fight for survival. Men ran, women and children fled, cities burned. The order that makes up an army crumbled to dust. And in this dust, a new chapter began. The disintegration of the Warsaw Pact, the foundations of which burned in the flames of Kassel and the endless columns on the streets of East Germany. When NATO finally reached the line of Thuringia and pushed the Soviets further east, it was clear that the Red Army had lost its invincibility. The retreat in chaos was not just a defeat on the battlefield, it was a moral collapse whose consequences would shake the entire bloc.
Chapter 27, Warsaw Pact in Panic. The defeated Kassel and the subsequent chaotic retreat were like a thunderclap that shook the entire Warsaw Pact. What had initially been described as a setback in the corridors of the Kremlin grew within days into a crisis that blew up all joints, not only militarily but also politically. For the first time since the beginning of the war, the question was no longer how far the Red Army could march westward, but whether it was still able to hold its own lines. Panic spread in the capitals of the satellite states: Warsaw, Prague, East Berlin, Budapest. Everywhere the news from the front flickered across the screens, reports of columns breaking apart in chaos, of divisions that had lost touch, of a NATO that was penetrating deeper and deeper into the heart of East Germany. The propaganda, which had spread unshakable optimism for weeks, came to a standstill. Even the state-controlled broadcasters could no longer conceal the extent of the disaster. In East Berlin, the trust of the population finally collapsed. Even the invasion of West Germany by the NVA had been reluctantly endured by many. But now that the fighting was approaching, old fears broke out. Streams of refugees pushed towards Poland and Czechoslovakia as if safety could be found there, but insecurity prevailed there as well. Rumors spread like wildfire. NATO would soon reach the Elbe, partisan movements were on the verge of insurrection, and the Soviets could use their own nuclear weapons to turn the tide. In Warsaw, internal battles were raging within the leadership. The Polish generals were horrified to see that their troops at the front were also faltering. They knew that their soldiers, many of them forced recruits, did not possess the iron discipline of Soviet veterans. There were already reports of entire regiments refusing orders, of desertions, of secret contacts with Western forces. What had begun as solidarity with Moscow threatened to tip over into betrayal. In Prague, too, things were seething. The Czechoslovakian leadership was caught between the fronts. On the one hand, it had sent troops to support Soviet operations, but on the other hand, there was a growing fear in the country itself that it would once again become the battlefield of Europe. The retreat of the Red Army hinted that NATO could soon reach the borders of Czechoslovakia, and the memory of the Prague Spring was still alive in many minds. It was a dangerous cocktail of fear, mistrust, and subliminal rebellion. The Hungarian leadership, on the other hand, began to secretly examine its own possibilities. Rumors said that Budapest had already made contact with Western diplomats so as not to sink into chaos itself in the event of a complete collapse of the Soviet front. Whether this was truth or mere propaganda could not be determined, but the mood within the pact became increasingly hysterical. In Moscow itself, the situation was hardly better. The Politburo table, where the triumphal procession had been planned weeks ago, now became the place of reproaches, mutual recriminations, and desperate appeals. The military demanded reinforcements, which did not exist. Politicians accused the generals of incompetence, while the intelligence services reported growing disloyalty in the satellite states. Everyone tried to evade responsibility, and yet it was clear to everyone that the Warsaw Pact was on the verge of implosion. On the fronts, this panic was reflected in chaotic scenes. Commanders received contradictory orders: retreat, hold, dare to counterattack. Entire divisions were thrown into battles without coordination, which they could not win. Meanwhile, NATO systematically captured bridges, cities, and hubs, cut off supply routes, and put Soviet troops under further pressure. The soldiers of the Warsaw Pact felt this panic. Many were still struggling with the harshness of despair, but others began to lay down their arms. Especially in the ranks of the East German NVA, a dangerous development became apparent. More and more soldiers wondered why they should die for Moscow while their own cities lay in ruins. There were reports that units secretly contacted NATO or switched sides right away. What was dismissed as Western propaganda in Moscow was in fact an ominous signal. The pact began to crumble from within. NATO cleverly exploited this weakness. Via radio broadcasts and leaflets, the soldiers of the Eastern Bloc armies were promised amnesty if they laid down their arms. "Go home, your families are waiting," said the messages dropped by helicopters. Many initially thought it was a trap, but in view of the chaos and hopelessness, more and more decided to take the risk. The image of an unstoppable Soviet machine finally shattered. Instead, cracks appeared that were not only militarily but also politically deadly.
Every retreat, every lost city, every division that disbanded increased the panic in the capitals of the East. The question was no longer whether the Warsaw Pact could win the war, but whether it would still exist at all when the smoke cleared. In this panic, dangerous ideas ferment. Some generals in Moscow have already openly spoken of the use of tactical nuclear weapons to stop NATO and force their own allies to discipline. It was a thought that scurried through the corridors of the Kremlin like a specter. No one dared to say it clearly, but everyone knew that it was inevitably approaching. Meanwhile, the situation at the front plunged further into chaos. In Thuringia, a Soviet division collapsed completely. The remnants fled in all directions, leaving behind tanks, weapons, and even their officers. NATO moved up without encountering any significant resistance. This was a nightmare for the Soviet leadership. The once feared enemy had become an army on the run. The panic in the Warsaw Pact had not yet reached its peak. With every hour, the fear grew that not only individual units, but entire states could turn away from Moscow. And as NATO continued its advance with cool precision, the question inevitably remained: how long could the pact last before it collapsed? In this panic, dangerous ideas ferment. Some generals in Moscow have already openly spoken of the use of tactical nuclear weapons to stop NATO and force their own allies to discipline. It was a thought that scurried through the corridors of the Kremlin like a specter. No one dared to say it clearly, but everyone knew that it was inevitably approaching. Meanwhile, the situation at the front plunged further into chaos. In Thuringia, a Soviet division collapsed completely. The remains fled in all directions, leaving behind tanks, weapons, and even their officers. NATO moved up without encountering any significant resistance. This was a nightmare for the Soviet leadership. The once feared enemy had become an army on the run. The panic in the Warsaw Pact had not yet reached its peak. With every hour, the fear grew that not only individual units, but entire states could turn away from Moscow. And as NATO continued its advance with cool precision, the question inevitably remained: how long could the pact last before it collapsed? In this panic, dangerous ideas ferment. Some generals in Moscow have already openly spoken of the use of tactical nuclear weapons to stop NATO and force their own allies to discipline. It was a thought that scurried through the corridors of the Kremlin like a specter. No one dared to say it clearly, but everyone knew that it was inevitably approaching. Meanwhile, the situation at the front plunged further into chaos. In Thuringia, a Soviet division completely collapsed. The remains fled in all directions, leaving behind tanks, weapons, and even their officers. NATO moved up without encountering any significant resistance. This was a nightmare for the Soviet leadership. The once feared enemy had become an army on the run. The panic in the Warsaw Pact had not yet reached its peak. With every hour, the fear grew that not only individual units, but entire states could turn away from Moscow. And as NATO continued its advance with cool precision, the question inevitably remained: how long could the pact last before it collapsed?
Chapter 28. Tactical Nuclear Weapons in Action. The front was broken, the Red Army was in retreat, and the panic in the Warsaw Pact spread like wildfire. In Moscow, the Politburo met in endless meetings, and the generals put cards on the table that showed nothing but a succession of defeats, smashed divisions, lost cities. The face of the West changed. Where once Soviet tanks rolled triumphantly, you could now see columns of refugees, burned vehicles, and the gaze of men who knew their power was waning. It was at this moment that a word was thrown into the room that had long been silent like a taboo: nuclear weapons. At first, there was only talk of tactical warheads, limited deployment, surgical strikes that were supposed to force NATO to hold. No one wanted to use the word strategic. No one dared to name the full horror. But it was clear to everyone that if NATO continued to advance, the war would leave the stage of conventions behind. A Soviet marshal slammed his fist on the table. He spoke of honor, of the duty to save the fatherland, no matter what the price. Others nodded, some remained silent. But the logic of the war was merciless.
The defeats had pushed Moscow into a corner. The order was given on an icy night. A single tactical warhead stationed in East Germany was to be deployed. The target was a large NATO tank cluster south of Magdeburg, a hub where Western troops concentrated their offensive. The weapon was not a huge intercontinental ballistic missile, but a smaller tactical missile whose explosive power was only a fraction of the bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But the only lost all meaning when the unspeakable happened. In the early hours of the morning, the rocket rose into the sky. She drew a tail through the clouds, a glowing hint that disappeared into the invisible within seconds. Seconds later, it exploded over the target area. A dazzling light, brighter than 1,000 suns, tore the darkness. A blast wave raced across fields and forests, smashed vehicles, knocked over tanks like toys, smashed buildings up to kilometers away. The fireball rose, a mushroom of smoke and death, still visible in villages far away. Thousands of soldiers died in an instant. Entire brigades burned in their vehicles or were torn apart by the blast wave. Those who stood further away were blinded by the light, inhaled radioactive dust, the effect of which would only become apparent later. Animals, forests, villages, everything was wiped out in seconds. What remained was a landscape of ashes, glowing rubble, and the eerie silence after the thunder. The news spread faster than the smoke. In the NATO headquarters, disbelief broke out. Many had expected escalations, chemical weapons, new mass attacks, but no one had believed that Moscow would actually take the nuclear step. In Washington, the phones were running hot. In London and Paris, the alarm bells were ringing. Everyone knew what this meant. A red line had been crossed. Panic reigned at the front. Surviving NATO soldiers fled in all directions, many half-burned, many in shock, unable to understand what had happened. Radios transmitted broken voices screaming for help. Commanders trying to establish order while their units literally evaporated. It was the first time since 1945 that an atomic bomb was used in war. And it was the beginning of a new phase that no one had wanted to experience. A bitter dispute broke out in the NATO governments. Some demanded immediate retaliation, others urged restraint in order to delay the step into total nuclear war. But the public reacted with horror and anger. Images of burned soldiers, of destroyed landscapes, of the eerie cloud that hung over Germany flooded the media. Millions of people took to the streets, demanded answers, demanded revenge. Shock also spread within the Warsaw Pact. Many of Moscow's allies had hoped that the operation would remain a threat, a weapon that was only used in words. But now that the bomb had fallen, they feared that they themselves would be the next targets, whether through NATO attacks or through Moscow's determination not to let anyone escape. In Warsaw and Prague, people whispered about the apocalypse. In Budapest, they were feverishly looking for ways not to be drawn into the maelstrom. But in Moscow itself, propaganda sold the blow as a triumph. There was talk of a decisive blow against imperialist aggression, of unshakable strength, and of a warning that the West would understand. Behind closed doors, however, the generals knew that this mission did not mean the end of the NATO offensive, but the beginning of an abyss into which both blocs were now falling. NATO could not simply retreat. The very next day, the options for an answer began to be examined. Should tactical nuclear weapons also be used? Should one fight back conventionally and hope that Moscow did not go one step further? Everyone knew that hesitation could mean weakness, but escalation could mean the end of the world. At the front, the lines were reorganized. NATO troops were ordered to withdraw in order not to get into further nuclear strikes. Entire cities were evacuated. People fled in panic, seeking shelter in basements, bunkers, tunnels. But there was no real protection, not against radiation, not against fear. Parents held their children tight while the eerie cloud hovered in the sky, a symbol of the horror to come. The soldiers who survived were scarred. Many cried, others stared into space. Officers reported that discipline was threatening to crumble, that some soldiers no longer wanted to fight because they knew that no weapon in the world could protect them against a second blow. It was a break in the West's self-image. It was no longer just fighting against tanks and guns, it was fighting against the end itself. And yet, the NATO leadership decided not to give up the advance. They wanted to show Moscow that they would not be blackmailed. Tanks rolled on, infantry marched forward, supported by an air force that now targeted every Soviet depot, every column, before it could even form. The use of the bomb had changed the war, but it had not ended it. In Moscow, on the other hand, there was a fatal silence. They waited to see if the West would strike back. Every hour that passed without a NATO response was considered a victory, but the tension was unbearable. Radio operators reported every movement, every rocket that took off somewhere, every plane that crossed the sky. The world held its breath. But deep in the cellars of the Kremlin, the men who had given the order knew that they had opened a door that could no longer be closed. The use of tactical nuclear weapons was not the end of the escalation, but its beginning.
Chapter 29. The Vengeance Attack. The use of the first tactical nuclear weapon had put the world in shock. A mushroom of smoke and death over the fields south of Magdeburg, images of crooked steel skeletons and burnt bodies that penetrated Western screens, had plunged not only NATO governments but also their populations into a state of horror and frenzy. Washington, London, Paris, Bonn, everywhere it became clear that this blow could not be left unanswered without destroying its own deterrence and thus the credibility of the alliance. The West had reached a point where silence was synonymous with defeat. The discussions in NATO's underground bunkers were heated. The military presented sober figures: destructive power, number of victims, possible escalation scenarios. Politicians were looking for a middle ground, but there was none. Some of the commanders demanded immediate retaliation in the same coin: a tactical atomic bomb on a Soviet formation, preferably deep behind the front line, in order to achieve maximum effect. Others pleaded for a measured counterstrike, for example against isolated military targets in East Germany, in order to send the signal without taking the open path to global nuclear war. But everyone knew that with every day of hesitation, NATO's moral and strategic ability to act dwindled. The revenge attack was finally decided. A single warhead was to be used to make it clear that the alliance was not backing down. The destination was a Soviet supply hub near Leipzig, a place where depots, ammunition depots, and fuel convoys were concentrated. There, the Red Army had bundled its supply lines in the hope of bringing the chaotic situation under control. It was a goal that made military sense, and at the same time was far enough away from major cities to be considered a limited response. But limitation in this new world was just a word without substance. In the early hours of the morning, a NATO cruise missile taxied from a mobile launch system in West Germany. Quietly, inconspicuously, but with deadly cargo, he glided through the sky. Radar stations registered him. Alarm bells rang on the Soviet side. But before any countermeasure could take effect, a glaring light tore the horizon. A second sun spread over the forests and fields east of Leipzig, a fireball that engulfed everything within seconds. Fuel depots exploded, ammunition detonated in a chain reaction. Entire regiments that had lined up to collect disappeared in a sea of flames. The shockwave tore down forests, hurled trucks dozens of meters through the air, turned tanks into burning wrecks. Those who did not die immediately wandered blindly and burning through a landscape that no longer seemed to be of this world. The sky turned black, and an eerie silence followed the thunder, as if even nature had been frightened. The news spread like wildfire. NATO broadcasters soberly reported a targeted counterstrike. But in the cities of the West, emotions ran high. Many cheered, not out of joy at the destruction, but out of relief that they had shown strength. Others took to the streets in shock, holding candles in their hands, because they suspected that this was only the beginning of a downward spiral. In Moscow, on the other hand, sheer anger broke out. The Kremlin had hoped to intimidate NATO with the first operation, to force it to hold. Instead, the Western powers had responded unwaveringly with the same weapon. The generals reported devastating losses. Entire brigades had been wiped out, fuel reserves burned, and the supply chain smashed again. The blow at Leipzig was not just a symbolic response. It was a military stab in the back of an army that was already reeling. For the soldiers at the front, it was proof that the West would not give way, not even in the face of the ultimate horror. But the revenge attack had other consequences. Panic broke out in the capitals of the Warsaw Pact countries. In Warsaw, functionaries whispered of an imminent end of the world. In Prague, officers considered withdrawing their troops in order to not get caught up in the maelstrom. In East Berlin, the fear was palpable that the city itself would become the next target, a battlefield between the blocks that would end in radioactive fire. On the front lines, the atmosphere became denser. Soldiers on both sides now lived in constant anticipation of the next lightning, the next thunder that could destroy their world. Every impact, every explosion, even if it was conventional, made the men wince, believing it was another bomb, another mushroom rising into the sky. Discipline crumbled, nervous breakdowns piled up. At the same time, NATO felt an incredible increase in determination. The counterattack had shown that they were not intimidated. Tanks continued to roll east, infantry advanced, planes circled over the bombed-out landscapes. The logistics of the Red Army were in ruins, and each passing day brought NATO closer to Poland's borders. But in the eyes of the generals lurked a grim certainty. Moscow would not allow its army to be beaten like this. The next answer could be bigger, harder, more uncontrollable. In Washington, however, there was a mood between triumph and fear. The president appeared in front of the cameras, spoke of justice for our fallen, and that one would never allow oneself to be blackmailed. But behind the doors of the White House, feverish discussions were going on. Everyone knew that the Soviet leadership was now also under pressure. The balance of terror that had secured peace for decades was shattered. In Moscow, on the other hand, the Politburo was raging. Some called for the next step to be taken, and not only tactical but strategic weapons to be used. Others warned that this would mean total destruction. But no one could rule out the possibility that in the heat of the moment, a decision would be made that would plunge the world into the abyss. At the front, the soldiers continued to fight like driven men, while the shadow of nuclear war hung over them. Every victory, every conquered city, every battle won seemed secondary to the fear that a single order could destroy everything. And yet, NATO advanced eastwards, step by step, over scorched earth, through destroyed villages, past men who died in shock and radiation. The revenge attack had not been an end, it was a prelude to an escalation that no one could control.
Chapter 30. NATO pushes east. The landscape in central Germany was a field of rubble. Burned forests, destroyed cities, and the eerie glow of the radioactive cloud that hung over Leipzig after the revenge attack formed the backdrop for NATO's next step. After weeks of defensiveness, after the desperate retreat and escalation through the use of tactical nuclear weapons, the alliance had made a decision. It would no longer just stand firm, it would advance. For the first time since the beginning of the war, the initiative was clearly with her. The generals in Brussels spoke of a coordinated counterattack, but for the soldiers at the front, it meant something else. It was a forward march into a world that no longer had much to do with the homeland they once wanted to defend. They marched through ruins, through fields full of corpses, past burned-out vehicles whose steel skeletons were still steaming. The enemy was weakened, even crushed in many areas, but he had not disappeared. Every step to the east could mean a trap, an ambush, another blow with nuclear weapons. NATO used all its strength. American divisions freshly arrived from overseas formed the spearhead. British and German armored brigades flanked the advance, while French and Dutch infantry secured the back. Planes circled overhead, day and night, ready to immediately destroy any Soviet movement. The sky belonged to NATO.
The Earth was now to belong to it as well. The Red Army had retreated deep inland, but its retreat was chaotic and full of casualties. Entire columns were smashed on the open street by NATO bombers. Supply depots went up in flames. What was once feared as an unstoppable machine now looked like a battered colossus, staggering and barely able to stand on its feet. But it was precisely in this staggering that there was danger, for an army that had nothing left to lose could strike the most cruelly. The cities on the way east became symbols of this new phase of the war. Halle was a ghost town, half destroyed, half abandoned. NATO soldiers marched through streets where the windows stared blank like eye sockets. Looters scurried through the ruins. Civilians begged for food. Some dared to greet the Western soldiers as liberators. But behind the faces there was fear. Fear of the Soviets who might return. Fear of the bombs that could fall again at any time. Jena was taken after heavy fighting. Scattered Soviet units had entrenched themselves there, supported by remnants of the NVA, who were desperately trying to defend their homeland. House by house they fought their way through. Grenades smashed walls. Snipers lurked in the ruins. It was no longer an orderly fight, but a wild struggle for survival. In the end, NATO flags fluttered over the rubble, but the price was high. Whole battalions were wiped out, and the streets were littered with dead. The advance was not a triumphal procession, it was a path through hell. Behind the lines, the chaos of the occupation began. Streams of refugees rolled westwards for fear of further fighting or Soviet retaliation. Villages that had been between the fronts were razed to the ground. The few people who still lived there had nothing left but bare survival. NATO soldiers divided their rations, set up makeshift infirmaries, but it was a drop in the ocean. And yet, despite all these horrors, the advance was successful. The Soviet front continued to fragment. More and more often, NATO units came across scattered groups that surrendered, who threw away their weapons and just wanted to go home. Entire regiments were captured without a shot being fired. It was as if the will of the Red Army had broken, like a steel that had been bent too often. In Moscow, however, the trembling began. The loss of Leipzig, of Halle, of Jena was more than a tactical problem. It was a blow to the heart of Soviet power projection in Europe. The Warsaw Pact threatened to fall apart, and the Allies doubted Moscow's strength. Reports of deserting units, of officers refusing orders, reached the Kremlin, and each of these reports was like a stab in the back of the image of the invincible army. NATO was aware of this weakness and increased the pressure. With every day it advanced further, not only militarily, but also politically. Over radios and leaflets, the peoples of the Eastern Bloc countries were promised freedom, an end to the dictatorship, a future without Moscow. These messages fell on open ears, on people who were only looking for hope in the chaos. But the further east NATO pushed, the greater the fear in the West. Every step deeper into the heart of the Eastern Bloc brought the danger that Moscow would once again resort to the nuclear card. In Washington and London, there was a feverish discussion about whether the advance should be limited in order to avoid a total escalation. But the pull of events was stronger than any caution. The enemy was weakened, and they wanted victory. The front finally shifted to the Oder. Frankfurt under Oder, Eisenhüttenstadt, Cottbus, names that suddenly became the scene of a war that could never have been imagined. Here the last remnants of the Red Army in Germany gathered. Here they prepared for a last defense. Anti-tank ditches were dug, artillery was brought into position, soldiers swore to stop NATO at all costs. But reality spoke against them. Without supplies, without morality, without the certainty that Moscow would save them, their resistance was doomed to failure from the start. NATO rolled on, with the relentless force of a machine that could no longer be stopped. Every kilometer to the east was a step deeper into the abyss, but it was a step that no one could avoid. The war had long since crossed the line that still made it seem manageable. Now he was a whirlpool that swallowed up everyone. When the first NATO tanks reached the Oder and crossed improvised bridges into Poland, it was clear that the alliance had conquered most of East Germany. But the price was immeasurable. Behind her lay a burnt country, in front of her an opponent who still possessed nuclear weapons, and a Kremlin with its back to the wall. Chapter 31. First nuclear explosion over Central Europe. The sky over Central Europe had been gray for weeks, clouded by clouds of smoke and ash. But on that morning, when the world irrevocably entered a new phase of war, it seemed almost clear. For a moment, a deceptive calm lay over the ruined cities and burnt-out landscapes, a calm that many soldiers and civilians alike felt as an ominous omen. No one could have imagined that this day would go down in history as the moment when humanity crossed the last threshold. NATO had advanced as far as the Oder. The Red Army was reeling, its lines were torn, its morale was in the basement. Moscow knew that another withdrawal would mean the collapse of the entire Warsaw Pact. The political leaders in the Kremlin had been sitting in almost uninterrupted meetings for days. Generals drew maps with trembling hands, pushed symbols back and forth that had little to do with the reality at the front. The word that came up again and again in these meetings was escalation. The order came in the early hours of the morning. The instruction was brief, cold, without pathos. Use a weapon, target near Hanover, tactical strike. No more long discussions, no more justifications. It was the desperation of a regime that knew its army was disintegrating. The blow was not only intended to hit the NATO front, but also to send a signal. To Washington, to Brussels, to the world, Moscow would not give up without a fight. The rocket was prepared in a wooded area near Brest. An old SS-21 launcher, scantily camouflaged, operated by soldiers who trembled with fear and a sense of duty in equal measure. They knew they were going to press a button that could change the world. The commander, a man with deep wrinkles and tired eyes, hesitated for a moment as he entered the codes. He thought of his family in Minsk, of his children, whom he had not seen for months. But then he pressed the switch. The rocket took off howling, tore a swath through the air, and disappeared to the west. There was silence for minutes. No one at the front knew what had just happened. NATO radar stations registered the launch immediately. Sirens wailed. Command posts reported the point of impact in panic. But the time was too short to do anything. Only a few minutes passed between the start and the moment when the war reached a new dimension. The warhead exploded over the North German plain not far from Hanover. It was a tactical nuclear weapon with an explosive power of about 20 kilotons, as powerful as the Nagasaki bomb and yet tiny compared to the strategic arsenals that rested in silos and submarines. The fireball lit up the sky like a second sun. Within seconds, everything that was within a radius of several kilometers was burning. NATO tank columns that were on their way east became glowing wrecks. Soldiers had no chance to save themselves. A shock went through the ranks of NATO. No one believed that Moscow would really dare to take this step. Tactical nuclear weapons had been understood as a threatening backdrop, as a bluff intended to build up pressure. But now, reality lay burning and irradiated in front of them. Entire battalions were wiped out, radio communications broke down, chaos spread. In Hanover itself, the target of the blow, hell reigned. The city center turned into a sea of flames in seconds. Buildings shattered, streets melted, people evaporated in the flash of light. Those who survived on the edge of the explosion were caught by the blast wave, hurled through the air, buried in rubble. Firestorms spread, devouring everything in their path. Paramedics who tried to rescue survivors found only mountains of corpses. The news spread rapidly. In Brussels, in Washington, in London, the news ran across the screens everywhere. Nuclear weapon deployed over Central Europe, headlined CNN, while BBC spoke of the end of restraint. Politicians rushed to their crisis centers. Generals demanded immediate countermeasures. NATO's supreme commander in Europe pleaded to strike back before the enemy strike again. But the politicians hesitated, because a counterstrike could mean that the war went from a tactical escalation to a global nuclear war.
For the soldiers at the front, there was no time for such considerations. Radiation was already starting, Geiger counters were firing, protective masks were being distributed, but it was too late. Entire regiments were rendered incapacitated, not only by the explosion itself, but by the invisible threat that hung in the air. Panic broke out. Some units fled in disorderly haste, others dug in and waited for orders that did not come. There was a moment of satisfaction in Moscow. The blow had been struck, the message had been sent. But the faces of the generals remained tense. Each of them knew that this step was not the end, but the beginning. They had crossed a red line, and the West's response would not be long in coming. In Washington, the president sat in an underground bunker, surrounded by advisors, military, and intelligence chiefs. The atmosphere was icy. Some demanded immediate retribution with the same coin. Others urged caution, reminding that an ill-considered step could cost millions of lives. In the end, the decision was made to continue fighting conventionally for the time being, but to put their own nuclear weapons on high alert. The world held its breath. For the civilian population in Germany, this day was the end of all illusions. Until now, it had been hoped that the war, as terrible as it was, might still end in a conventional way. But with the explosion over Hanover, this hope shattered like glass. People fled en masse, trying to make their way west, away from the front lines, away from the places that could serve as the next target. Roads were clogged, trains were overcrowded, entire families wandered through the countryside on foot. Panic also grew in neighboring countries. In the Netherlands, Belgium, and France, supermarkets filled up, bunkers were opened, radio announcements warned the population to prepare for the worst. The idea that the next bomb might explode over Paris, Brussels, or even London lay like an icy shadow over the whole of Europe. But despite all the fear, despite the countless dead and injured, the blow did not drive NATO back. On the contrary, the will to win the war became even stronger. Soldiers vowed to avenge their fallen comrades. Politicians promised not to give in. NATO continued to advance, more cautiously, but determinedly. The first nuclear explosion over Central Europe was not an isolated event. It was the prelude. In the bunkers of the world powers, the clocks now ran faster. Every decision could bring doom. Every delay could be interpreted as weakness. Humanity was on the brink of the abyss, and no one knew if it could still step back.
Chapter 32. Panic in Moscow. News of the explosion near Hanover reached Moscow in the early hours of the morning, delivered by a staff officer who entered the Kremlin with a pale face. The strike had been successful, he reported, the target destroyed, entire NATO units wiped out. But while the words of military efficiency were still in the air, the mood was permeated by trepidation. Because everyone in the hall knew that this mission was not a victory, but a turning point, and that the West would now respond with something that no one could control. The members of the Politburo sat in silence as the images of the first satellite images were projected onto the screen. You could see the huge crater, the clouds of smoke, the burned-out shell remains. There were also streams of refugees moving chaotically, and civilians burned into shadows around the explosion. One of the functionaries mumbled something about efficiency. Another spoke of necessary toughness. But there was no hardness in the faces, only fear. The news spread rapidly on the streets of Moscow. First via rumors carried by soldiers and officials, then via foreign radio stations that could be received despite jamming transmitters. The population immediately understood what it meant. The war was now nuclear. People crowded to the bunkers that had been built in Soviet cities for decades, many long since dilapidated, full of mold and without sufficient supplies. Fighting broke out outside the entrances. Desperate families screamed for admission, while soldiers with rifle butts tried to maintain order. The markets were looted, shelves and shops emptied, bread and canned food disappeared in minutes. Thousands crowded into the metro stations, which were always intended as shelters during the Cold War.
Some sang old patriotic songs, others cried silently while children sobbed in their mother's arms. The fear had taken on a form, the fear that the next lightning bolt in the sky would appear not in Germany, but over Moscow itself. The secret police tried to keep the panic under control. Loudspeaker cars drove through the streets and announced that the situation was under control, that the West would never go so far to attack Moscow. But no one believed these words. The memories of the sirens that had been wailing for days when NATO bomber formations approached the border were too fresh. The image of Hiroshima, which had been shown as a warning in Soviet schools for generations, was too present. Now this admonition had become reality. In the Kremlin, the dispute escalated. Some generals demanded that the West be immediately intimidated by further strikes, for example against military bases in West Germany or even against Great Britain. Only strength will hold them back, thundered one. Others warned urgently that any further use would conjure up total annihilation. "We have crossed the threshold," said an older strategist, "but we must not enter the abyss." The general secretary, a man marked by insomnia and illness, sat quietly and smoked one cigarette after another. His eyes looked blankly into the room, as if he were listening to an echo from the past. Finally, he spoke quietly. "We wanted to gain time, not trigger an apocalypse." But the words faded away because no one knew how to gain time anymore. Chaos broke out in Moscow's barracks. Conscripts, many barely older than 20, heard the news and saw no future. Some deserted and fled home to their families. Others stayed, but with a look in their eyes that suggested that they had long since given up. Officers tried to maintain discipline, but they also knew that discipline did not fight the fear of dying soon in a nuclear fire. In the universities, students organized spontaneous protests. They shouted "No nuclear war" and "Stop the lies." The demonstrations were quickly dispersed by the police, but they left behind a whisper that continued in the cafes and apartment buildings. Many openly wondered whether the Soviet leadership was leading the people to their downfall. For the first time in decades, the fear of one's own system was less than the fear of annihilation from outside. Moscow's churches, long despised by the regime, suddenly filled up with believers and non-believers alike. Priests spoke of atonement, of hope, of the need to trust in God. Candles burned in endless rows, while outside snowflakes fell over the streets, which were full of rubble, garbage, and freezing people. Western intelligence services registered this unrest closely. Radio messages that were intercepted reported panic, deserted soldiers, overloaded bunkers. In Brussels and Washington, this was seen as a sign that Moscow was weakening. But at the same time, it was known that a wavering nuclear power was even more dangerous than a strong one. The panic also spread to the outskirts. Trains full of refugees from the West rolled into Moscow, their occupants emaciated, irradiated, distraught. They told of the flames over Hanover, of children who turned to ashes in seconds. Their stories spread like wildfire, feeding the fear that soon every city would look like this. In a bunker under the city, scientists who had been working on missile defense systems for years. They knew that their systems would never be able to intercept a massive attack by NATO. They discussed whether it made sense to continue working at all, or whether they should not rather look for their families. But the doors of the bunker were locked, guards patrolled. They were prisoners of their own knowledge. The Kremlin tried to send an image of strength. On state television, the general secretary spoke to the people. "Comrades, the West has seen that we are ready to defend our homeland. They will not dare to go any further. Stay strong, stand firm, the fatherland will stand." But as he spoke, you could see the tremor in his eyes that belied the words. The people in front of the screens felt it immediately. Instead of confidence, even more fear spread. The panic in Moscow was not only the panic of bombs. It was the panic of a society that sensed that the system itself had begun to falter. For decades, the Soviet Union had radiated strength, discipline, and an unshakable belief in victory. But now it was a colossus with feet of clay, whose population sensed that the leadership had lost control. And while the sirens were wailing again outside because another NATO bomber unit was flying towards the eastern border, everyone in Moscow knew that the next flash of lightning in the sky could be their last.
Chapter 33. Washington in a State of Emergency. The news hit Washington like a punch in the stomach. In the first minutes after the alarm, there was a raw, poorly processed mixture of disbelief, anger, and panicked activity in the Capitol. The same images flickered on the screens in the Pentagon, the White House, and in the offices of the news channels. The fireball over Hanover, smoking debris fields, people in panic. For the Americans, it was not just news from Europe. It was a break in an order that had rested on deterrence and calculation for decades. The question that arose in every conference room, in every office, and in every living room was, how does a world power respond when the boundaries of the permissible and the unthinkable have been crossed? In the West Wing of the White House, the core troops gathered in no time at all. The President, the permanent security advisors, the Secretary of Defense, the Chief of Staff of the Army, the head of the intelligence services, and the National Security Advisor. The situation was simple. A tactical nuclear weapon had struck in the middle of Central Europe. Allied troops had been destroyed. The international order had been hit so hard that the normal rules of the game no longer seemed to apply. In the first 15 minutes after the report, the words retaliation, restored deterrence, and escalation-avoiding measures were mentioned in the same breath. But the rapprochement remained contradictory. Demonstrate strength without forcing the clear leap into an all-destroying counterstrike. Politicians who had spoken of determination weeks earlier now found that decision-making spaces had evaporated. Every option carried the risk of an avalanche. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was the first to speak plainly. We have to be credible. We must not allow nuclear blackmail to become the new standard. The military response, outlined in sober terms, was two-pronged. Defensive in the short term, ramping up land, air, and sea defense, putting units on alert. In the medium term, offensive. Targeted strikes on Soviet supply nodes and command posts to weaken the ability to carry out further attacks. In some corners of the Council, there was open talk of limited nuclear retaliation as a last resort. Others warned that any nuclear response could mean loss of control. The debates were fast, harsh, personal. Nobody played with formulations. They talked about people, about markets, about loyalty to the alliance, about the promise that had been made to millions of Europeans. Outside the bunker doors of power, practical problems dominated everyday life. How to protect the capital, maintain vital communication channels, and inform the population without stirring up panic. The national state of emergency was declared. Government services shut down, official routes were closed, and overnight a new, strictly regulated prioritization took effect. Electricity for command centers, communications for the armed forces, supplies for the administration. In the radius offices of the city, there were announcements that were supposed to have a sober effect, to calm down. But the people on the streets instinctively sensed that things were about to get out of control. Supermarket shelves became emptier, petrol stations saw queues, and Washington police had to distinguish between demonstrations and spontaneous gatherings. The media played a double role. They informed, but they also stirred up emotions. 24-hour broadcasters broadcast excerpts of the crisis meetings. Experts and commentators delivered endless loops of analyses. Partly calculated strategies, partly moral appeals. Families sat spellbound in front of the screens. Parents tried to cover up the panic of the children, while young men and women discussed in reservist forums whether they would be mobilized for a mission. On the campuses of the major universities, anger erupted in spontaneous rallies.
"Never again nuclear," demonstrators shouted, while in other places placards were held up for complete victory. Society began to divide along the old lines, those who demanded retribution and those who pleaded for restraint. In Congress, the debate broke out with existential sharpness. Some lawmakers demanded immediate, tough responses, not just as a military response, but as a signal to allies and adversaries that America was delivering on its promises. Others warned that a hasty nuclear response could ignite the fire that no one could extinguish. Between speeches of patriotic indignation and appeals to reason, there were emotional, factual, and legal disputes. Who has the right to make such decisions? How will the public be involved in the decision, if at all? It was a moment when democratic mechanisms were subjected to torture. The need for quick decisions collided with the principle of parliamentary control. Meanwhile, the operational response culminated in concrete military action. Aircraft carrier groups moved closer to European waters, additional wings for airlifts were provided. Ground troops were put on alert. Military command centers ordered sharp air defense. AWACS surveillance, additional patrols, and anti-missile posts. Intelligence services intensified signal and satellite reconnaissance, looking for signs of further preparations in Moscow. In a cloak and dagger operation, mobile ICBM charges and certain nuclear capabilities were placed on high alert, a provocation risk that was deliberately accepted because the U.S. leadership believed that this was the only way to restore deterrence. But Washington did not only fight on a military level. The administration launched a broad-based diplomatic offensive. Secret phone calls with partners, crisis meetings with NATO prime ministers, direct talks with neutral powers to gather an international outrage and support. In every connection there was the request: show understanding, but not act in such a way that Moscow feels provoked. The reality, however, was clear. No one wanted to be the target of a thermonuclear response. Thus, in the first few hours, the diplomatic channels mainly provided logistic and communicative work, coordinating evacuations, humanitarian aid deliveries, and media messages that combined messages of determination with an appeal to cool down. The economy registered the shockwaves immediately. Financial markets, already nervous due to war concerns, plunged into panic. Banks and stock exchanges reacted within hours. Indices fell, gold rose. The Federal Reserve met to provide liquidity and dampen systemic risks. Supply chains that depended on Europe stalled, while energy prices rose. Companies set contingency plans in motion, recalled employees from foreign subsidiaries, and switched production to war-necessary goods. While civilian infrastructure in North America remained intact, the economy was already feeling the fragility of global connections. And yet, in the midst of the state of emergency, there were moments of human clarity. Civil protection authorities organized emergency shelters. Volunteers collected donations for European refugees. Pastors called for joint rest and prayers. Doctors' associations prepared field hospitals. Student organizations offered translation services and logistical assistance. People sought comfort in churches, mosques, and synagogues. Aid organizations in the USA set up hotline networks for desperate families. The country mobilized not only bombs and troops, but also the affection and support it could muster in such moments. The hours in Washington were a test on many levels: for the leadership's ability to act thoughtfully, for the resilience of institutions, for the constitution of a nation that was now facing a real nuclear strike. Decisions had to be made. Slow democratic processes had to show haste, and in every decision the burden of countless lives rested. The president stood at the window of his study and looked out over Washington at night, where sirens sounded in the distance and lights flashed. He knew that whatever was decided, the world would never be the same again. As night turned into the next day, Washington was no longer just an alarm center. It was the heart of a world colliding in a way that no one had wished for. In cabinet rooms, in bunkers, in living rooms, everywhere thought revolved around a question that no commander-in-chief could answer alone. How do you save humanity from the step that destroys everything? The answer lay not only in military capabilities, but in the art of keeping courage and restraint in a balance that was so wavering at that moment. Washington was in a state of emergency, and with it, the world. But despite all the uncertainty, one element remained constant: the acquaintance that the next hours, the next decisions, the next words would determine the direction of the future into which everyone had now been pushed at once.
Chapter 34. Berlin as a Battlefield. Berlin, the city that had stood like a memorial to the division of the world in the years after 1945, had now once again become the epicenter of horror. Since the beginning of the war, the divided metropolis had shaken under the constant threat of being a front line. But no one was really prepared for how quickly it would go from being a symbol of rivalry to an arena of an apocalyptic battle. When the news of the explosion near Hanover and the panic in Moscow made the rounds, Berlin was already in a state of emergency. Sirens, tanks, barricades, everyday life consisted only of alarms and the roar of planes above the rooftops. West Berlin, enclosed like a wounded animal in the Soviet-controlled East, was a special case from the beginning. American, British, and French garrisons had always understood their presence here as a signal. A small outpost of freedom, but militarily almost impossible to hold. Now that the Red Army was moving its tanks towards the Elbe and the East was going on the offensive, West Berlin was turning into a besieged fortress. The Allied soldiers knew that they had no chance of repelling the onslaught permanently, but they were determined to gain time. In the east of the city, the National People's Army prepared for the decisive blow together with Soviet units. The functionaries of the SED called for fraternal solidarity and final liberation from Western influence. But behind the slogans, there was naked fear. Nobody knew how long their own city would stand at all. Entire streets had already been evacuated. Cellars served as makeshift hospitals, and the stench of burnt wood and gasoline hung heavy in the air. When the offensive began, it was still dark. Artillery fire began, a hurricane of steel that blurred the boundaries between East and West. The wall, which had separated people for decades, now became a battlefield itself. Mines exploded, barbed wire tore up, concrete crumbled. Tanks rolled through the aisles that had been hit by bombs and grenades. West Berlin streets, once full of shops, cinemas, cafes, turned into fields of rubble. People who had not yet taken refuge in the bunkers ran in panic through the streets, seeking shelter in churches, subway shafts, under the remains of houses. The Allied garrisons fought desperately. American Abrams tanks rolled through Kreuzberg. British troops defended bridges over the Spree. French paratroopers entrenched themselves in the Tiergarten. They knew that no more reinforcements came from the airlifts. The sky was closed by Soviet anti-aircraft systems. They were not fighting for victory, but for every single day, every single hour that they could give NATO in the West. The civilians experienced hell on earth. Families crowded into the basements of the apartment buildings, crammed together, without light, without water. Screams of wounded echoed through the corridors, while above, the thunder of artillery shook the city. Doctors worked by candlelight, trying to save lives with primitive means. Children clung to their parents while the ground shook beneath them. Some bunkers were hit by direct hits and turned into mass graves. The eastern part of the city also experienced the downfall. The Soviet offensive not only rolled over West Berlin, it also devoured its own neighborhoods. Pankow, Lichtenberg, Marzahn, everywhere houses burned, warehouses exploded, civilians died. For the residents, it was a bitter mockery. For decades, propaganda had proclaimed that socialism was the protective shield that guaranteed peace.
Now they were cannon fodder in a war that no longer distinguished between East and West, but between life and death. In the west of the city, NATO units hoisted improvised flags over destroyed bridges as a sign that they were still there. But the strength dwindled. Ammunition became scarce, supplies ran out, the injured lay untreated in the streets. Again and again, commanders sent radio messages to Brussels and Washington. We are still holding, but not for long. The answers were vague, full of pathos, but without concrete promises. Everyone knew that Berlin had been sacrificed to buy time. At night, when the fighting reached its climax, the city was lit up by an unnatural glow. No lightning, no atomic bomb, but the light of hundreds of fires that turned Berlin into a sea of flames. The wall no longer existed, it was swallowed up by chaos. Where the death strip once ran, there were only craters and charred wrecks. But even in this inferno, there were moments of humanity. Soviet soldiers pulling an injured Western civilian out of the rubble. West Berliners who also opened their cellars to refugees from the East. Doctors who helped without regard for uniforms. In the midst of the battlefield, it became clear that the will to survive could be stronger than hatred. When morning dawned, Berlin was hardly recognizable. From the Victory Column to Alexanderplatz, from Charlottenburg to Köpenick, everything was a sea of rubble. Tanks stood burned on street corners, bridges lay in the spree, the air was full of soot. The fighting continued, house by house, street by street. But the great battle was decided. Berlin had fallen, not to one side, but to the war itself. The world looked at the destroyed city and saw it as a symbol. Berlin was no longer the divided outpost, it was the open wound of Europe. Politicians in Washington, Moscow, Paris, and London knew that if even this city, which for decades embodied the balance of power, was now in the fire, then no one could hope that there would be a turning back. Berlin had become a battlefield, and with it, the future of humanity.
Chapter 35. Prague Under Fire. Prague, the golden city on the Vltava River, has been a place where history was written for centuries. Emperors and kings had resided here, revolutions and uprisings had started from their squares, and the towers of the old town had survived so many ages that one could almost believe they were indestructible. But in the autumn of this war, when Europe was in a nuclear fever and Berlin was in flames, Prague also fell into the shadows of the inferno. What had been considered a retreat for Soviet leaders in the early days turned into a target of unprecedented destruction within a few nights. The city had become a strategic hub. From here ran the supply lines for the Soviet armies, which had advanced as far as Bavaria and Hesse. Railway lines connected Prague with Warsaw, Moscow, and Vienna, and transport planes full of ammunition, fuel, and spare parts landed incessantly at the airports in the area. At the same time, officers of the Warsaw Pact forces sat in bunkers under the Hrachini and coordinated the advance. Prague was no longer a mere symbol, but the beating heart of the offensive that was to bring Western Europe to its knees. NATO knew that, and she also knew that a blow against Prague would hit Soviet logistics hard. When the first bomber formations took to the skies over Bavaria, the decision had long since been made. Prague should burn, just like Frankfurt, Cologne, or Hamburg before it. Only this city was different. It was deep in the enemy's sphere of influence, protected by dense air defenses, and yet so vulnerable because its streets and train stations were overcrowded with material, soldiers, and civilians. The attacks began at night. At first, the cruise missiles, which glided across the sky like ghosts, were barely visible. Only the dull howl of their engines betrayed them. Shortly afterwards, the bombers followed. B-52s from England, Tornadoes from Germany, American F-111s which thundered through the valleys of the Bohemian countryside at low altitude. Their target coordinates were precise: train stations, bridges, ammunition depots, airfields. But precision meant little in those days. The first impact turned the main depot at Masaryk Station into a fiery hell, whose flames ate through the adjacent streets like a storm. The inhabitants of Prague were roused from their sleep. Sirens shrill, people stumbled through the alleys in panic, sought shelter in cellars or under the old bridges of the Vltava. But nowhere was it safe. Bombs struck the new town, tore entire streets to pieces, turned Wenceslas Square into a field of rubble. The Charles Bridge, symbol of the city, was shattered by shrapnel as nearby impacts shook the pillars. Church windows burst, roofs collapsed, and the golden shimmer of Prague's roofs was replaced by an unnatural orange-red sea of flames. The Soviet air defense reacted desperately. Missiles rose into the sky, tracer fire drew bright lines through the night, while NATO pilots tried to get rid of their bomb load and escape in breakneck maneuvers. It was a dance of death over a city that wanted nothing more than to live on. But the logic of war was stronger. Prague was a target, and targets were destroyed. When the morning dawned, the city was covered in smoke. Hundreds of buildings were in ruins, thousands of people dead or injured. Hospitals were bursting at the seams. Doctors worked day and night, without sleep, without supplies, often with their bare hands. Schools became emergency hospitals. Churches became collection points for corpses. The Vltava itself was black with oil and debris, and survivors wandered along its banks, staring at the water with empty eyes, as if they could find solace there. But the war knew no consolation. The next wave followed on the second day. This time, NATO pilots deliberately attacked bridges and railway junctions in order to cut off the city from supplies. Entire trains full of ammunition exploded when they were hit. Their fireballs lit up the sky for miles. The main station, once the pulsating center of the city, was now only a smoking hole. Warsaw Pact soldiers desperately tried to keep the lines open, but they died, as did the civilians, under concrete slabs, in burning wagons, under collapsing roofs. The political leadership in Moscow reacted angrily. The strike against Prague was considered an affront, a direct attack on the backbone of Soviet operations. In the bunkers under the city, hectic conferences were held, orders were shouted, threats were made. But the reality was merciless. The offensive into Western Europe lost momentum. What NATO had not been able to stop on the Rhine, it now tried to do in Prague, and it did it with ruthless severity. For the people in the city, this meant endless nights in basements, days full of smoke and fear. Families were torn apart, children disappeared in the rubble, old people died of exhaustion and cold. Food poisoned, water contaminated by the impacts. The once so proud cafes on the Old Town Square were only ruins, over which crows circled. Prague, the Golden City, had become a battlefield, a place where beauty and history crumbled under the weight of modern bombs. And yet, even in this despair, resistance stirred. Young Czechs, who had never been asked if they wanted to be part of this war, resorted to weapons they'd picked up somewhere. Small groups were formed in the alleys that were directed against the occupiers, not out of love for NATO, but out of hatred for the war that devoured their homeland. They fought like shadows, attacked supply convoys, jammed radios, threw Molotov cocktails at vehicles. It was a desperate attempt to maintain control where there was none. The days passed, and Prague turned into an open wound of Europe. News of the destruction reached the whole world. Pictures of burning bridges, crying children, destroyed churches went around the world and were shown in Washington, London, and Paris. Politicians spoke of necessary measures, generals of military successes. But in the faces of the people who fled Prague, only naked horror could be seen. The autumn wind carried the smell of smoke and burnt flesh through the streets. The bells of the cathedrals fell silent because their towers had burst. The sky over Prague was gray, not only from the clouds, but from the clouds of soot that never seemed to go away. Every day brought new impacts, new victims, new suffering. And then, one morning, when the city was little more than a skeleton, the biggest blow fell. A series of tactical warheads, fired to destroy the remaining defensive positions, hit the north of the city. They were not large nuclear bombs, but smaller, limited weapons. But their effect was absolute. Entire neighborhoods disappeared in seconds. Houses turned to dust, people to shadows. The shock wave swept over the Vltava, shattering what was still standing. Prague was no longer under fire. Prague itself had become fire. When the news reached the world, there were hardly any words left. Prague, the Golden City, the pearl of Europe, had been wiped out in a spark of nuclear force. It no longer stood for history, culture, beauty. It stood for the end of all things. And the people who survived wandered like ghosts through a landscape they no longer recognized.
Chapter 36. Warsaw Falls. Warsaw has been the heart of Poland for centuries, a symbol of suffering, resistance, and resurrection. The city had experienced uprisings, destruction by the Nazis, reconstruction under Soviet influence. It was a place where history began again and again, but in this war, it was to experience a different fate, one that turned all hope to ashes. While Prague sank into the fire, Warsaw prepared for the role that inevitably fell to it, focal point and victim in the struggle between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The front had already shifted menacingly to the east. NATO troops, supported by massive airborne operations and reinforcements from overseas, advanced in Poland. They had learned to draw strength from the defeats of the first few weeks and now attacked with a force that Moscow's generals had underestimated. The Soviet supply had become brittle, the infrastructure in Central Europe had been bombed, and guerrilla actions by the population were hitting the supply routes more and more frequently. Warsaw was in the middle of this chaos, a city whose streets were full of Soviet troops, tank columns, and supply convoys. Warsaw was a key target for NATO. Whoever held the city controlled access to the east. From here, railway lines ran to Minsk, Kiev, and Moscow. From a military point of view, Warsaw was a fortress, but at the same time it was a symbol. If the capital of Poland fell, the signal would reach far beyond the battlefield. The attacks began with the air. NATO jets thundered over the city day and night. Missiles shredded bridges, train stations, energy plants. Within days, the once proud capital was shrouded in darkness, its inhabitants living without electricity, without water, under a sky that brought death incessantly. People crawled into basements. Metro stations became camps where hundreds of thousands crowded. But there was no safety to be found anywhere. If the bombs didn't hit, they were hit by hunger, disease, the fear that hung like an invisible plague in every street. The Soviet troops defending the city entrenched themselves behind barricades, in the ruins of apartment blocks, in the halls of old factories. They were determined not to give up Warsaw, even if the price was immeasurable. Tanks patrolled the destroyed boulevards, snipers lay on the roofs, minefields crisscrossed the suburbs. Every meter was defended, every road to the battlefield. But NATO was advancing, relentlessly, supported by state-of-the-art technology and a will driven by revenge. Paratroopers landed east of the city to cut off the Soviet retreat routes. Artillery from the west barraged at the defenders, while drones, small, unmanned harbingers of the new war, hummed across the sky and relayed target coordinates. Step by step, the front crept closer to the heart of the city, closer to the palace of culture, which stood like a defiant monument in the midst of destruction. The inhabitants of Warsaw were trapped. Many wanted to flee, but the roads to the east were overcrowded. The bridges over the Vistula were destroyed. Trains no longer left the city, and those who tried to make their way on foot risked getting caught between the lines. Entire families lived in subway shafts, improvised sleeping quarters, hoping that the world had not completely forgotten that they were human beings and not chess pieces. When NATO finally dared to attack, Warsaw was already a burning ruin. House fronts were torn down, streets were full of rubble, the air was black with smoke. But Soviet soldiers were still shooting out of the rubble. Tanks were still rolling through the streets, their asphalt bursting open from the impacts. It was a man-to-man fight, brutal, relentless, an urban war the likes of which Europe had not seen since Stalingrad. The battles raged for days. Western soldiers fought their way through destroyed streets, used flamethrowers, grenades, assault rifles. Houses changed hands several times. Sometimes they were in the hands of NATO, sometimes in those of the defenders. The civilian population that held out in the cellars became invisible witnesses, their screams drowned out by the roar of the artillery. Every day brought new mountains of corpses, and no one knew what to do with the dead. They simply remained lying in the streets, were run over by tanks, hurled away by explosions. And then came the order that changed everything. Washington and London had become impatient. They didn't want to besiege Warsaw week after week. They wanted a quick end. So the decision was made. Tactical nuclear weapons should be used, not against Moscow, not against Leningrad, but here, in the middle of Poland, in the middle of Europe. Warsaw was supposed to be an example, a signal that NATO was willing to pay any price. The warheads fell on a gray morning. They were not huge bombs, not ones that devastated continents, but they were enough to destroy a city. The first blow hit the eastern bank of the Vistula, where Soviet reserves were stored. In seconds, the terrain turned into a glowing crater. Tanks melted, people evaporated. The second blow hit further west, near the city center, and the blast wave ripped through the streets like an invisible fist, shattering walls, hurling bodies through the air like dolls. Warsaw fell, not because of the courage of the attackers or the resistance of the defenders, but because of the glaring, glaring light of the atomic fire. Within minutes, the city was wiped out. The Palace of Culture collapsed like a house of cards. Bridges over the Vistula collapsed. Entire neighborhoods simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. A mushroom of smoke and ash rose into the sky, and Europa held its breath. Those who survived were scarred, skin burned, eyes blind, lungs full of smoke. They wandered through a landscape of glass and ashes, looking for water, for their families, for meaning. But there was no longer any sense. Warsaw was no more. The news of the fall of the city went out like a thunderclap. Moscow raged, spoke of incomparable barbarism, swore revenge. Washington defended the decision, calling it necessary, an act to shorten a war. But no one believed in a quick end anymore. Warsaw had fallen, and with it the last hope fell that this war would still respect any border. The world had once again seen what it was capable of. Warsaw, the heart of Poland, the symbol of survival, was wiped out, not by the hand of the enemy alone, but by those who pretended to bring freedom. In the basements of power, generals and politicians began to make new plans, set new targets, defuse new bombs. But there was no future for the people who had once lived in this city. Warsaw had fallen, and with him fell a piece of the world that would never return.
Chapter 37. The Iron Curtain in Flames. For decades, the Iron Curtain had been the symbol of the division of Europe. From the Baltic Sea to the Balkans, this invisible but very real line stretched, dividing peoples, pitting systems against each other, and suppressing hopes. It consisted of walls, fences, minefields, patrols, and a dense web of propaganda and fear. Now, however, after the nuclear explosions over Central Europe and the fall of Warsaw, this Iron Curtain literally became a line of fire. The fighting had long since spread along the entire length of the border.
From the ruins of Berlin to the forests of Bohemia, from the plains of Hungary to the mountain ranges of the Balkans, the earth burned. NATO formations pushing east met Soviet and Allied units desperately trying to hold their positions. Entire swaths of land were transformed into an inferno of flames, smoke, and poison. Forests burned for days, villages were razed to the ground, bridges blew each other up, and rivers turned black with the oil of the destroyed machines. What propaganda had once sold as a bulwark of socialism or a bulwark of freedom was now nothing more than an endless mass grave. Soldiers from both sides lay in the trenches, burned, torn to shreds, forgotten. It was no longer clear where the West ended and the East began. The line that had defined the world for so long had disappeared into chaos and was replaced by another. A line of burning ground, of destroyed cities, and of the ashes of what had once been Europe. The civilian population along this line paid the highest price. In Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Austria, and Yugoslavia, millions fled, driven by the fear of the next explosion, the next bombardment. Highways were clogged with columns of refugees, women, children, the elderly, some on foot, others on bicycles or on trucks that were under constant fire. They didn't know where to go. West or east, it no longer mattered. Behind them, the homeland was burning. In front of them were crowded cities where there was neither water nor food. The Iron Curtain in flames also meant that all diplomatic bridges were burned. There were no more negotiations, no ambassadors commuting between the camps. The Warsaw Pact states, whose governments were already struggling to maintain control, disintegrated into chaos. Some functionaries fled abroad, others hid in bunkers. In Yugoslavia, the fragile balance between the republics broke apart, and in the midst of the global war, a local civil war began, adding to the chaos. On the western side, the euphoria about the advance had long since given way to a gloomy realization. Every kilometer that NATO gained was bought with thousands of deaths, and the scorched earth left behind little hope for a post-war order. Nevertheless, the generals continued to push. They spoke of a window of opportunity that had to be seized as long as Soviet logistics collapsed. But this window did not open into a peaceful future, but into an abyss. Both sides are now using incendiary weapons more and more often. Napalm, phosphorus bombs, even improvised flamethrowers turned the landscape into burning hells. Entire forest areas on the Bavarian-Czech border were in flames for weeks. The heat was so great that even concrete bunkers melted and steel girders bent like wax. Animals burned in mass, rivers evaporated, and the few survivors reported that even the sky glowed red, as if the sun had approached the earth. The front no longer ran along a clear line, but as a series of burn scars. Cities like Dresden, Bratislava, Budapest, they all burned or lay in ruins. The people who lived there later spoke of a firestorm that swept everything away. Sometimes the wind blew so strong that the flames chased through the streets with such force that entire blocks of houses collapsed in minutes. But the fire was not only real, it was also symbolic. The Iron Curtain, which had been considered insurmountable for so long, was no more. The ideology that supported him was burned like the border fences and watchtowers. But instead of liberation, this destruction only brought emptiness. No one cheered anymore, no one spoke of victory. Soldiers marching through the ashes were broken men who would never forget the stench of burnt flesh and gasoline. In Moscow, attempts were made to counter the flames with words. There was talk of brave defenders, of holy lines that should not be crossed. But the images that leaked out from the satellite images and the few surviving cameras told a different story. A story of a border that no longer separated, but swallowed up everything. In Washington and London, on the other hand, the burning curtain was presented as proof of progress, as a visible sign that the Warsaw Pact was in decline. But here, too, the planners knew that the fire had gotten out of control. It ate its way not only through the East, but also through morality, infrastructure, the future itself. The people who witnessed it later spoke of the earth itself screaming. For nights you could see the glow on the horizon. For days you breathed in smoke and ashes. Even the rain that sometimes fell was black, poisonous, burning on the skin like acid. Children who survived said that they never saw the sky in its old color again. For them, it was always just red or gray, always just a reminder of the flames. So the Iron Curtain burned, not as a military symbol, but as an open wound that tore Europe in half and at the same time destroyed any hope of healing. It burned in the forests, in the cities, in the souls of the people. And while it was burning, everyone knew it was not just a border that was lost here. It was the order of the world.
Chapter 38. Nuclear Strikes Against Western Europe. The world had trembled when Warsaw disappeared in atomic fire. But even in this moment of absolute destruction, there were still those who believed that the madness might end on a front. This hope was dashed when the first nuclear warheads were no longer directed across contested front lines, but deep into the West. What had long been considered unthinkable now happened with a frightening matter-of-factness. Nuclear strikes against the large cities and industrial centers of Western Europe. The decision in Moscow was made in a night full of despair and anger. The loss of Warsaw was not only a military blow, but also a psychological trauma. The world had seen that NATO was ready to use tactical nuclear weapons, and the Soviet leadership felt compelled to respond in the same way. In order not to appear weak, to maintain the image of strength and retaliation, the generals and the Politburo ordered Operation Tashita, protection. But protection in this context meant nothing more than retaliation. The rockets were launched in the silence of the early morning hours. From mobile launchers in the forests of Ukraine, from submarines in the North Sea, from silos deep in Russia. They were not intercontinental ballistic missiles with a global range, but medium-range weapons that were intended to hit precise targets in Europe. Paris, Hamburg, Antwerp, Rotterdam, Milan, Manchester. Names that had previously been associated with culture, trade, and life turned into synonyms of doom. When the first rocket detonated over Antwerp, it was as if the sun was exploding. A glaring light, followed by a blast wave that swept away the port, the warehouses, the residential areas. Tens of thousands died in seconds, hundreds of thousands were injured. The city, which had been a hub of trade for centuries, lay in ruins. The Scheldt River was boiling, and black clouds rose miles into the sky. Hamburg followed shortly afterwards. The missile hit the industrial area south of the Elbe, but the blast wave also destroyed large parts of the center. Speicherstadt, Reeperbahn, harbor cranes, everything went up in flames. The wind carried radioactive particles far inland, and even days later, cities such as Bremen and Hanover were hit by toxic rain. Those who survived that night later said that the screams of the injured were louder than the explosion itself. Paris experienced its end in the late afternoon. The metropolis, for centuries a symbol of art, culture, and European self-confidence, was torn from its history by a single blow. The explosion occurred in the north of the city, but the blast wave hit the heart. The Eiffel Tower buckled like a straw, Notre Dame collapsed, and the banks of the Seine were engulfed in flames. Millions fled the city in panic, crowded streets, bodies rolled over, an exodus that made even the war of the First World War seem like a distant memory. Rotterdam and Milan followed shortly after. In Rotterdam, the bomb exploded over the docks, where thousands of containers detonated in a chain reaction. The fire spread faster than anyone could extinguish it. The city, a center of European trade, was wiped out in hours. In Milan, the blast wave destroyed entire residential districts, and the heat turned the squares into flaming craters. The people of Western Europe were not prepared for this blow. They had believed that perhaps the frontline areas, perhaps Eastern Europe, would bear the brunt of the nuclear war. But when the lights of Paris, Hamburg, and Antwerp went out in the fire, everyone understood no one was safe. Millions fled in panic. Trains were stormed, roads were clogged, entire cities emptied within hours. But there was no safe place. The clouds of ash and radiation drifted over the countries. The wind carried them over borders, over mountains, over seas. Panic broke out in London. The government declared a state of emergency, called people into the subway shafts, distributed iodine tablets, but the population knew that these were only symbolic gestures. No one could protect themselves from the fallout. No one could guarantee that London would not be the next destination. In Rome, the bells rang continuously, as if to bless the city itself before the blow would strike it. The political consequences were just as devastating as the physical ones. In Brussels, the headquarters of NATO, the headquarters had narrowly escaped a blow, but the city had sunk into chaos. Diplomats fled, communication centers collapsed, orders were hardly carried out. Some countries, such as Spain and Portugal, hesitated whether they should continue to hold on to an alliance that led them into the nuclear abyss. Others, such as Norway and Denmark, closed their borders completely, effectively capitulating to fear. The Soviet leadership declared the beatings a just response to the destruction of Warsaw. They spoke of military targets, but the world saw that it was civilian cities that were hit. Millions of deaths could not be dismissed as collateral damage. NATO vowed immediate retaliation, but in the streets of Europe, it was the people themselves who understood that any further response would only mean final annihilation. In the destroyed cities, the real horror only began after the explosions. The injured died of radiation, burns, hunger, and thirst. Aid convoys were stopped by the flames or looted by soldiers who were fighting for survival themselves. Hospitals were overcrowded, doctors worked without electricity, without medicine, cut with rusty blades, sewed with improvised threads. Entire families disintegrated in minutes, parents who lost their children, children who wandered alone in the ruins, without hope, without a goal. Europe had become a continent of shadows. The sky darkened by the ashes, the sun shone only as a pale light that brought hardly any warmth. Nights were riddled with fires, days with screams. There was no longer any separation between the front and the homeland. War was everywhere, and the boundary between soldier and civilian was blurred in the ashes of annihilation. But even in this inferno, there were voices that still believed in peace. Churches opened their cellars, offered protection, even if they knew that they could not offer any real protection. Strangers shared the last supplies with each other. Mothers gave their bread to strange children because they knew that their own would not survive anymore. And yet, the realization remained. These gestures of humanity were only drops in the ocean of destruction. With the nuclear strikes against Western Europe, the war had finally lost all inhibitions. The world, which had been reassured by the idea of red lines for decades, saw that no line existed anymore. Everything was allowed, everything was possible, and the end could only be absolute nothingness.
Chapter 39. Retribution from the USA. The images from Europe had already shocked Washington, but when the reports on Paris, Hamburg, and Antwerp arrived in real time on the Pentagon screens, it became clear that there could no longer be a retreat. The American government was faced with a decision that determined the future of the world: retaliation or surrender. The president, surrounded by generals and advisors in the Situation Room, listened in silence while satellite images showed the irradiated ruins of Western European cities. The breath of those present was heavy, the atmosphere in the room stuffy. Everyone knew that this moment decided the fate of humanity. There were no more easy voices for restraint. The European allies cried out for retribution. The French government, which only consisted of a corps of survivors in a bunker, begged for a counterstrike. Britain, which had been trying to maintain a diplomatic line until then, signaled that it could no longer remain in NATO without a massive U.S. response. The death toll in Europe was in the millions, and millions more fled west in panic in the hope that the Atlantic could be a barrier. But America also knew nothing protected against nuclear fire anymore. The chain of command of the United States was prepared for such scenarios. While the discussions were still ongoing, the missile silos in the Midwest had been activated. The underground crews received their codes, checked the circuits, and the heavy steel flaps of the silos were opened. Beneath the vast plains of North Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana, the intercontinental ballistic missiles stood ready, each capable of reducing an entire city to ashes. The Ohio-class submarines, which were hidden deep in the oceans, also received their orders. B-52 bombers loaded with nuclear warheads that had been on alert for days patrolled the skies. The president finally stood up, put both hands on the table, and spoke the words that echoed across the globe like a death sentence. Execute Strike Package Echo. This sealed the retribution. Only minutes later, the first rockets drew their deadly arcs across the sky. From the plains of the Midwest, they descended into the stratosphere, broke through cloud cover, and disappeared from view as their warheads headed for targets deep in the Soviet Union. Moscow, Leningrad, Kyiv, Minsk, but also industrial centers such as Nizhny Novgorod, Chelyabinsk, and Novosibirsk were marked. Not only military installations, but entire cities were on the list, because at this stage of the war, no one could distinguish between soldiers and civilians. The first explosions hit the Soviet capital with a force that exceeded anything humanity had ever experienced. Moscow, a symbol of imperial power for centuries, sank into a flood of light and fire. The Kremlin, Red Square, the old churches, and modern skyscrapers, everything disappeared in a gigantic shockwave that shredded buildings like houses of cards. Millions of people who were still in the city were destroyed in seconds. Others died in the burning rubble. The blaze spread for miles, while radioactive ash darkened the sky. Leningrad followed shortly afterwards. The rocket detonated over the Neva. The water evaporated, bridges melted, and the city of millions became a glowing inferno. Kyiv, the heart of Ukraine, was also wiped out. The golden domes of the churches melted, and the city, which had been destroyed and rebuilt so many times in history, experienced an extinction that no longer allowed for reconstruction. The U.S. retaliation hit not only the major metropolises, but also military bases. Missile silos in Siberia were destroyed, air bases pulverized, command bunkers razed to the ground. But here, too, hundreds of thousands of civilians, farmers, workers, families died who were not to blame and yet were victims of a war they had neither chosen nor understood. The Soviet leadership was in panic. The Politburo had taken refuge in underground bunkers, but there, too, the tremors penetrated into the depths. Communication lines collapsed, orders no longer reached the fronts. The once proud army, which had advanced into Europe with millions of soldiers, suddenly fought in the shadow of a homeland that was burning in nuclear fire. Soldiers received news that their families had been wiped out, cities had disappeared, and hometowns were nothing more than irradiated craters. Morale and discipline broke down faster than tanks could be reloaded. At the same time, the Americans reacted with a second wave. The submarines, which had previously lain invisibly in the depths of the Atlantic and Pacific, sent their missiles into the air. They hit secondary targets, industrial centers, power plants, refineries, everything that could still keep the Soviet war machine running. In the Urals, where the Soviets had built up their industrial reserves, factories were turned into glowing ruins. The railway lines, which had made supplies and troop movements possible, were interrupted, and entire regions were cut off from the outside world. The world held its breath, but the Soviet Union's response was not long in coming. Despite the destruction, individual missile brigades managed to fire their weapons. Soviet submarines also responded, and so new explosions began over the USA. But that was already the next cycle of mutual annihilation, a spiral that no one controlled anymore. In Europe, the survivors watched the exchange of blows with a mixture of hope and horror.
Hope because they believed that the Soviet Union could collapse under the weight of American strikes. Horror because they understood that now the last remnant of the world was sinking into the abyss. Anyone who listened to the radio in the basements of London, Rome, or Madrid heard about the destruction of Moscow and wondered whether Washington and New York would suffer the same fate. The American retaliation had a decisive effect. It destroyed not only the physical structures of the Soviet Union, but also the illusion that anyone could win this war. Even the most staunch hawks in Washington had to realize that there was no turning back. The earth itself began to die, while its mightiest nations perished in the war of fire. And yet, despite all the destruction, the order for a third wave came in the bunkers of the Pentagon. It was madness in its purest form, an attempt to have the last word in a dialogue that had long since lost a listener. Warheads were aimed at targets in Central Asia, the Far East, and even along the Chinese border, not to win militarily, but to finally drag the enemy into nothingness. With the retaliation from the USA, the point was reached at which the Cold War finally turned into a global nuclear war. Cities, cultures, civilizations, they were nothing more than dust in the wind of radioactive storms. Millions of people no longer died in battles, but in seconds, wiped out by decisions made in windowless rooms by men who had long believed themselves to be safe. But there was no longer any security. The earth itself had become a battlefield.
Chapter 40. Moscow is burning. The sun rose over a city that had long since ceased to be theirs. Moscow, the heart of the empire, which had been praised in countless speeches as unshakable, was now a place of panic, mourning, and anger. In the hours following the American retaliatory strikes, sirens wailed. People ran into the streets, children clung to fading images of parents, and, above all, the black, bitter smoke of destruction. The Kremlin, the cathedrals, the boulevards, much was in ruins. And yet it was not only the external fire that consumed the city. It was an inner fire of fear, anger, and despair that fueled even deeper. The first impacts had transformed the city in seconds. People who had sought shelter in the subway shafts heard the world explode and saw the ground shake above them. The shock waves threw doors off their hinges, windows burst into millions of shards, and in the air raid shelters, the hope of refuge was often not fulfilled. Some shelters collapsed, others were riddled with fire and smoke. Those who survived smelled the chemistry of burnt steel and organic material, felt the sticky radioactivity on their skin, which would later show symptoms that no one had wanted to imagine. In the streets, the picture was chaotic and heartbreaking at the same time. Columns of cars and trucks, loaded with people and few belongings, pushed towards the suburbs, looking for routes that were no longer affected by fire or bombs. Trains that were still running overflowed with desperate people. Whoever could get hold of a seat held it like a treasure. And yet there were only a few places of refuge that had remained somewhat intact. Many fled into the forests, others sought the rivers to escape the air pressure of the explosions. Some groups organized spontaneously, shared water and blankets, improvised medicines. Others broke up in strife and plunder, because hunger and fear tore the bonds of civilization. The city's hospitals were overwhelmed, and the word is hardly enough for reality. Doctors who were still working did so under conditions reminiscent of the end of the world. Power outages, no sterile instruments, hardly any bandages. Medical staff who were themselves in shock or injured. Operations were carried out in makeshift subway stations. The wounded were provisionally cared for on cardboard boxes. Those who did not die immediately later suffered from radiation sickness, fever, vomiting, bleeding wounds, ailments that unfolded in days and weeks that were almost impossible to alleviate. The political leadership that had gathered in the bunkers was now itself the target of anger and despair. Leaders witnessed their own fragility on monitors as family photos appeared in news reports, children struck by fate, neighbors calling for water. In private conversations, never intended for outsiders, some leaders resignedly asked how a country that had claimed so much strength could steer into this nothingness. Others responded with harsh orders, with attempts to reorder the structures, but the structures on which they relied dissolved into smoke and mistrust. The army, which had once pushed forward so timidly, reacted with a mixture of automatism and disintegration. Some units, cut off from their commands, retreated to the Russian steppe, tried to regroup. Others fell into confusion, deserted, or gave up their weapons. But there were also those who, driven by hatred and loss, unleashed an even more cruel war. Threats of revenge were made, harsh measures were imposed, secret societies were formed that demanded retaliation, not only against military targets, but against everything that was identified as Western. The line between militant response and indiscriminate violence disappeared, and the streets of the city became the scene of executions, lynching, and extortion. There was a startling divide in the media. State-affiliated broadcasters broadcast the official line, the inevitability of the measures, the need for toughness, the claim that the Russian people can only emerge stronger from the crisis. Outside, however, in telephone conversations, in noisy short messages, in the faces of the people standing in the squares, one sensed something else. The grief over what was lost, and the deep uncertainty about who the enemy really was. Many Russians understood that the once crystal-clear lines between us and them were now covered in ashes. The unity that the state had preached for decades was badly damaged. The economy was paralyzed. Factories that were still working were spinning at an empty pace because neither raw materials nor energy were coming. The banks functioned only sporadically. Money lost value to the extent that access to essential goods became uncertain. Street markets sprang up where people traded everything that was left: medicines, canned food, batteries. These markets were volatile and dangerous, often targeted by bandits who set their own law in the absence of state order. The international context did not make the situation any better. News of further strikes, counterattacks, destroyed ports and transit hubs outside Russia came thick and fast. Some neutral states offered humanitarian aid, but relief convoys became easy targets in a landscape where any mobility was risky. Corridors that were opened somewhere in the east were scarce and often accompanied with mistrust. Who would be allowed to pass? Who would be taken in? The logistical and moral issues weighed heavily on those who tried to help. And yet, in the midst of this inferno, there were sparks of humanity that worked like small miracles. Volunteer groups organized soup kitchens in the remains of schools. Neighbors shared with those who were still starving. Pastors, rabbis, imams, and other religious leaders appeared to comfort and help. Women organized childcare in subway stations so that mothers could fetch water. These acts did not change the great balance of suffering, but they kept people afloat, gave them minutes of breath and decency. The clearer it became the longer the days passed was that Moscow was burned not only physically, but also symbolically. The map of the world, which had previously been thought of in orderly blocks, was torn. Streams of refugees streamed east and west, creating new, improvised routes whose course no one could predict. Stories spread of families crossing the Oder on rowing boats, of convoys of trucks winding through coniferous forests, of people retreating to abandoned bunkers to listen for uncertainty. The question that ate its way into the minds of the living every night was the same: what happens next? Some believed in defense, in a last great resistance. Others hoped for negotiations, for a way out that no one had yet formulated. The reality, however, was harder. The infrastructure was destroyed, the communication chains interrupted, trust shattered. A city that had once relied on power and grandeur was now a mosaic of survivors trying to organize the bare necessities. Moscow was burning, and the fire was more than flames. It was the collapse of a world that had been built on deterrence and threats.
In the days that followed, people learned to breathe under the soot, to bear the pain, and to assert a piece of humanity in all the recklessness and harshness of the world. Perhaps some thought something else could grow out of the ashes at some point. But in those first weeks, the city was a huge, smoking corpse, and the survivors were forced to live on in a world that no longer knew any rules.
Chapter 41. Millions on the Run. The fires over Moscow had hardly died down when a movement was set in motion that exceeded anything that had gone before in its dimensions. Millions of people, shaken, homeless, driven by hunger and fear, left their cities, villages, and ruins. It was not an ordinary journey, not an organized resettlement. It was a chaotic exodus, a flow of desperate bodies and souls pushing out of the zones of destruction into an unknown that they did not know, but at least still promised hope. The streets were clogged with columns coming from all directions. Women pushed prams overloaded with blankets and tin cans. Men carried plastic bags on their shoulders in which the last belongings clanged. Old people, whose bodies had hardly any strength left, were pulled on handcarts or set quietly by the side of the road, unable to walk on, while their relatives promised in tearful voices to make up for them later. Promises that were often broken because survival suppressed any softer thought. Stations that were still intact turned into witches' cauldrons. People pushed against the trains, window panes shattered, while hundreds tried to climb into overcrowded carriages. Platoon leaders screamed for order. Soldiers tried to push back the mass with butts, but the panic was stronger than any order. On railways leading to Siberia or the south, people hung from the outside of the wagons, climbed on roofs, held on to metal rods until the wind tore them loose. In the freight cars, families lay close together, between sacks and old machines, like cattle sent on an uncertain journey. The country roads became arteries of flight. Horse-drawn carts, bicycles, trucks with open loading areas, everything that could move was used. Traffic jams formed at the intersections that were not resolved for days. Some people walked hundreds of kilometers, their souls dissolved. Children screamed in pain, and yet there was no turning back. Behind them lay ruins, hunger, radiation, death. Perhaps in front of them too. But walking was the only thing that remained. The governments in neighboring countries reacted helplessly. Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, even the Baltic states. They all faced an onslaught that no one could control. Fences were erected, border guards reinforced, but what did barriers mean against a mass of hundreds of thousands who crowded onto the crossings at the same time? Warning shots were fired, orders were shouted, but finally the barriers were simply trampled down. Entire divisions that were actually needed for the war had to be diverted to channel refugee flows, but they also failed. Soldiers standing at the border lines with their rifles drawn at some point lowered their weapons because they saw that there were no enemies coming here, but mothers with children, old people with crutches, children screaming for water. The humanitarian organizations that formed in camps in the border areas were overwhelmed within hours. Tents were not enough, blankets were in short supply, medical supplies were exhausted. Epidemics broke out, diarrhea, typhus, flu. Doctors worked around the clock, but more and more often they had to simply let people die because the stocks of antibiotics, painkillers, and bandages were exhausted. A fraction of those in need received help, the rest fought for every drop of clean water, for every piece of bread. The refugee camps became cities of despair. Children wandered around alone, their parents lost somewhere in the chaos. Some groups organized makeshift schools where volunteers told stories to give the little ones an hour of normality. Others built improvised kitchens in which soups were cooked from tin cans and potato peels. But the majority experienced the camps as places of violence. The strong took the weak, groups joined forces, gangs looted, and the few police or soldiers who were supposed to keep order soon lost all control. Europe felt the full force of this movement. Roads to the west, already destroyed by the war, were blocked by columns that did not want to end. In Germany, France, Italy, everywhere there were suddenly hundreds of thousands seeking protection. The European governments reacted contradictory. Some opened their borders out of humanitarian pressure, others closed them and deployed the military. But no matter what they tried, the power did not stop. Any border that was closed could be circumvented. Rivers were crossed, forests were cut through, fences were cut. The images of this escape went around the world. Satellite images showed caravans that stretched for miles, the roads clogged up like ant roads. News channels reported live from camps where children sat in the mud and asked for bread. Political talk shows in Washington, London, Paris, and Beijing discussed the consequences. How many millions more people would come, where to put them, who could feed them, and how was a logistical supply to be built up at all in the midst of a nuclear-devastated continent? The mood in the societies quickly changed. While some of the people felt compassion and helped by donating clothes or taking in refugees in their homes, hatred grew among others. Nationalist movements grew stronger. Armed vigilantes were formed, which attacked camps or attacked refugee treks. Suddenly, war was no longer only on the fronts, but also in the streets of the cities, where foreigners sought shelter. The refugees themselves are increasingly organizing themselves in their own structures. In improvised governments, they assigned roles, built networks, set up guards. Some tried to stabilize their situation through strict discipline. Men went armed in search of food, women organized lists, children were forced to take on tasks. But the longer the exodus lasted, the clearer it became that this was not a temporary phenomenon. It was a mass migration of the nuclear age that would change the map of Europe and Asia forever. It became particularly dramatic in the cities, which were suddenly flooded by hundreds of thousands. Warsaw, Prague, Vienna, Budapest. They all became hotspots where the population doubled or tripled. Food supplies collapsed, water pipes collapsed, sewers couldn't cope with the quantities. Diseases spread, and soon the misery was no longer limited to refugees, but also spread to the long-established inhabitants. The cities were transformed into seething cauldrons in which hunger riots, looting, and violent riots were the order of the day. Meanwhile, some governments used the disaster for their own purposes. Propaganda painted a picture of a flood that had to be controlled, justifying emergency laws that concentrated power in the hands of a few. Others, on the other hand, saw the refugees as a resource, cheap labor, soldiers for the front, people who could be pressed into state service. But whatever happened, the dignity of the individual was trampled under the feet of millions. In the endless columns, there were stories that seemed like mirrors of the whole of humanity. An old woman who pressed the picture of her son from the Second World War to her chest and whispered that she had fled once before. A boy who carried his little brother on his back and never found his parents again. A doctor who ran a makeshift clinic on the back of a truck and treated dozens a day, without medication, only with water and hope. A group of musicians who played a violin and an out-of-tuned guitar to make the people on the sidewalk smile. But the longer the exodus lasted, the more people lost their sense of time. Days and nights blurred, every step became a reflex, every meal a miracle. Children who cried at the beginning soon silent, as if even tears cost too much energy. Old people died on the way, their bodies often hastily buried at the side of the road or simply left behind. The number of dead grew immeasurably, but the stream of living bodies did not stop. When the first winter storms came, the situation finally became apocalyptic. Snow lay over tents, wind tore away tarpaulins, fireplaces went out. People froze to death in their sleep, while others searched in the cold for wood that had long since been used up. Entire columns were transformed into gray fields of ice, on which only tracks remained in the snow, before they too blew away. So the flight became a second front of the war, one that did not consist of bombs and tanks, but of hunger, disease, and exhaustion. Millions were on the move, millions sought shelter, millions died.
The world, which had previously defined itself in alliances and power blocks, was now facing a crisis that no army, no government, no bunker could solve. It was the beginning of a new chapter that changed not only geopolitics, but also the self-image of humanity. Because while the cities were burning and the fronts were being shifted, while generals were giving orders and politicians were giving speeches, it was this stream of people that showed what nuclear war really meant. Not victory or defeat, not territories or ideologies, but the disintegration of civilization into a mass of bodies that only moved to stay alive. And yet, between all the misery, despair, cold, and hunger, there were still those moments that saved the human. A bread that was shared, a fire that warmed several families, a song that sounded in the night. Small gestures that did not decide a war, but made survival possible. They were the last reminder that even in the downfall, humanity was not completely extinguished.
Chapter 42. Governments in the Bunker. The world above Earth was a chaos of flight, hunger, rubble, and nuclear ash. But deep beneath mountains, in rock massifs, and in secret facilities, another world had established itself. One of the government elites, generals, scientists, and select individuals who claimed to maintain order while civilization crumbled on the surface. It was a world of bunkers, those shelters that had been built and maintained for decades under the cloak of secrecy in order to survive precisely this moment, the collapse of the known world. In the USA, it was Mount Weather in Virginia that became the control center of the government. In the first hours of the nuclear exchange, the president, parts of the cabinet, senior officers, and selected officials had already been evacuated there. The bunker, hidden under rock and forest, resembled an underground city, equipped with conference halls, sleeping chambers, medical facilities, even its own water treatment plant. But despite all the preparation, there was a chill in the corridors that came not only from the concrete, but from the knowledge that they were living in safety while millions were dying outside. The president, pale and exhausted, gave speeches in front of television cameras broadcast via remaining satellite links. The pictures showed him in front of a flag, serious and controlled. But behind the scenes, the facade had long been brittle. Advisors shouted at each other, officers demanded tougher retaliatory strikes, while scientists desperately made calculations about the radiation levels in the metropolitan regions. The government was no longer the center of power, but a ring of functionaries fighting for influence. Cut off from reality, isolated from the cries outside. In the Soviet Union, too, preparations had been made. Deep below Moscow lay the so-called Taganrog complex, a bunker that had been started in the 1950s and expanded over decades. Kilometers of tunnels, command rooms with massive steel doors, pantries for years. This is where the Politburo had retreated, accompanied by officers of the Red Army, KGB functionaries, and selected families. The atmosphere was characterized by paranoia. Each suspected the other of withholding information, sabotaging, or even planning betrayal. In the meetings of the Central Committee, angry clashes broke out, in which generals demanded an immediate counterattack, while others insisted that the Soviet Union was already irretrievably lost. The reality in these bunkers was a grotesque contrast to the surface. While millions fought for water outside, inside there were regular meals, warm beds, medical care. Children of functionaries played in underground playrooms guarded by soldiers who themselves did not know whether their own families were still alive. This contradiction led to tensions even among those trapped. Many a soldier asked why he should watch in the dark while his wife and children starved to death in the ruins of Leningrad. But the chain of command was merciless, obedience or exclusion, and exclusion meant death. The situation was similar in Europe. Britain had moved its government to the Corsham bunker, deep under limestone mines in Wiltshire. The Prime Minister resided there with a small cabinet while the rest of the island sank into chaos. The Queen and parts of the royal family had been taken to another, still secret location. Here, too, paradox determined everyday life. Tea was served, reports were read aloud, committees met, as if the traditions of Parliament lived on while London was in flames and people searched the streets of the cities for leftovers. In France, it was the Rock Nord system in the Alps that welcomed the president and his closest entourage. Under the protection of massive mountain ranges, people continued to live as if they were in an isolated republic, with national flags on the walls and a parody of political life. Speeches about sovereignty and the future, however, seemed hollow when one heard the urgent radio messages from Paris. The people are starving, hospitals are collapsing, what should we do? But between the thick walls, it was easier to lose oneself in simulation games about reconstruction than to act in reality. The governments in the bunker were cut off not only physically but also morally. They gave orders that no one carried out anymore, sent messages that no one heard anymore. Satellite connections collapsed, relay stations were destroyed. More and more often, the leaders spoke into microphones that broadcast into the void. They gave speeches to nations that no longer existed and drew up plans for societies that were already dying. The isolation ate away at the trapped people. In the beginning, there were still strict daily schedules, meetings, military briefings, and supply checks. But the longer the weeks passed, the more discipline was lost. Some ministers fell into depression, others succumbed to alcohol, and still others plunged into a feverish frenzy, as if they wanted to cover up the collapse with hectic activity. Pilotism also broke out. And the narrow corridors, hundreds of people lived in a confined space, without daylight, without the possibility of stepping outside. Disputes over trivialities escalated, brawls broke out, and the military had to intervene more and more often to restore calm. A soldier stationed in the British bunker wrote in his diary, "We are safe, but it feels like a prison. Sometimes I envy those out there who at least see the sky." In Washington, lists had long since been drawn up of who was allowed to leave the bunker in an emergency, in order to secure the core elements of the nation. But no one wanted to leave. The radiation was deadly, the cities uninhabitable, the infrastructure destroyed. Reports from reconnaissance teams described apocalyptic scenes: charred cityscapes, contaminated rivers, mountains of corpses in the streets. Everyone who left the bunker doors knew that they would not return. Nevertheless, the claim to be governments remained. In speeches, they invoked reconstruction, the continued existence of democracy, victory over the enemy. But they were words without substance, spoken in halls of concrete, addressed to ears that no longer existed. The real power had long since shifted. It was no longer in the hands of the bunker dwellers, but in the improvised structures outside. Militias, gangs, communities that created their own order in the midst of the destruction. And yet, the governments held on to their self-image in the bunker. They saw themselves as the last bastion of civilization, as the keepers of an order that one day would return. Their documents, their archives, their protocols, all of this was meticulously kept, as if it were a matter of giving an account to history. Perhaps it was the only thing they had left, the hope that someday someone would read these notes to understand how humanity had come to the brink of the abyss. The world above ground plunged into chaos while parliaments were still meeting underground, generals gave orders, and presidents gave speeches. But the longer time passed, the clearer it became that these governments were shadows of themselves, relics of a bygone world order, imprisoned in concrete and steel, while a new, darker world was born outside.
Chapter 43. NATO is falling apart. The alliance, which had been considered unshakable for decades, crumbled faster than even the biggest skeptics would have feared. The nuclear exchange, the devastation in Europe, the millions fleeing, and the panic in the bunkers had shaken the foundations of the alliance. What was once considered an iron pact between Washington, London, Paris, and Bonn now crumbled under the pressure of hunger, mistrust, and pure fear. The first cracks appeared shortly after the massive nuclear strikes over Central Europe. France, traditionally proud of its strategic independence, began to build its own chows.
The president, locked in the Alpine bunkers, still spoke of solidarity with the partners, but his advisors made it clear that France had to think first and foremost of itself. The French armed forces received orders to secure supplies only for their own territory. Evacuees from Germany or Belgium were turned away at the borders, even though they asked for protection under the banner of the alliance. In the French radio messages, the sentence, "France for the French," appeared more and more often. In Great Britain, the situation was no better. The island itself had suffered nuclear hits, London was in ruins, millions were homeless. The Prime Minister, isolated in the underground, desperately tried to invoke cohesion. But the population no longer saw NATO as a source of protection. Slogans circulated on the streets demanding that the American bases on the island be dismantled, as they were only targets for further attacks. The Royal Navy, once a pride of the country, repeatedly refused to obey when Washington issued orders to secure supply routes. Admiralty staffs argued that any further deployment in the Atlantic would be pointless as long as there was no longer a secure homeland. Italy was already plunged into chaos. The government in Rome existed only on paper. The real power lay with regional militaries who controlled their provinces like small kingdoms. Requests for help from Brussels or Washington fell on deaf ears because no one was able to carry out coordinated actions. Greece, hit hard by tactical blows, began to talk openly about leaving NATO, as the population had lost the willingness to sacrifice for an alliance that in their eyes had brought nothing but death and destruction. Germany, the heart of the alliance, was virtually wiped out. The Bundeswehr no longer fought. It no longer existed as a structure, but only in small residual units that tried to bring civilians west over destroyed highways. Bonn had been unable to act for weeks, Berlin a hell of fire and ashes. This meant that NATO's most important pillar in Europe collapsed. For Washington, this meant that the alliance was dead at its core, even if it continued to speak of cohesion on paper. The United States itself was caught in a quandary. On the one hand, the military in the bunkers of Mount Weather and Cheyenne Mountain demanded that NATO structures be maintained in order to keep the Soviet Union in check. On the other hand, it became increasingly clear that the European partners hardly had any functioning governments or armies left. Radio messages from Brussels became rarer, and many command structures were simply destroyed. Washington gave orders that went nowhere. The mood among the remaining NATO officers was one of resignation. At the headquarters in Brussels, which only existed in fragments, generals sat in dark basements, heard the monotonic noise of the radios, and wondered whether they still represented an alliance at all. An American officer wrote in a report, "We keep alive the illusion that we are NATO. In truth, we are only a handful of officers without country." But the collapse was not only due to organizational reasons. It was also psychological. Every state fought for survival. Every politician who was still breathing thought first of his own nation. Solidarity was a luxury that could not be afforded in the apocalypse. Belgium closed its borders. The Netherlands burned its last supplies to prevent epidemics. And in Scandinavia, Sweden, which was never officially part of NATO, began to build its own bloc of neutrals. This led to further tensions because Norway, a NATO member, suddenly toyed with the temptation to join this new alliance. The mistrust between the United States and its European partners was particularly devastating. Rumors circulated that Washington had deliberately sacrificed the Europeans to protect its own cities. The Americans were accused of escalating nuclear war, while Europe bore most of the destruction. In France, there was open talk of American betrayal, and in Britain, the movement grew to demand that Washington break away from Washington and instead develop its own survival strategies. NATO was also no longer functional militarily. The transatlantic supply routes were destroyed, ports were in ruins, airfields were radioactively contaminated. American reinforcements, which were once supposed to form the core of European defenses, were stranded in Iceland or the Azores because no one was able to bring them further to Europe.
Entire divisions were trapped while the civilian population on the continent disintegrated in panic. The Soviets, who were themselves badly hit, immediately recognized the weakness. Their propaganda spoke of the last breath of the Western alliance and sent radio announcements calling on soldiers to lay down their weapons because there is no longer NATO. Many believed this, not least because it came frighteningly close to the truth. Despair reigned in the bunkers of the NATO countries. They tried to maintain the appearance of unity through joint video conferences. But the picture showed aged men and women marked by fatigue, each in their own concrete hole, each with their own priorities. The talks went in circles. Washington demanded cooperation, Paris refused, London maneuvered, and Rome remained silent. The disintegration was most evident on one night, when a British submarine received the order to support American troops in the Bay of Biscay. The captain refused the order and went underground. When he later docked in Scotland, he was greeted by cheering people who celebrated him as a hero because he had saved the island from senseless sacrifices. Word of this event spread like wildfire and became a symbol. NATO was no longer an alliance, but a cage from which people were trying to break out. The last conferences in Brussels ended without results. Finally, the doors were closed, the generators were extinguished, and the headquarters were left behind. Officers dispersed into small groups. Some fled to the west, others sought the way south. NATO now existed only as a memory, an alliance that had once marked an entire epoch and which now perished in the firestorm and rubble of Europe. But NATO's fate was more than just the end of a military alliance. It was the symbol of the final collapse of the post-war order. What had been built up after 1945 with treaties, institutions, and ideals was shattered in a few weeks. The West, which saw itself as a unit, had turned into a mosaic of isolated states that were fighting only for bare survival. In the history books that may one day be rewritten, this moment would be seen as the final death of Western unity. And in the dark nights of the bunkers, where lone generals kept their protocols, they already knew it. NATO had broken up, not by weapons alone, but by the age-old principle that destroys every alliance: mistrust between allies.
Chapter 44. China seizes the opportunity. While Europe was in flames and NATO collapsed, a new chapter in world history opened up in the East. In Beijing, the leadership followed the escalation of the war with a mixture of fear and hope. Fear because the nuclear fire could destroy any political calculation if it got out of control. Hope because the West and the Soviet Union weakened each other to an extent that opened up opportunities for the People's Republic of China that had not been offered to any dynasty for centuries. In the early days of the conflict, the Chinese leadership had officially emphasized neutrality. The propaganda spoke of a tragic, fratricidal war of the imperialist systems that would be observed from a safe distance. But behind the walls of the Zhongnanhai residence, strategists were working on plans that went much further. While Washington and Moscow threatened each other with nuclear weapons and Europe sank into ruins, China was the only major country whose territory was still largely intact. Its industry, its army, and, above all, its population were intact. In those days, the generals of the People's Liberation Army glanced at cards that had been lying in drawers for decades. Central Asia, a Soviet sphere of influence for decades, was practically leaderless after the strikes against Moscow and Leningrad. Millions of Soviet soldiers had fallen, entire armies in the West had been tied up or wiped out. In Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, communication channels collapsed, local party cadres no longer knew to whom to transmit orders. A vacuum was created, and Beijing saw an opportunity in it. But the Chinese strategy was not limited to the former Soviet territory. In Southeast Asia, too, the developments were watched closely. Vietnam, officially an ally of Moscow, was badly battered, and its government was desperately trying to feed its own population. Laos and Cambodia were reeling. In these regions, China has been able to expand its influence under the guise of aid missions and stabilization measures.
The decisive moment came when reports leaked out from Moscow that the Soviet leadership was no longer able to exert control over its far eastern territories. Siberia, with its raw materials and vast expanses, lay practically open. Railway lines were disrupted, radio networks destroyed, and the garrison on the ground lived off what they found in the villages. China quietly mobilized its troops in Manchuria. Officially, there was talk of defensive exercises, but unofficially, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were preparing to cross the border as soon as the order came. The Chinese leadership had two central goals. First, secure territories that were historically or strategically important, such as parts of Siberia or the disputed border areas in Central Asia. Second, establish a new world order in which China was no longer a marginal player, but the center. While Washington and Moscow brought each other to their knees, Beijing wanted to emerge as the only winner from the inferno. At the same time, Beijing knew that open intervention was risky. Too bold a course of action could have led the Soviets to use their last remaining nuclear weapons against China. Therefore, a different path was chosen: creeping expansion. Chinese troops marched not under flags of conquest, but under the pretext of humanitarian aid. There was talk of securing refugee flows, protecting Chinese minorities, and supporting reconstruction. But in reality, the People's Republic established a military presence in regions that had been outside its direct influence for decades. Meanwhile, the U.S. watched the events with growing concern. In Washington, the government was hardly able to pursue global strategies. The capital itself was overwhelmed by waves of refugees and supply crises. Nevertheless, reports leaked out that Chinese ships were becoming more active in the Pacific, that ports in Indonesia, Burma, and even Pakistan were suddenly receiving Chinese advisors. For many analysts, it was clear that China was preparing to fill the gap that had arisen and take a leading role in Asia. Chinese propaganda was in full swing. On state television, citizens saw triumphant images of aid convoys driving through devastated areas in Kazakhstan, accompanied by soldiers in immaculate uniforms. Commentators spoke of the new century of Asia, in which China would take on the role of protector of humanity. Millions of Chinese, who had previously only seen the horror of nuclear war in reports, felt vindicated. Their country stood above the ruins of the old world. But behind this facade, fears also simmered. The leadership knew that the nuclear winter would not stop at China's borders. Climate models calculated in secret laboratories predicted crop failures and famines. That is why they acted so quickly and decisively. Only those who controlled resources and new territories in time could survive the coming years. In the first months after the big exchange, China sent not only soldiers but also diplomats. In Africa, for a long time a playing field for Western and Soviet influence politics, Chinese delegations suddenly appeared offering food, weapons, and loans, on the condition that the governments accepted Chinese advisors in return. Many African countries that had been hit by the collapse of the global economy gratefully seized the opportunity. China also began to reshuffle the cards in the Middle East. Contacts were made with Iran and Saudi Arabia, both of which were suffering from the chaos. Oil, which had previously flowed in streams to Europe and America, was now directed eastward. Beijing knew that energy was the key to the world to come, and secured contracts while others were still searching in the rubble. The decisive moment came when Chinese troops advanced into the cities of Vladivostok and Khabarovsk in the far east of the Soviet Union. There they met with little resistance. The local commanders were happy about order and supplies. Within a few weeks, the red flag with the 5 stars flew over garrisons that had previously been under Moscow's control. Officially, it was called temporary protective measures. Unofficially, it was the beginning of a new border. The world took note of these steps, but no one was able to stop them seriously. Washington had other worries. Moscow was fighting for survival. Europe was on the ground. China seized the opportunity. Step by step, it built up a position that would make it the dominant power in the years to come. While night fell over the destroyed Europe and millions of people fought for their lives in ruins and bunkers, Beijing looked at a map of the world that changed radically. In a secret session, the General Secretary of the party spoke the words that would remain unforgotten in the annals of China. The century of humiliation is over. Now, the century of China begins.
Chapter 45. India and Pakistan escalate. When the world was still trying to comprehend the nuclear exchange between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, the center of the escalation shifted further south. India and Pakistan, bitter rivals since their division, suddenly found themselves in a situation that acted as a catalyst. Decades of tensions over Kashmir, religious differences, national vanities, all of this emerged with a force that led the subcontinent to the brink of the apocalypse. At the beginning of the Great War, the illusion still prevailed in New Delhi that India could stay out of the conflict. It had tried to present itself as a non-aligned power that was not clearly inclined towards either Washington or Moscow. But this attitude soon proved to be fragile. The destruction of Europe caused trade routes to collapse, raw materials became scarce, and millions of refugees from the Middle East pushed south. India was forced to close its borders and, at the same time, expand its military strength. Pakistan, on the other hand, saw the global catastrophe as an opportunity to settle its old score with India. Islamabad knew that the great powers were preoccupied with themselves. Washington was hardly able to act, Moscow was in flames, Europe was in ruins. So who should intervene if Pakistan finally dared to try to seize Kashmir by force? The first battles were still small, border incidents that had occurred again and again in the decades before. But in a world that had come apart at the seams, even small sparks had a devastating effect. An exchange of fire at the line of control, a jet flown over, a missile that hit accidentally. Every incident was presented by the respective media as an attack. Every government used the images to mobilize its population. In India, the Nationalist Party spoke of the last battle for Kashmir. In Pakistan, they vowed to erase the shame of 1971, when they had lost Bangladesh once and for all. The propaganda drowned out every voice of reason. Diplomatic channels, already weakened, broke down completely. Embassies were closed, border crossings were locked, trade stopped. Two nations with a combined population of more than 1 billion people embarked on a collision course. The particular risk lay in the fact that both states had long been nuclear powers. For decades, a fragile balance of terror had ensured that the conflict never fully escalated. But now that the rest of the world was plunged into chaos, generals and politicians no longer saw themselves bound by international conventions. In their eyes, the hour had come to create facts before other powers returned and exerted influence. In the autumn of that year, Pakistan began an offensive along the Kashmir Valley. Artillery fire rolled through the mountain valleys as infantry units advanced into the midst of the high peaks. Indian troops responded with equal severity. Entire villages were evacuated, while columns of refugees moved through the passes. The war, which had long since shaped the image of destruction in the West, now also gripped the Himalayas. New Delhi responded with full mobilization. Tank units rolled towards Punjab. The Air Force flew attacks on Pakistani positions. Within a few weeks, it was clear that it would not stop at border battles. Both states threw their entire military machinery into battle. Cities near the front turned into burning ruins. Lahore and Amritsar became symbols of a new level of escalation. Rows of houses in flames, hospitals overcrowded, civilians between the lines. The world watched in horror, but hardly anyone was still able to intervene. The United Nations existed only on paper. Its sessions were dominated by impotent speeches. China, which was in the process of implementing its own expansion plans in Central Asia, sought diplomatic support for Pakistan while pressuring India with subtle threats. But in truth, the war was not so far from Beijing. It tied up Indian forces and opened the way for China to further influence in Asia. The real disaster came when the Pakistani military was faced with defeat.
India had gained the upper hand in a series of battles. Pakistani troops had been pushed back, and there was a danger that Indian tanks would advance into the core of the country. In this desperate situation, Islamabad resorted to the last resort, the nuclear threat. Officially denied, but unofficially unmistakable, Pakistan moved mobile rocket launchers near the border. Satellite images, as incomplete as they were at that time, confirmed the march. India, for its part, responded by putting its own nuclear weapons on alert. Within a few days, the subcontinent had become a powder keg that could have increased the global catastrophe many times over. The people of Delhi, Mumbai, Karachi, and Islamabad lived in the constant shadow of disaster in those days. Radio broadcasts urged calm, but at the same time, bunkers were dug out, schools closed, supplies hoarded. The sky was filled with the thunder of the jets, while columns of tanks rolled through the streets. There was no way out for the population. Millions sat in a room that could turn into hell at any time. The most dramatic moment was when reports came through that a tactical nuclear weapon had actually been detonated in a remote border area. Whether it was a planned blow or a misfire remained unclear. But the explosion destroyed an entire valley, burned thousands, and displaced tens of thousands. Images of irradiated children, of evaporated villages went around the world, as far as they still reached functioning media at all. It was the point at which the escalation seemed unstoppable. India swore retaliation. Pakistan warned of doom if it was taken too far. In Beijing, Washington, and the remnants of Moscow, the remaining leaders held their breath. Because once the subcontinent was immersed in nuclear fire, the fallout would spread across Asia, the Middle East, and ultimately the entire Northern Hemisphere. The climate models, already bleak, became even blacker in those days. The escalation between India and Pakistan was not just a regional conflict. It symbolized the extent to which the world order had finally disintegrated. Where once global powers intervened to prevent the worst madness, there was now a vacuum filled by local rivalries. The subcontinent was on the verge of complete self-destruction, and with it, the remnants of civilization.
Chapter 46: Global Economy in Collapse. The world, as it had existed for decades, was a network of trade routes, financial flows, and the global division of labor. Raw materials from Africa, oil from the Middle East, microprocessors from Taiwan, cars from Germany, grain from North America. Everything depended on each other. Everything was intertwined. But when the first nuclear strikes reduced the centers of Europe to rubble, when Moscow burned and Washington remained in a state of emergency, this network fell apart. Within a few months, the world economy collapsed, not with a single blow, but like a gigantic house of cards that crumbled stone by stone. The beginning had still been invisible. Ships that no longer left ports because crews fled. Insurance companies that refused to cover war routes. Banks that suddenly stopped making transfers because they didn't know if their counterparties even existed anymore. In the global trading metropolises such as Singapore, Hong Kong, or Dubai, the containers stood on top of each other at the terminals. No one picked them up, no one brought new ones. The digital infrastructure, which had been considered sacrosanct for decades, collapsed under the weight of cyber attacks, power outages, and targeted acts of sabotage. The energy supply was hit particularly hard. Europe, which had been dependent on Russian gas, Arab oil, and global supply chains for generations, was suddenly left with nothing. Refineries were burning, pipelines were destroyed, tankers were no longer running. The few remaining energy routes were controlled by militias, pirates, or competing states. The lights went out in the cities, factories stood still, entire regions sank into darkness. The financial markets, long the heart of the global economy, had long been a shadow of their former selves. When New York was evacuated and London drowned in the flames of unrest, the major stock exchanges closed. The last day of trading had been marked by panic selling, price falls, and a final collapse of confidence. Trillions of values vanished into thin air. People who had invested savings all their lives suddenly found themselves destitute.
Paper money lost all value in many regions, coins were melted down, and digital currencies disappeared in the chaos of collapsed networks. Instead, an age-old logic returned: barter. In markets from Mexico City to Calcutta, from Cairo to Warsaw, people exchanged cigarettes for bread, medicines for clothes, water for ammunition. Those who still had supplies became rich, those who only had money were poor. Black market organizations sprang up like mushrooms. Entire cities were controlled by cartels that held the last functioning supply routes in their hands. The collapse of the food supply was particularly dramatic. For decades, modern agriculture was dependent on global fertilizers, seeds from international corporations, machines that ran on imported fuel. Now everything fell away at once. In India, fields withered because there was no more diesel for the pumps. In Africa, crops were rotting because there were no longer any cold chains. In Europe, where millions were dependent on emergency rations, soldiers distributed canned food to a hungry, desperate crowd. Hunger became the new reality, and with it came violence. The big cities that had once been the engines of the global economy turned into monsters that could no longer be fed. Paris, Berlin, Rome, metropolises that had once been symbols of culture and trade became zones of anarchy. Millions of people left them, pouring into the countryside in the hope of finding food somewhere. But even there, the abundance had disappeared, and so conflicts arose between refugees and the rural population. Fields were plundered, farms burned down, because no one differentiated between survival and morality anymore. The global South, which had long lived from exports to the rich industrial nations, fell into an abyss. Without sales markets for textiles, electronics, or raw materials, revenues collapsed. Entire states lost their livelihood. Governments dissolved. Presidents fled. Military personnel took over. New warlords emerged who controlled ports, airports, or mines. Trade still existed, but it was purely criminal. Weapons for cobalt, drugs for wheat, human lives for diesel. In South America, a new competition for resources has flared up. Brazil tried to secure its agriculture for itself, while in Venezuela, oil wells were occupied by armed groups. Argentina, once an exporter of meat and grain, collapsed amid internal conflict, as millions of starving people roamed the streets of Buenos Aires. What had once been an international economy was now a patchwork of local struggles for food, water, and fuel. But the collapse was not only economic, but also psychological. The people who had relied on institutions all their lives, banks, insurance companies, governments, found themselves in a world where nothing was reliable anymore. The confidence that had been the engine of the markets was finally lost. Even in the few regions that still functioned halfway, such as Australia or parts of South America, there was no longer any illusion that a global system would ever return. The global division of labor, which seemed so self-evident, had been irrevocably broken. There was no smartphone that did not consist of parts of 5 continents, no car that was not dependent on a dozen suppliers. Now factories lay at a standstill, the conveyor belts rusted, the lights were out. There was no substitute for the highly complex system that had developed in the decades before. Meanwhile, states were desperately looking for solutions that did not exist. Some tried to force self-sufficiency, but their soils did not provide enough. Their industries were too dependent on intermediate products. Others tried to form regional alliances, but mistrust, hunger, and violence destroyed all cooperation. Even in America, where resources still available, the country was divided into zones, some controlled by local governors, others by militias, the third by the remnants of the Federal Army. The global economy in collapse was more than just an end to trade. It was the end of an era in which progress, consumption, and globalization had determined everyday life. Instead, humanity had fallen into a new era in which basic needs such as food, warmth, and security were once again the highest good. The dreams of prosperity and growth, of stock prices and global trade had gone up in smoke, literally, in the fires that burned Europe, Russia, and America. For the survivors, this collapse meant that the future no longer lay in large metropolises, but in small communities that could provide for themselves. A relapse into structures that were more reminiscent of the Middle Ages than the 21st century. But even there, survival was not assured, because the world was poisoned, the sky darkened, and everyone knew that the next winter would bring more deaths than any war.
Chapter 47. Civilian Survival Strategies. The world was in ruins, and yet millions of people were still alive. It was survival without guarantee, with no prospect of improvement, marked by hunger, disease, and constant fear. Those who survived were faced with a new reality in which it was not states, not markets, and not international organizations that set the rules, but only the ability to adapt. In this world of chaos, improvised, often archaic strategies developed everywhere, with which civilians tried to secure their existence. At first, it was instinct that guided people. The first days after the big blows were marked by flight, gathering, and plundering. Supermarkets were stormed, pharmacies emptied, gas stations set on fire. Everyone took what they could, not knowing how long it would last. Soon, however, supplies were gone, and out of the panic emerged a new pattern: communities. People joined forces, neighbors, strangers, sometimes entire streets to join forces. In the cities, it was cellars and subway shafts in which groups entrenched themselves. In the countryside, farms were transformed into fortresses that offered not only food but also protection. One of the most important elements of survival was securing water. In the first few weeks, tap water was still flowing in many regions, fed by reservoirs, but without electricity and maintenance, they soon dried up. People began to dig wells, collect rainwater in improvised barrels, or clean rivers of dirt with primitive filters. In cities like Warsaw or Prague, queues formed at old pumps that had been forgotten for decades and now became the lifeblood again. But water was not only scarce, it was also contaminated. Radioactive dust, chemical residues, rotting corpses made every source a risk. Anyone who drank without filtering or boiling risked illness or death. Food was the next problem. The modern supermarket shelves, once symbols of endless abundance, were swept empty after days. Large-scale agriculture had collapsed, and so people resorted to primitive methods. Everything that was edible was used. Dogs and cats disappeared from the streets. Rats were hunted. Even grass, tree bark, and insects found their way into the cooking pots of the desperate. In the countryside, people tried to use old crops, but without fertilizer, without fuel for machines, without functioning markets, the yield was minimal. Whoever owned a piece of land guarded it by force of arms, because it was more valuable than gold. People quickly realized that survival depended not only on the physical collection of food and water, but also on organization. In many regions, new community structures emerged, which were often stricter and harsher than any previous state order. Local leaders, sometimes former mayors, sometimes simple men or women with assertiveness, took control. Rules were established: who got food, who had to work, who deserved protection. Violations were punished draconically because discipline was synonymous with life. The psychological component of survival was equally crucial. People who had been accustomed to the comforts of modern civilization all their lives collapsed under the weight of deprivation. Depression, hopelessness, and madness spread like an invisible poison. However, those who found meaning, whether in religion, in the protection of the family, or in the simple goal of surviving the next day, had better chances. In churches, mosques, and synagogues, groups gathered to seek support in prayer. Others renounced any god and trusted only in weapons and violence. A central aspect of civilian survival was the return to manual knowledge, which had long been considered old-fashioned. Blacksmiths, carpenters, seamstresses, professions that were almost forgotten in the globalized world, became irreplaceable again. People learned to sew clothes from fabric scraps, to make tools from scrap metal, to start fires without electricity or gas. Old books on herbalism, hunting techniques, or food preservation became valuable treasures.
Even children learned early on to set traps, split wood, or treat wounds. Medical care was one of the biggest challenges. Hospitals were destroyed or overcrowded, modern medicines were rare. Anyone who possessed antibiotics or painkillers was considered rich. Emergency operations were carried out with kitchen knives, bandages were improvised from old sheets, infections were fought with home remedies. Many died of wounds that would have been harmless in peacetime. Births became life-threatening events again, and epidemics broke out in overcrowded camps. In some regions, diseases returned that seemed to have been defeated long ago: cholera, typhus, and plague. With the scarcity of resources, violence grew. Civilian survival strategies were rarely peaceful, often shaped by the constant need to defend what one owned. Weapons were present, firearms where they were still available, otherwise knives, axes, or self-made spears. Families kept night watches, communities erected barricades. No one trusted strangers anymore, and even old friends became enemies when it came to food or water. Nevertheless, there were islands of hope. Some communities managed to build structures that were more than mere survival. In Norway, for example, villages were formed that reactivated wind turbines and old water mills to generate electricity. In Canada, groups began to secure old libraries and preserve knowledge in the hopes of one day being able to rebuild. In Japan, a culture of absolute discipline emerged, in which every grain of rice, every glass of water was rationed and distributed fairly. These communities had higher chances of not only surviving, but creating a base for a distant future. Meanwhile, the remnants of the old world were crumbling. In Europe, millions of hungry refugees moved through abandoned highways looking for food, for protection, for a place where there was still hope. Some found refuge in improvised camps where international aid organizations had once operated but were now struggling to survive. Others joined gangs because it was the only way not to perish alone. Survival was no longer just a question of resources, but also of choice. Did you follow the harshness of the law of the strongest, or did you look for solidarity and community? The long-term survival strategies differed greatly. Some relied on mobility, moved from place to place, plundered what was left, and moved on. These groups were feared, but also constantly threatened because they did not have a stable base. Others tried to build up permanent settlements, cultivate fields, dig wells, preserve knowledge. These groups were less flexible, but more stable in the long term. In the shadows of all this, however, a new generation grew up. Children who had never known a world of supermarkets, schools, or television. For them, survival was normal, and their strategies were fundamentally different from those of the elderly. They had no memory of comfort and luxury, but only hunger, cold, and violence. They were tougher, more suspicious, but also more creative. Some of them developed techniques that their parents had long since forgotten. How to fish without machines, how to build tools from scrap, how to orient themselves in the forest. Civilian survival strategies were not uniform. They were as diverse as the cultures and regions of the world. But they had one thing in common. They were the expression of a humanity that, despite all the catastrophes, did not stop continuing. In the ruins of the cities, in the dark cellars, in the deserted villages, there was still a spark of life, sustained by a stubborn refusal to give up. The big question, however, was whether this survival would be enough to create a world again one day, or whether humanity would remain trapped in these end times, forever reduced to the struggle for the bare necessities. While millions of people fought every day for water, bread, and warmth, the sky continued to darken.
Chapter 48. Europe in Ruins. Europe, once the heart of the modern world, now lay in ruins. Cities that had shone for centuries as symbols of culture, science, and trade were now nothing more than burnt-out skeletons of themselves. From London to Warsaw, from Paris to Moscow, a panorama of destruction stretched such as no one had ever seen before. The continent that had survived 2 world wars and risen again and again after them had now reached a point where reconstruction seemed like an absurd idea. Streets, once crowded with cars, trucks, and tourist buses, lay deserted. Asphalt surfaces were torn open, covered with cracks from which the first weeds dared. Bridges that had spanned rivers had collapsed, and railroads that had connected Europe were leading nowhere, broken rails ending at craters that bombs had torn into the ground. Airports had become mass graves for airplanes whose metal bodies had been shredded by explosions and whose hangars had burned out. In the cities, the picture was even bleaker. Frankfurt, once one of the most vibrant metropolises in Europe, was hardly recognizable. High-rise buildings that had dominated the banking district rose into the sky like charred fingers. Their glass facades melted, their steel girders twisted. Under the rubble, there were still corpses that no one could or wanted to salvage. Berlin was a battlefield of ruins and rubble, divided between burned-out districts and cellars where survivors lived like rats. Paris, long a symbol of beauty and art, was now a sea of dust and ashes. The Eiffel Tower still towered, but it was rusty, shaken by blasts, and riddled with bullet holes. A symbol no longer of romance, but of feudal defiance. The noise of modern civilization had ceased. No engines, no voices in crowded cafes, no bells ringing in the churches, no rattling of trains. Instead, there was an oppressive silence that was broken only by occasional gunshots, the barking of dogs, or the crashing of collapsing walls. In this silence, even the sounds of nature seemed like mockery. The chirping of a bird above the ruins, the babbling of a river flowing through a ruined city. But the ruins were not empty. In them lived the remains of a once proud population. Millions were dead, but millions had also survived. They crawled through the shadows of the destroyed houses, foraging for food in the rubble, digging for canned food that had escaped the explosions, or collecting rainwater dripping from the broken roofs. Children no longer played. They rummaged through the rubble for everything that could still be used: a shoe, a piece of plastic, a rusty knife. Old people who could no longer flee sat apathetically on the steps of their collapsed houses and waited for an end that did not come. The social structures had collapsed. Governments existed only on paper, hidden in bunkers somewhere deep underground. The armies that were once supposed to defend Europe were wiped out, scattered, or trapped in small remnants without supplies. In this void, new powers emerged: warlords, gang leaders, religious fanatics, or charismatic leaders who promised to bring order to the chaos. Some of them ruled with an iron fist, demanding obedience in exchange for food. Others founded communities that tried to preserve a minimum of humanity. But the same law applied everywhere. Those who were not part of a group, who were not protected, had little chance. The ruins themselves became weapons. In Cologne, Hamburg, or Warsaw, survivors erected barricades of collapsed buildings, used the narrow streets and cellars to fend off attacks. Entire districts were transformed into fortresses, where people defended their few resources against looters. In the forests, camps were built from improvised huts and tents in which refugees who had left the cities gathered. But even there, they were not safe. Hunger often drove them back to the ruins, hoping to find something there that would enable them to survive. Epidemics spread inexorably in this destroyed world. Without a functioning sewer system, without garbage collection, and without medical care, the ruins turned into breeding grounds for diseases. Typhus, cholera, and plague were rampant, spread by contaminated water, rats, and flies. The weakest died first, children and the elderly, but even the strong were not safe. Entire communities were wiped out without anyone knowing of their deaths. There were no more newspapers, no radio reports, no international organizations that reported on such tragedies. The death happened silently, and only the smell betrayed that another group had met the end here. The landscape of Europe had changed as a result of the war itself. Radioactive contamination spread like an invisible veil. Fields that had once borne grain and wheat were barren, contaminated by fallout. Forests died, their trees defoliated, their wood brittle. Rivers, once clear and full of fish, now carried a toxic broth that caused skin diseases. Some regions were so heavily contaminated that they were simply uninhabitable. Places like Leipzig, Brussels, or Minsk became ghost towns to which no one returned. And yet, there were glimmers of hope, as small as they were. In Italy, peasants survived in the remote mountain regions where the destruction had been less massive. In Spain, fishermen used the coasts to secure at least small amounts of food despite the contamination. In Scandinavia, communities that hunted in the forests and reactivated ancient techniques survived. These people were not rich, not safe, not healthy, but they were alive, and that alone was already a victory in this world. The culture of Europe, which had grown over thousands of years, seemed lost. Museums were looted or burned down, libraries destroyed, works of art broken or forgotten. But there were people who tried to save fragments. Teachers who taught children to read in basements because they believed that knowledge was the only weapon against darkness. Musicians who played on dented instruments to give hope. Priests, rabbis, and imams who assured their congregations that even in the ruins, God was still present. These attempts seemed tiny in the face of the massive catastrophe, and yet they were perhaps the only reason why humanity did not descend completely into chaos. Europe was in ruins, but it was still alive. It lived in the people who did not give up despite hunger and fear. It lived in the children who invented new games, even if they played among the rubble. It lived in the communities that swore not to fall into violence. But this life hung by a thread. The sky was gray, the sun was hidden, the temperatures dropped. Everyone knew that the real horror was yet to come, the long nuclear winter that would bury everything that still existed under ice and darkness. Europe was in ruins, but it was not dead. Not yet.
Chapter 49. The Long Nuclear Winter. The sky over Europe had lost its color. Where once the blue of summer, the gray of autumn, or the bright white of winter had been seen, now there was an even, gloomy veil. The sun, if it passed through at all, appeared like a faint reddish circle, scarcely brighter than the moon. Day and night seemed to flow into each other, and the people soon lost all sense of time. It was as if the world had held its breath and retreated into a darkness that seemed to have no end. The explosions of nuclear weapons had destroyed more than cities and armies. They had poisoned the atmosphere itself, tore up billions of tons of dust and soot, which now lay over the planet like an impenetrable blanket. Forests burned and firestorms played their part, as did the burning cities whose smoke rose into the sky for weeks. The so-called nuclear winter was no longer a theory, but a cruel reality that no one could stop. The temperatures dropped dramatically. Within a few weeks, it had become icy even in the otherwise mild regions of southern Europe. Italy, Spain, Greece, countries that had still hoped for a last remnant of normality, were hit by a cold that even old people had never experienced before. In Northern Europe and Russia, where cold has always been part of everyday life, rivers and lakes turned into rigid ice surfaces that no longer thawed. The snow that fell was not pure white snow, but a gray, dirty mass, interspersed with ash and fine particles. It burned on the skin when it melted, and many who drank it became seriously ill. The harvests failed completely. Fields that should have been tilled in the spring remained barren and lifeless. Even robust plants withered or no longer sprouted because the light of the sun did not penetrate strongly enough through the dense cloud cover. Animals died en masse. Cows, sheep, horses, they all starved or froze, and the carcasses were left in the countryside because no one had the strength or the means to remove them. The few farm animals that survived were closely guarded, sometimes more than humans. Hunger became the greatest weapon of this new era. In cities such as Berlin, Warsaw, and Paris, fights broke out over food supplies.
Old warehouses that still contained cans or sacks of grain became fortresses, defended by gangs and besieged by desperate people. People killed for a piece of bread or a handful of beans. Stories of cannibalism made the rounds, at first only as rumors, but soon there was evidence. Desperate families, left with no choice, resorted to what they would have thought unimaginable before the war. But even where food was available, there was no fire to cook it. Wood had become scarce because the forests had burned over large areas. Anyone who dared to cut down trees that were still alive risked their lives, as such resources were strictly guarded. Coal, gas, oil, all of this was no longer available. The production facilities destroyed, the transport routes interrupted. People warmed themselves in makeshift shelters, crammed together in basements, subway shafts, or bunkers. Many slept snuggled up close to each other, just to share their own body heat. As a result, diseases spread even faster, and mortality increased with each passing day. Children suffered the most. Their bodies were not strong enough to endure the hunger and cold for long. Their weeping voices, lamenting for food or warmth, were the constant sound background of the survivors. Many fell silent at some point because they died of malnutrition, of infections, or simply of exhaustion. In some communities, the bodies of the youngest were carried out into the snow, placed in improvised graves, or swallowed by the frozen earth. It was a ritual without hope, without tears, because people could no longer cry. The social structures that had existed in the months before were finally disintegrating. Small gangs controlled streets or villages, while larger groups such as paramilitary militias controlled entire regions. Some set up outright regimes in which survivors had to toil to get a place by the fire or a meal. Others introduced religious cults in which they promised that the catastrophe would be punishment and redemption at the same time. In this darkness, there were many who were looking for answers, and they joined such leaders even though they knew that it might just be another road to destruction. The few remaining governments, buried deep in their bunkers, had little influence on the surface. Radio messages became rarer until they finally fell silent completely. Some bunkers lasted longer, others were stormed by desperate survivors who suspected food and safety there. There were rumors of places where the elite still lived, generals, politicians, scientists, but no one could confirm them. For the common man, it had become irrelevant who was still officially in power. Only bare survival counted. The landscapes, once so diverse and rich, became monotonic. Everything was covered by a gray layer that made every horizon seem the same. Mountains disappeared in the fog, coastlines were hardly recognizable. The oceans themselves began to change. The sudden cooling formed gigantic ice floes, which even drifted in the Atlantic. Fishermen hoping to find food on the oceans were swallowed up by storms or returned with empty nets. Europe had become a single grave, a continent of ash and ice. The few who survived were broken people. They remembered times of prosperity, supermarkets full of goods, trips and festivals, and these memories were at the same time their greatest treasure and their greatest torment, because they knew that none of it would ever return. But in this desolation, there were still small sparks. A group in the Alps had learned to draw food from mushrooms that grew in the dark. In Sweden, survivors experimented with ancient methods of fishing under the ice. In Portugal, people found refuge in old wine cellars, which proved to be relatively safe against the cold. These stories spread like myths, giving hope that a path to tomorrow was possible somewhere. But the long nuclear winter had only just begun. Scientists, before their voices fell silent, had warned that it would take years before the sun could shine unhindered on Earth again.
Years in which humanity would starve, freeze, and die, and no one knew whether there would be enough then to start anew. Europe lay in the icy claws of a winter that was not determined by the seasons, but by death. A winter that had come to thrust the world into a new age of darkness. And while the people held out in the ruins, the cellars, and the bunkers, one question remained above all. Was this still the end of the war, or already the end of humanity?
Chapter 50. After the Fire, A New World. The years of fire, darkness, and hunger had reduced humanity to a number that no one could comprehend. Where once billions lived, only millions remained, scattered over the ruins of a world that was hardly recognizable. Cities that once pulsed with life had become fields of ruins, overgrown with ash and silence. The roads that had connected continents lay deserted, riddled with cracks and covered with rubble. Airplanes rusted on tarmacs, ships rotted in ports, and railroads led nowhere. Global civilization had collapsed in a matter of months, leaving behind only fragments that reminded us of a distant, incomprehensible past. But in the midst of this horror, a slow, barely perceptible movement began. It was not loud, not spectacular, but quiet like the cracking of ice in spring. People who had survived began to venture out of their hiding places. They crawled out of bunkers in which they had squatted in the dark for months. They left caves, basements, and underground subway shafts. They groped their way out into a world that was no longer theirs, and yet the only one they still possessed. The sky remained gray, the sun weak, but the smoke had cleared a little. In some regions, daylight had returned, albeit in a pale, colorless glow. Plants began to sprout tentatively. Resistant mosses and lichens crawled over the ashes. In the destroyed cities, grasses grew between concrete slabs. Animals that had survived were cautious. Rats, crows, insects, they were the first masters of this new world. But deer, wolves, and wild dogs also ventured back into the ruins, lured by the silence left behind by man. The survivors formed small communities. Families who had stayed together joined forces with strangers because no one could survive alone. Trust was difficult, betrayal commonplace, but over time, bonds were formed. You shared what little you had, a piece of dried meat, a scrap of firewood, a handful of seeds that someone had saved in their pocket over the years. In these gestures, something germinated that had long disappeared: hope. The children were the bearers of this hope. Many of them did not know the old world. They were born in bunkers or had no memory of supermarkets, schools, or playgrounds. For her, the ashes were normal. The darkness was a matter of course. And yet they laughed, played with stones, built small figures out of rubble. They looked with curious eyes into a future that their parents could no longer imagine. Their voices were bright and free from the burden of memory, and sometimes they were the only thing that reminded adults that it was worth moving on. Slowly, new structures emerged. Villages were formed from scattered groups. Huts were built from rubble, old houses repaired, or deep holes in the ground were dug to protect them from the cold. Tools were forged from the metal of the destroyed cities. Old books were not only used for heating, but also as a source of knowledge. Everyone who could still read became precious. Doctors, teachers, engineers, their skills were priceless, and the few who survived became leaders, not because they wanted power, but because others needed them. Religions flourished anew, some in their old form, some completely changed. Some people saw the catastrophe as God's punishment, others as a new beginning that had cleansed the world of sin and greed. In the ruins of churches, survivors gathered and prayed in the flickering candlelight. But new cults also emerged that worshipped fire, interpreted explosions as divine revelation, or winter as a purifying power. Some of these groups lived peacefully,
Others plunged the weak into suffering again. Nature began to find its own order again. Rivers, once polluted, have become clearer due to the stagnation of industry. Forests, burned down to the last tree, were reclaimed by pioneer plants. Where man had previously controlled everything, there was now chaos, but also freedom. Some survivors saw this as a sign. Earth itself breathed a sigh of relief after suffering the biggest blow its inhabitants had ever inflicted on it. Politics in the old sense no longer existed. Nations had disintegrated, borders had become meaningless. Former citizens of Germany, Poland, or France had simply become survivors of Europe. Language remained a barrier, but hunger and cold spoke more clearly. Trade emerged, not with money, but with exchange. A knife for a blanket, a sack of beans for medicinal herbs. This rudimentary economy created trust, but also new conflicts. The memory of the old world lived on, especially in the stories of the ancients. They told of a time when you could fly across the ocean in a few hours, when machines did work while people lived in abundance. They spoke of lights that lit up entire cities, of music that reached the whole world via radio waves, and of a time when children did not have to fear starvation. For the boys, these stories sounded like fairy tales, beautiful and cruel at the same time, because they suspected that they would never experience it that way. And yet, from these stories also grew a goal. Some believed that the old world could be rebuilt, perhaps not as big and powerful, but stable enough to enable a life without constant fear. Others wanted to forget everything old and create a new world order, free from the mistakes that had led to ruin. Between these currents there were often disputes, sometimes fights. But both directions carried something that was essential for survival: the will to continue. Over the years, the climate also changed. The nuclear winter remained, but the clouds slowly began to clear. Sunbeams fell more frequently on the earth again, at first weakly, then stronger. The snow melted in some regions, and tender stalks burst out of the ground. Those little green dots were like miracles. People threw themselves on their knees in front of it, cried or prayed. They planted seeds nearby, and some actually grew. Food returned, at first sparsely, then a little more abundantly. It was not a rapid change, not a sudden spring, but a tough struggle between life and death. Many died before they experienced recovery, but those who stayed were tougher, more resilient, marked by the years in the darkness. They bore the scars of the past, but also the knowledge that nothing could be taken for granted. Water, warmth, a smile, all this was more precious than gold in the old world. In the ruins of the old cities, new centers were built. Berlin, once a pile of rubble, became a gathering point for survivors who traded there. Paris, though half burned, offered protection through its catacombs. London, marked by flood and fire, was repopulated. But these places had nothing in common with the metropolises of yesteryear. They were villages in the midst of ruins, small islands in an ocean of decay. Humanity had learned to live more modestly. Technology was rare, electricity almost unknown. But fire, once the greatest enemy, was once again the most loyal ally. A stove, a candle, a burning torch, they meant life. Weapons were crude and self-made, but effective enough to hold their own against animals or rival groups. Knowledge was passed on orally or stored in decayed books that were treated like holy relics. Thus began a new world, a world that no longer smelled of superpowers or alliances, not of capitalism or communism, not of nations or ideologies. She smelled of earth, ash, and sweat. It was small, insecure, vulnerable, and yet full of possibilities. Because after the fire, after the screams, the explosions, and the winter, something remained that even the greatest catastrophe had not been able to destroy: the unshakable will of man to survive.
And out of this survival, out of this stubborn clinging to life, perhaps one day something would emerge again that could be called a civilization. Not the same as before, but a new one. One that rested on the ruins of the old world and was perhaps smarter than anything that had come before. The world was no longer the way it was, but she was still there. And as long as people breathed, as long as children laughed, as long as stories were told, there was also a future.